Impa, 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 Impa.
3, 2,
Yeah.
1, go!
Where's that spicy slider? All right, there we go. Now we've got to get our robot awakened.
I must awaken the robot. He is sleeping. Robot. Robot, get up. Okay, wait a second. It was asking how long it's been since I've shaved. That is not a valid. I just keep putting 0. I'm sorry. I'm not keeping up with the beard thing at all. I probably shaved my beard like yeah, please ignore that. That's not true at all. That's a hair. That should just be replaced with hair. That's the last time that I cut my hair, I think. I think that I might have shaved my bald head. I bet you that I shaved my head bald like maybe 1 week after. I think that I did shave my bald head about maybe less than a week. Less than a week. It's almost been an entire, oh my gosh, Beans! Yo, Beans, thank you for the 7 months. What's up? Yo! Beans, I gotta show you my face. That's your reward. Ta-da! It's me! Hey, Beans! Thank you for the 7 months. I appreciate it. Oh yeah, I'm a little close to the camera. I'm a little close. I need to get a camera that goes further out. How are you doing? What's up, Beans? Thanks for the 7 months of support. How are you doing? Good morning. It's nice to see you. What's up? Hey, Akimic. How are you doing? Darren's right here on time. Oh my gosh. Darren's here when the doors open. I opened up the doors for my Black Friday shopping extravaganza, and Darren's literally like at the door. At the freaking door. I can't believe it. How are you doing, Darren? What's up? We're gonna play some more Skyward Sword. Skyward Sword. Yeah, the hair's looking good. I know, right? Check it out. It's crazy. It's crazy. We're vibing with the big hair. The big hair. Yeah, the hair's it's been growing since the new year. It keeps growing. It won't stop. I've tried everything, but it won't stop growing. How are you doing, brats? I hope you're doing well. Celestial, it's nice to see you. You're just saying hi. You're taking a break before unloading the last moving load. Oh yes, the moving. Celestial, I hope that it's been going well. Thanks for checking in and saying hi. I was wondering how you were doing. I was wondering, but now I know. The King of Squirrel, what's up? How are you doing? Yatta Cake, oh, where, everybody. Hey, Gonda's here. Ah, yeah. What's up? Okay, let me just make sure this music's nice and spicy. Nice, delicious, spicy. How are you doing? Linz is here. What's up? What's up? Sinister Pika has been taken out. Coaster is victorious. Yeah, the coaster's over there. Can you see it? Can you see it? Maybe if I move away from the camera a little bit, I bet you it'll focus on it. There's the coaster. Oh. Ooh. Look who made it out of the box. Look who made it out of the box. It's Lonk. Lonk made it out. I unboxed him the other day just for fun. Just for fun, and it's a freaking sweet figurine too. Mamma mia, look at the detail. It's a little bit bright. The lights are a little bit bright, so you can't quite see the quality, but it is very nice. It is very, very fancy. Very good and large. Look at it. It's as big as my head, and I've got a big head. My mom told me that my head was big and that I was one of the most painful children to birth. So you can take it from me. This is a big figure. Sounds like I'm selling it. You can take it from me. This is a fine purchase and totally affordable for the size of for the amount of PVC in this figure. It's an affordable investment in your future, and this will not only help you, but it'll help your children and your children's children, and it will make you a more educated family. If this was in every family home, I tell you what, the debt crisis would be averted. If every family had a figure just like this, then all of their lives' problems would be gone. They will be gone. What person I'm dating likes Animal Crossing, so we're doing a virtual date with it? That is cute. That is super cute. Not in a looking downy way. I mean, that's cute. That was Arisa in my first date. Did we say that? Did we say that yet? I thought that we did. I don't know. Maybe we didn't. But yeah, that was one of the first moves. That was one of the first moves that either one of us did was ask if we wanted to watch fireworks in Animal Crossing. It was very cute. No. That was way later, Linz. That was way later. That was pretty recently. No amiibo would cause another debt crisis. This isn't an amiibo. This is not an amiibo. This is not as cheap as an amiibo this doesn't need near field communication to be sold. This is all the quality within the figure. Okay? It's just let me scroll. Tayaki-san, how are you doing? What's up? Tayaki's here. Oh yeah, I'm glad to see you. How are you doing? I'm sorry, I'm putting the chat on another window. Let me scroll up. I'm well. I hope that you and the rest of the chat are too. That's very sweet. Darren, I'm doing pretty good. I stayed up very late last night being stupid. I was playing Final Fantasy way too late. Big dummy over here. Big dum. I am yeah, no links in chat, shaking my head. I wanted to put that as the main. I wanted to put that as the first thing, but it was too confusing to put Redbird Chronicles the second right next to the two like bars. So I didn't want to I didn't want it to be too confusing. But I was gonna put no links in the chat as the first thing. But Redbird wait, Bird? No, I said Burb, thank goodness. I was about to say, I ruined everything. It's a Redbird Chronicles. Till like 7 a.m.? Why? Why do you say that, Linz? What gives you that number? What's with that specific number that you've given me? I don't remember implying any time that it would have been, but you are shockingly close. Linz, are you watching me? Is there some sort of a camera in here that's extra that I didn't know about? Because if there is, I'm in big trouble. You need bone coffee? I actually already had bone coffee, though I think I have more. Though you mentioned that, and I think I actually have more in the pot. Whenever there's a sip, I'll go get some more out of the pot. Red Queen, what's up? How are you doing? You seem like 7 a.m. is a normal time for you? What? What? The normal time? That's not true. That's not true at all. Listen, there's a special event that opened up on the Golden Saucer. The gambling casino, but it's fake money. It's fake money. It doesn't matter. It's fake money, so it's not real gambling. I only spent some money on the real game, so is that the completed roller coaster in the background? Even Arisa was confused about whether it was completed or not. It's not even halfway done. It's not even halfway done. No, not even half. That chunk right there that you can see is not even half of the coaster. It goes from what? Here to here? No, it's even bigger. This is a small piece of it. This is less than half. Not even half. Nope, not even close. In fact, we might not be able to do it in one more stream. We'll have to see. It kind of depends. I think we're gonna start this. No, we're not even half done. Not even. But what we're gonna do is that we're gonna split up all the steps. We're gonna start at whatever time we want to start on next Saturday, and then it depends on how quickly I do it, but I think that we're not going to finish it in a stream because that would be torturous. It would probably be a torturously long stream. So maybe we'll do a Saturday, Sunday double shot. Maybe we'll do a double shot of buildies so that it can be shorter streams, possibly. Vio, what's up? How are you doing? Vio, Baba Booey. How are you doing? What's up? Vio, you're on the loose, right? Didn't you say that you're on the loose from school right now? Did they free my VO, my sweet VO? You're off this Saturday, you think? Lupus, you work so much. I'm sorry that I can't work around your schedule, but it's not possible. And I'm sure that you understand. I'm sure you understand that you work way too much. It's not possible to avoid a work day. Shaking my head, you had fun, don't lie. I never said I didn't have fun. I never said I regretted staying up till 6 a.m. playing a MMORPG fake gambling game that doesn't really exist or have any meaning whatsoever. I never said that I regretted it. I just said that it was really late. I never said that I didn't have a good time, and I wouldn't do the exact same thing tonight. Possibly, depending on how much self-control I have. Now my schedule's jacked. Now I woke up at like 2 p.m., so now I'm scared. Now I'm scared. Dang it. I've been bamboozled. I've been bamboozled. Self-control. What does that mean? Maintenance tonight, you can't? Oh, what? Maintenance? That's awful. Are you kidding me? Well, looks like it's Minecraft evenings. Welcome to my sleep schedule, Kenny. No, Savvy, let me out. Don't let me in here. Get me out of this sleep schedule. I don't want to. Leave me alone. Don't do it. VO, you said just sadly not anymore. You're caged. VO, but it's the best cage. It's the cage of education. It's education. Education. Cage. You're in the cage of education. Kenny, why? Beowulf, because it has to be done. What can I say? Education. Shaking my head. I don't work tomorrow, so I won't be going to bed. You know what, Lupus? I regret. You know what? You know it's my greatest regret in all of my life. In all of my life, through all the years that I've, so many years that I've been on Earth, my greatest regret is that I didn't buy Doom during the summer sale. I looked at it and I was like, it's $60 again. What is happening? What is happening? Darn it! I missed it. I was gonna buy it, but I'm not paying full price. I'll whatever goes on sale next, maybe I'll grab it. Okay, whenever it goes on sale, then we'll snag it, and maybe we'll do one like late night stream or something. I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's a very good stream game though. It doesn't seem like it's a very good stream game because I'm gonna want to crank the audio. I'm gonna want to crank the audio and like get super immersed into the game. I'm not gonna be able to pay attention to anybody. I'll just be listening to Okay, I'm just turning back on all my sub stuff. Last night I turned off all of my lists so that I could see so that I could just see all the raids. All of the raids! The Raid Shadow Legends. You love Sing It what? You love Sing It called Fever? Fever? I don't want any fevers. You keep your fevers to yourself. You keep all of your sicknesses to yourself. I'll have none of them. The speedrunners you watch crank the audio and can't pay much attention to chat? I would bet so. How long did it take for the internet to come back? It took about as long as they estimated. It took like 2 hours. Thankfully I was distracted. I was distracted until the internet returned, and they even sent like an apology text where they were like, "We're sorry, we're trying our best to bring this internet back, but it's being a darn rascal. We can't let you watch your movie night. So sorry about that, streamer. Golly gee, we were looking forward to watching How to Train Your Dragon 3 as well." Yeah, Kim, baby. Yo. The music canceling out each other. Yeah, Kim. What's up? And the gift sub continues. It's entered month 6. Boom, you made it, Kim. Thank you very much for tuning in. How are you doing? Boom. Hope you're enjoying that spicy sub. You sad that you missed the movie? You didn't. Everyone missed the movie. I missed the movie. There was no movie. There was no movie. Nobody missed it. Nobody except for everybody. Everybody was equally sad. Equal sadness for all. That's what I'm running on for president. Whenever I become president, there will be equal sadness for all. Okay, there we go. Now it's nice and purpley in here. Yeah, there was no movie because my internet shut down. You still watched it? What? Are you gonna watch it 2 weeks in a row? That's crazy. Really? You're gonna watch it 2 weeks in a row? You absolute mad lad. Absolute mad lad. I was tempted to watch it. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, like I was watching the movie whenever we were watching it together, and I didn't even notice the Discord go out at first. So I just kept watching it. I just kept watching it for like 30 seconds, and then I was like, oh no, what happened? What happened? Where's everybody else? I was a little bit tempted. You were thinking about it too, Arisa, you absolute monster. In all fairness, movie night has been going a little too smoothly lately. Something was bound to happen. This time it's not even Discord's fault. Discord's being a good bean. Discord has been a good bean so far. Also, hi there, Mangled Marionette. I hope you're well. I hope you are literally healthy. I hope that you have been eating food and drinking water. Honestly, same, Kim. You are a monster as well. I can't believe that y'all would leave me out. Y'all would leave me out of this movie watching experience. I thought that chatting while watching the movie was literally everything to you. You said it was everything to you. You are healthy. You're healthy. That's good. Marionette, thank goodness. Thank goodness. I mean, I'm thinking about a marionette. I mean, honestly, marionettes don't need much to survive, to be honest. They just need a puppeteer, that's all. You didn't watch it though, so no worries. I'm still worried, Kim. You can't take my worry away from me. I'm allowed to worry whenever I want about whatever I want. So don't tell me no worries. Don't worry. I didn't watch it without y'all. Die. You didn't watch it with us either, and you weren't going to. Listen, Die. You weren't even close. Nobody guessed that you were watching it with us. I watched it with a friend that night. Well, Beowulf, I hope you had a great time. I hope you had a fantastic time. You took a COVID test and it was negative? That's good stuff. I'm glad to hear that, Mangled Marionette. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. We had some being recently test positive in the chat. I hope that they're doing well. I'm trying to remember who it was. Who was it? Who tested positive? No, it wasn't Richie. It wasn't Richie. It was somebody that dipped in that hadn't been here for a little while, and now I can't remember at the moment. You'd happily watch it 2 to 3 times more? Arisa, you're a dragon movie addict. You won't stop watching movies about dragons. I'm concerned. I'm concerned about your dragon addiction. Ahsoka, how are you doing? What's up? Yo. I hope you're doing well. We're about to, honestly, you guys, seriously. Richie had his first vax and then got sick, and he wasn't sure about, what? Was it actually Richie? It was Richie. Oh, no. Unsure if he could go for his second. Okay, that's what it, hey, Shiny! Thank you for that resub for 8 months. Let's go. Can we get some hype to the chat?
For my sub gift.
Boom! Today was just Alchemic's balling out day of buying a lot of people's subs. All the subs anniversaries on one day. Hey, Shiny. Thanks for tuning in. How are you doing? I hope you are well. I hope that everybody is absolutely vibing, having a wonderful time. I'm having a good day. I'm enjoying myself. We got our Link hoodie on. We got the hood on. We've got a princess to save. We've got like enemies to kill and controls to complain about. We've got like this fancy guy. This fancy guy that we can encounter a little bit. Fancy. This is kind of 2 different creepy characters. You're sad how you missed How to Train Your Dragon yesterday. You wanted to watch it for a long time? Ahsoka, none of us got to watch it. None of us watched it because my internet went down. My internet went dead. It died. Death. Imagine that. I gave 6 months subs to all. I gave 6 months to all. Everyone that I gave 6 months to are still here. It's almost like I was a judge of good beans. Oh my gosh. Alchemic's like, I was out shopping in the chat. And 6 months ago, I saw some really fine beans. And I purchased their loyalty with a 6-month sub. And you know what? They keep coming back. They are addicted now. You gave them a, that's like giving me a 1-month subscription to Final Fantasy. Don't do it. It's dangerous. Alchemic surely found the good beans. Oh no, the black bow is still here. No bleppies. You're a bit mad at the moment. You're tired of looking for a new apartment and your eyes are hurting. Oof. I feel that, Shiny. I had to look for days and days. I had to look for days and days and days for apartments, and I had to like drive out to see apartments for 3 or 4 different days, and I was trying to like schedule to do it with my current roommate. It was a mess. Searching for apartments is nothing that I would wish upon anybody. Nobody would I wish apartment searches upon, unless they just, I mean, obviously it's worth it. It's just not fun. It's not fun. No, I don't like it. You're straight up vibing. Savvy, I'm sorry I turned off your jams. I turned off your jammy jams. I promise it'll be worth it. There's good music in this game, okay? There's good music. Didn't you just move? I did, Beowulf, and I signed a 1 year, so don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. Don't worry. I'm absolutely stuck here. I can't get out. I can't get out. They won't let me loose. I think it'll be until, yeah, like February or something. Like it'll be a while. We'll see. We'll see if I stay here. I'm not totally confident that I'll stay in this apartment. Then again, I'm not totally confident about most things. So take that with a grain of apartments. Oh yeah, this game looks so strange, dude. It'll be during the next blizzard. That's what I'm waiting on. We're not allowed to move until we get some inclement weather. So we might stay here for another year just to make sure that we can get a good blizzard going. I want to make sure that we get a good blizzard going before we move again. You know, I want it to be. Yeah, we need another deep freeze. Where's the freeze? Hey, where's the deep freeze? Come on, Texas. I'm ready to move. I'm ready to move. Where's my bad weather? It's my bad weather that I need so bad. I need it so bad. Give me that bad weather. I mean, Texas honestly delivers. Whenever it comes to bad weather, Texas is actually a homie. They will absolutely pass it out. They're passing out the bad weather left and right. You're not Skyward Zone. What's up? How are you doing? That's the most fitting name in the entire chat. Last it all, Ivy. How are you doing? Falls in from work. Oh no. Is work so high up there? Be careful. I hope you didn't fall too far when you fell from work. Ooh, did it hurt when you fell from work? That's it. Hey, falls in too. Whoa! Oopsie, how are you doing? Nice hair. Is that you looking at the two sides of my hair? The flippies are y'all, is you looking at these two sides. Because look, they can stick out. So the flippies is like going, ho, 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 ho. I look a little bit like Ronald McDonald, and I'm hoping that I could turn my hair fully red. If only I could. If only I could. Then I could be the next Ronald McDonald. Burger time. Burger time, everybody. Oh, so how are you doing? What's up? I see that you've been playing Skyward Sword. How are you liking Skyward Sword so far?
Are you loving it? Have you ever played this game before? Oops, I hope that you're enjoying it. I'm gonna blow myself up.
Okay, hang on. Let me remember these controls. It's been like 3 days. 3 days is actually the normal amount of time that I can remember things. What the heck, bruh? Squidward smells good. Oh no.
Oh look, somebody wrote something here. Squidward smells.
I'll finish that. Good. No, poor Squidward. He does smell good. It's true. Everybody knows. Can I roll this Baba Bomba? Can I roll the Babamba? The Babalam. Whoop. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, get it out of here. Dang it. Babamba. Oh, I Babamba to myself. Okay, that's how to do it. That's what I was meant to do.
Tap. 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 Tap.
Dang it, not even close. I hate this part. It's just far enough away that I feel like I could do it. I feel like I could do it, but I can't do it. Lad spoiled me with all these early streams. I'm getting tired, and we're just getting started. Die. Time for nap. Time for nap. All of this was just a complicated plan to get our beans to go to bed earlier. I will be doing another early stream on Saturday, right? Yeah, I'll do an early stream on Saturday, okay? We'll be building a roller coaster and stuff. Kenny, if we ever meet in person, we could just make Link sounds at each other. I'll try to do the cartoon Link sound effects. I'll do the young Link. You can do the ancient Link. Also, look at this Obst. Look at this Obst. No. It's not an Obst. It's look at that. Oh, Alchemic sent this to me. Oh, fancy. It's a beautiful link. I just want to keep showing it off. Is that all right? It's beautiful. Oh, thank you. Thank you. The figurine's pretty good, right, too? Is it the figurine pretty decent as well? No. It's raining really hard, and you're underground in your Minecraft. Minecraft? Are you talking about it's raining in Minecraft? Hallelujah. It's raining in Minecraft. Oh. Bye-bye. Rolling. We'll see you later. Rest in peace. Okay. Oh, wait. We're supposed to be dousing things, right? Early stream on Saturday. You'll do your best to watch since you missed the weekday streams. Oh, shiny. You're not missing anything. You're just taking care of yourself. You're over in a weird time zone. You're in a different time zone. Nobody can blame you. Nobody can blame you, shiny. But yes. We'll do more coaster buildies. More buildies of the coaster. We've probably got a couple more streams out there. Oh yes, no spoilers. If you spoil anything, I will be supremely pithed. Pithed? I will give you I will give you pithy comments. That's so hard to say. Pithy comments. If you dare try to challenge my intelligence by telling me what to do. Throw. No! Not even close. Not even close. Darn diddly doodle. Well, I give up. Never mind. Let's start a new game. I'm thinking that we could start up Ocarina of Time. That'll probably be the next. That'll probably be our next game on the list. I think we're gonna quit Skyward Sword, and we're gonna move on to a better Link game because this one. Oh wait, look at that. A slide. Oh, is there a slide to get over there? Ooh. There is what? Is there a Zelda figurine like that? There is. Yes, look at that. Look at it. Look, it's on the box. It's on the box. Look, there she is. There she is in all of her PVC glory. She's looking more plastic than ever. Yes, it's on the back of the box, and I looked at it and I was like, oh, Zelda. Zelda. Puts on list. Oh no. I think that they are expensive. Risa, you said that you were saving. You were saving up for a Zelda figurine, that is. We should go up to the top, I think, and let's see if we can find a slide. Because I think that I saw that there was a slide downward. Go. Hey, I'm a green leaf. What's up? How are you doing? If it's not my favorite plant part, it's my favorite plant part. From the chat. How are you doing? Hello. Hello, leaf. I hope that you are blossoming. I mean, leaves don't blossom, do they? I guess they don't. Long sounds. Tip tap. Yeah. I want to become. If I could be one Super Smash Brothers fighter, I would be Link. Let's see. There's bombs over here. Well, I don't know if we're supposed to go up this. I don't know if we're supposed to go up the mountain again. I'm pretty suspicious. I don't think we're supposed to go up here, and that's why I have to investigate, because this game is always subverting my expectations. My expectations are never correct. You love the new channel revamps? Is that true? Is the channel different? I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I've ruined your favorite parts of the channel. You guys, I've been told recently that I'm not like I used to be. I've heard a lot of people asking for the old Kenny back. They've said, where's the old Kenny? I like the old Kenny. Where's the old Earl of Suds? The channel's changed and I don't like the changes. That's what people keep talking about that. They keep saying that. I'll BRB. All right, I'll come. We'll see ya. We'll see you in a minute. But yes, I'm glad that you. The blep went right over my face. Hey, don't blep right in my face. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's so rude. Yes, the new emote says so cute. Sorry.
Sorry there, 5 blep.
Sorry there, 5 blep. Oi. Oops. I forgive you. How could I stay mad at you? How could I stay mad at Oopsty? I don't think it's possible. I don't think it's physically possible. Up the mountain! Up the mountain, up the mountain. Who told you I said that? Who told you that I said I like the old Earl better? Who was the old Earl? If there was an old Earl, what would he be described by? You missed the egg, Kenny? That's just hair. That's just hair. That's just a hairstyle. That doesn't count as being a different person. You can't be like, I miss the old you. Where's that bald head? That's it? You just want my appearance to go back? That's not much of an insult. I take very little stock in my my physical appearance, if you can't tell. If you can't tell, I don't. You miss Wolverine Kenny? Wolverine Kenny was sick. I think that I really should, we should bring that back. We should bring that back. What do you say that we do some Wolverine hair? That's easy. That's a beard thing, because I've actually already got the Wolverine hair, right? I could fashion this into some Wolverine hair. Wolverine is the official word, of course. That's how you found me? That's the OG Kenny. That's the real Earl. He's just smacking me in the back of the head because I can't defend myself. Ken's like, the real Earl is bald as heck. The real Earl is a proper Charles Xavier. Perish. Oh yeah, you can stab them while they're on the ground. I forgot about that. Hang on. I'm learning. Oh, he was like this. Oh! You met me before I was bald, Obst. What are you talking about? This is all Bologna. This is all straight up Bologna. Obst met me before I was bald, I think. What is this? You met Eggy Kenny? What? That's how you met me? When I was at my ugliest? Wow. Obst, if you love me at my ugliest, then you must just be having the best time now that I'm not at my ugliest. I say, you gotta pick friends that will love you at your eggiest. La 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 bum bumba. De bumba. Who's doing that? Who's doing that? Stop that. I don't want to hear that stupid horn. Remember the eyebrows? I don't remember the eyebrows. It was the lack of eyebrows that my memory was. My memory's landing upon the lack. Eyebrows are the lack thereof. Is that you, Opes? Stop playing that stupid horn. It's frustrating. It is, it's disconcerting. I don't like it. Oh, I think we found the right spot, you guys. We found that freaking spot. We found the spot. This is where we're supposed to be. We've never been over here in my entire life. There's 2 ugly trees. That's what the hint said. It said, where the ugly trees reside, there the treasure I will hide. Circa 1997. Zelda. All rights reserved. Is this gonna jump me off the edge? Link, you're amazing. Link, you're amazing. And I'm always impressed with what you can do. The first thing you saw me was making soap on royalty soaps. Oh, gross. Those were my dark days. Centrifuge destroyer. I can't believe that you saw that. How embarrassing. Speaking of embarrassing, how embarrassing. Back when I was a soap maker? Oh my gosh. Not soap maker Earl. That was one of the worst versions of Earl I ever met. Let go. That's just a big button. It's a big old button. You met Miku outfit, Kenny? What? That was a one-time event. That was a one-time treasure, VO. That was a Just Dance stream, which we're going to have to do another one pretty soon. We got to do another one because Anonymous gifted the 200 subbies. 200 fresh and delicious subs from an anonymous donor. Holy moly. Just Dance. It's raining subs. Hallelujah, it's raining subs. Hallelujah. He grab? Link grab? Oh, this is a long crawl. Link died. Link grabbed, but then Link died. Miku outfit, Kenny. It's true. I do have the Miku skirt, and I have a Miku wig that I've never gotten to look good. Maybe whenever Arisa visits, she can make the wig look good. Wait, somebody gifted 200 subs in 100 sub increments. It's true, Dai. Did you not know that? Did you not know that? Were you not informed? Goodness. goodness. Recently, some anonymous person during power... I found her, by the way. Oh, you found Zelda? You found Zelda, I should say. Sorry about that. Ivy! Hey, thanks for the gifted sub. What's up? Oi! Ivy, you've fallen from work and you fall right into giving.
Sub to
Oh, what the heck?
_.
What the heck? You fell right out of work and right into kindness. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. For Celestial, I think is the way to say that. Oh, poop. Get the poop. Dang it. The poop's on the loose. Poop bug. Actually unconfirmed whether or not it's a poop bug. It says, even Nintendo's like, what's this game rated? E10? We need to watch our P's and Q's here. A rare volcano-dwelling bug that rolls a ball of unidentified material everywhere it goes. Does Nintendo know that dung beetles actually exist? Do they know that that's in nature? That's not an inappropriate or bad thing to mention. That's just standard biology. That's just bug biology. But Ivy, thank you so much for the gifted sub. I'm on fire. I'm on fire. Wait, I gotta roll. Oh, I should have rolled. How do you roll? Oh, wait, I think you do it like this. Let's go. My man, Kenny, the finest waifu body pillow connoisseur. Oh, what? Tis waffles. What did you just say? Body pillow? Waifu body pillow connoisseur. I have never in my entire life seen a body pillow in real life. Not a single time. Not one. Never in my entire life. My entire life have I ever even seen one. Much less bought one. Much less owned one. Much less had an entire stack over there that's right off of camera. I've never done that. What the heck are you talking about, Tiz Waffle? More like Tiz Liar. More like Tiz, a person that I'd like to welcome into the chat. How are you doing? Unidentified material, huh? Would it be of the poop variety? You own a body pillow, but it has a galaxy design on it. Ooh, Rosalina. Wait. Oh, do you mean Mario? Who's on this suspicious body pillow? What do I put over here? How do you cross lava? Oh, it's just a galaxy. Oh, you monster! Oh, what? So judgmental. So judgmental, Alchemic. There's nothing wrong with owning a Super Mario Galaxy body pillow. You don't know who you're picking on in chat right now. There could be tons of them. There could be tons of connoisseurs. Where the heck do I go? Where the heck do you... Okay. Is someone gonna give me a hint? Who's gonna give me a Skyward hint? Is that... What am I mean, maybe I should just douse. Maybe I should... But I could have swore that I figured out that there was one behind the bomb area. Yeah, there was one behind the bomb area. And there should be one more. There's one more that I don't actually know its location. I have no idea where it is. Look, I'm gonna scan this area. I don't think it's in any of this. No, it's not in any of this. It's not even close. It's gotta be down low. Zelda got low down there. We got one there. And okay, it looks like there's two. You see that like clicking? It goes click, click. Yeah, it looks like there might be two right over there, but they're hard to douse between right now. But do you have to go down this? Oh my gosh, Charlie! Thanks for the sub! What's up? Happy Monday! Man, the Monday subbies. Oh, that's 12 months!
Carrot.
Homie, you got the Rainbow Squirrel. Rainbow Squirrel Squad has a new member, you guys. Please welcome him in. It's Charlie's. Thank you so much for that Rainbow sub. Oh, snap. That's a whole year of subs. Oh my gosh. I can't believe I've been here for a whole year. Charlie's, you sweet bean. Thank you so much for the support. I appreciate it. And I hope that you are doing very well. Very well, I say. I say the best times. The best times. It was the best of times. It was the Zelda times. Rainbow Club. Look at that. It's the best badge that you can have. It's the very best badge. You can't get a better one than that one right there. That's as good as it gets, baby. Because I'm not a partner. But that's the best. That's as good as it gets. It's true. Rainbow Club. You have ascended the entire mountain of fancy Earl memorabilia. Kenny, how is your day? How is it? Not how was it? My day is good. My day is good. Tier 3, though, that's true. That is true. I forgot about that. I forgot there are tier 3s. Maybe that is the very top of the hill. But as far as months go, 12 is the max that can even be counted. That's as big as Twitch can count. Twitch can't count higher than 12. How many pieces do I need? I need 2 more. I need 2 more, and I think they're both down here. So we got 1 right there and 1 right there. See, this is why I was confusing. This is why I was confusing. This is why I was confused, is that it looks like it's over there. And I thought that we might be able to go to the top and then head down. But maybe we need to go over there and go up. It's either there, you go over there and go up, or it's go up there and go down. And I can't figure out a way down that volcano. So I guess we got to go all the way back down. I guess we go all the way to the bottom. Mistake? Oh, what? There are no mistakes. There are no mistakes in Zelda. Only happy accidents. Everybody knows that Link was a happy accident. It's not Legos. You can't make mistakes in games. It's the journey that counts. It's all about the journey and how you get there. It's not about whether or not you're fast. You don't have to gotta go fast. There's only like 3 games like that. There's only 3 games that have that make you want to go quickly. This game is all about the experience. I'm trying to find my own way to win. I don't want to do the boring old same old. Listen, the streams that you watch on other people's channels are the same old. Going by the books, going by the wiki, just your normal solutions. But over here, I like to actually treat y'all to a show, you know? I like to give y'all an actual experience. And the real experience of watching me play is true human mistakes mixed with like human just success. You gotta have a little give and take with your entertainment. Otherwise, it's all airbrushed, you guys. It's airbrushed and boring. And I don't want that for y'all. I want y'all to see suffering, real, visceral gameplay. You're gonna get some sleep and rest your eyes now? All right. We'll see you later, Shiny. We'll do some early streams soon enough. I'm sorry that my streams are so late, but I hope that you get some good sleep. Get some good sleep. And take good care of yourself. We love you, Shiny, and we want the best for you. Whatever that is. Even if it means that you leave us all alone. It's worth it. It's worth it. See, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Look at that suspicious greenery. Greenery. Oh. How do we cross? How do we cross? That's what I'm wondering here. Because look, all of the goodies are over there. But there's a big slidey hole. You've got to slide, right? You got to slide. Just give the bridge another look. See this bridge over here? There must be some editing. You must be able to activate the bridge. Yeah, because look, there is one of these missing, though. I noticed that immediately. I was very suspicious immediately. It's missing one of these little flame things. And look, it's kind of cracked on one side too. It's a little bit busted. I feel like history has not been well preserved in this area, unfortunately. See, this is what I'm thinking, that you should be able to jump across, right? Yeah, the bridge is looking jacked. It's looking jacked, you guys. Are backseating in times of need? I mean, yeah, you could kind of backseat right now a little bit because I am kind of bamboozled. We have the honorable presiding backseater alchemic. Okay, next to the bridge, there are vines. Yeah, on the side, I saw them. Oh, is it for hanging? Is it for hanging and dangling? Was I supposed to dangle this entire time? I saw them here. I didn't know their meaning. What is the meaning of vine? I thought that vine died. Yeah, look, you can hang out. You could be hanging out on these vines all day until you die. Oh, not this bridge. Oh, a different bridge. Oh, the bridge up top? Oh, fiddlesticks. We got to go back up? We got to go back up? Also, what's up, Warlock Foxfire? Wait. I've never seen your name before. I hope you're doing well, Warlock. Not this bridge down here. Like, go up top. Rosera's here. Hey, what's up? Rosera, I hope that you're well.
Hello. Hello there, Rosera. I hope you are well. Hello.
Yeah, so we need to go up top. And look at that bridge, right? Is that it? Yeah, I got the 3 easy ones. The 3 that you could just grab. You think you came in a raid and you just never came back? Hey, no worries, Warlock. Warlock, you watch what you want, darn it. What was I? Do you remember what I was playing whenever you last raided? It could have been any. I've got so many lovely beans that have raided me recently, and I love them all. I love every one of them. They're so sweet. You don't remember? It was so long ago, Warlock. It was back in the day. I remember those. Those were the days. Those were the days, my friends. Back in the days of the Warlock raids, I remember. Boing. Let's go up top. What? My sweetie. My cutie. Oh my goodness. Rosera is so complimentary today. Rosera, can I have some compliments too? Please. Yeah, we got it. Oh, look at those cuties. Look at those cuties. Warlock Foxfire, if you keep up that kind of emote business, you are definitely welcome here. Definitely. You are contributing so much to chat, you don't even have to say a word. If I see those emotes, I am pleased. I am very, very pleased. Yes. Cute meow meow. Cute meow meow. Okay, so there's another bridge over here. I remember that there's a bridge up top. Very suspicious. Very suspicious. So where should I go? You need to play continue this. I am slightly ahead of you. Oh yes, you must stay ahead. Warlock Foxfire, you must stay ahead. You can do it. I believe in you. I'm very slow. Okay, there's a bridge with vines or something. Kamek told me there was. I still feel like it's this. It's gotta be something over here. Because you burn to death over here. You fry. You cook like a little Link sausage. Little Link sausage. Put on top of the barbecue. Look, there's vines over there, though. Oh wait, we already did this part. We already put this right. Hey, Grape Dog Moody, welcome back. How are you doing? Yo. Skyward Sword, nice. Grape Dog returns. Real-time bread. Hey, what's up? I saw that you followed after I raided. I couldn't believe it. Bread, thank you for the follow. It was fun to watch you play some Sims. I admittedly didn't get to stay too long because of the pizza. Because of the delicious spicy pizza. But yes, it's nice to see you. It was such a vibe over there. I was enjoying myself. You've got a good stream over there. Friendo. Wait, I was complimented by Rosera. Where? Let me see. Kenny, you are my absolutely favorite adorable streamer. Oh, what? You have other streamers that are ugly that you like? Darn it. I'm the favorite adorable one though. I feel pretty good about that. You got the one down the slide? Yeah. Is that Yeah. I think so. Let's take a look at the slide, you guys. But yeah, how are you doing? Haha, I did. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry I didn't even remember. Real-time Brad, I'm only teasing. I'm teasing. Oh yes, I was the person that said that I. Oh, you love the Link glasses and sweater. Hey, Divey. Oi! Thank you for that gifted sub for real-time bread. All right. Real-time bread's got that fantastic
a tier 1
cutie
sub
emotes.
to real-time
Cutie
bread.
emotes.
They have given 44 gift subs in the channel.
Can you go through here? No, you can't. It's a dead end. It's a dead end. I thought that it'd go through it. Fiddlesticks. Fiddlesticks. Oh my gosh, real-time bread. Is that Patrick? That's evil Patrick bread. That's evil Patrick bread. I love it. I love it. Oh my gosh. The blessed bread. That's the best carbs I've seen all day. Those are by far the best carbs in the chat. It's evil. It's evil bread. I thought that bread was only sweet and cute. Come to find out, some of this bread is nasty. You need to run through the fiery place. Oh, you need to run through there and burn? Really? Okay, let's go set ourselves on fire. Boyong. Boyong. Boyon. Is Yatta still here? Boyon. You can roll. You should be fine. All right, let's go. Kitty, do your mods name colors without looking? What? Do you know your mods name colors without looking? Lynn's is pink. Alchemic is purple. Arisa is blue. Dye is pink. Is a much pinkier pink. Lynn's is turning a little bit more auburn, sort of. And then Jedi's also blue. Yeah. I don't have that many mods. That's pretty easy for me. That's actually shockingly easy. Yeah, look at us. We're surviving out here. Link can be on fire. Master, I am detecting extremely high temperatures from the area ahead. You will not survive this environment with your heart total. Well, just color me to be just super impressed. Well, I'm just the most surprised person in the world. You're not allowed in the fire area. Okay. Okay. Link being on fire was a hint. Also, thanks for calling me a cute sweet bean. I went back and watched before the raid and it was so nice. Oh yeah. I was following you. Real-time bread. It just takes a while sometimes. I will admit, I sometimes will just raid my friends that I know super well, but I wanted to branch out and I was like, I'm following this bread bean. And they're cute, so let's do it. They're a sweet bean. Yvette, yes, it's true. It's true, it had to be done. It had to be done. For some reason, I'm happy to be described as the pinkier pink. You are a pinkier pink, it's true. What are we gonna do? The loaf love with, yes, the love of the loaf. The love of the loaf, that's so sweet. That's so sweet. Some of us have gluten allergies, but you know what? That's all right. That's all right. Bread is still beautiful. Bread is beautiful. Where do I, Oh, look, you can go over here. Wait. Oh, no. Other one. Boy, now we burn to death. Link dies. Hallelujah. Link is so dead. Oh my gosh, Link has perished. No, Link, slow down. Slow down. Oh, no, I missed the money. I missed all of the money. This is a no money run. No money run. Oh, thank goodness we're still alive though. Burning Boyon. Boyoyoyoyong. Now we die. I thought that was far enough down, but it wasn't. We survived. I'm so glad that we're not playing on master mode like the last time that we played this game. Holy moly. You love the hood? Oh, the Link tunic? Oh yeah, it's just a hoodie. I got it from Amazon. From Amazon. Papa Bezos. Papa Bezos gave me the goblin hoodie. It's true. Diggy spot, bruh? There was? Diggy dig. Aha! There we go. I'm glad that you like it. I've had it since we played Breath of the Wild for the... But look at the details on this sucker. It's like, but what? Why is this? It's fancy. It's got little stuff on it. It's nice. It was worth every nickel. And I did have to pay for it in nickels, unfortunately. That was the worst part. Shall we break it? How far does it go down? Are you asking for me to do a small fashion show? It barely covers up my belly. I think that it might be a little bit too, it might be a little too small. It almost uncovers my belly. It's embarrassing. My little belly. Very nice. If I put my hands over my head, you would probably see my my ancient food port. Is that what it's called? No. It's called the belly button. I call it the food port. Thankfully, I don't need it anymore. Where do we go? I'm gonna go over here. You have a Link cap in green and blue. You might wear it on stream sometime for me. Oh my gosh. Yes, I must see it. I love dressing up for stream. It's fun. It's just extra. It's just so much more trouble than necessary. Nobody expects it, which makes it even more fun. I want to get a better Link outfit than this. Maybe I could get a blonde wig. Or I could get a, I'd like the Breath of the Wild outfit, especially for Breath of the Wild 2. That would be fun. There's a Bomba in here, and I see that there's, maybe this is a drain. I don't know what bombs do whenever they interact with water. I mean, lava. Yeah, I was guessing they just blow up. Oh, I think I see. Maybe you can roll it down. I didn't show you the entire Luigi's Mansion build whenever you raided. Oh, no worries. No worries, Bread. It was, I mean, I had to, unfortunately, I had to go get my pizza. I had to go get some delicious pizza. So it's totally fine. It's totally fine. We'll see it sometime soon. We'll see it sometime soon. I don't know anything about Sims, so I'd be down to watch. I've never really tried Sims too much. It seems pretty great. It seems pretty great. I've got lots of friends that play it. Uh-oh. Oh, get that out of here. Get that out of here, Link. Okay, now we roll. Kaboom. Okay. This is probably where one of the pieces is. Hey, Kenny, I have a question. Hey, Beowulf, I have an answer. I have an answer. Here it comes. Here comes the answer, just as soon as I see the question. Yeah, here's one of them. Look at Link digging through the dirt with his bare mitts. Actually, well, I guess he has gloves on. It's true. It's true. Run, 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 run. But yeah, I wonder how I met you, Real-Time Bread. Do you have any idea? Do you have any idea from which you came, or from what way I found you? I feel like you found me. I feel like you raided me a while ago, and then I followed you or something. I think it's up here, actually. Calico, why the heck is your name pink? Also, how are you doing? All right, I think we gotta slide down again to the left. I think we gotta slide to the left. Maybe an Opsy friend? That might be true. That might be true. Opes might have suggested me bread whenever we were looking for a raid. You caught my Portal stream? Not sure if I wasn't following you from there. Oh yeah, no worries. Oh yeah, you were there during the Portal stream. I remember. Yeah, we were searching for the radios. And I think that you did say, I think that you said something like, I didn't even know that there were radios in this game. Maybe that was a different person. But I thought maybe you said like, oh, I did know that there were. Oh yes, that's what it was. I remember you jumping in. I think that was just a random occurrence. I actually remember the puzzles that we were doing while you were there. Yeah, you said that you didn't know, and then yeah, I remember that I was on like a floating platform whenever you left. There's like very, very specific things that I can remember. I needed life. I need life, liberty, and the pursuit of linkliness. Haha, he noticed the name color change. That's greatly amuses me. It's pretty easy to see. Listen, you guys, the only thing that I care about is these streams, okay? So all of my mental acuity is tuned directly towards streaming. Okay? I'm dedicated. I'm dedicated, all right? That's why I can remember bread. That's why I can remember bread tuning into a specific stream. Rosera, that's disgusting. Actually, you know what, Rosera? I think that looks better than your standard navy color. Not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I think that looks better. I think that it fits you better, Rosera. I think that you've got a pretty pink aesthetic rather than a navy one. Navy's kind of a boring color, right? Wait, we can change your name color? You can, Clay. You can. It's a setting that you have. I think I was in such a Portal mood after your stream that you played the first one yourself, like a week or so later. It's infectitious. It's an infectitious game. You can't help it. Oh, dang. But yours is not navy? You set it to teal? It always looks navy to me. That's weird. Yeah, Bread, there are games like that totally sucker people into playing the games. I was hired by Valve to play that game specifically to try to get some people to buy it. So I'm glad that it worked out, because I mean, I want to keep getting sponsorships like that. All right, Long, we're gonna go to the left. No, I'm lying. I'm totally lying. Totally lying right there. It's not true at all. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for lying. I'm sorry for being a little liar. My apologies. Let's go. Let's go. Wait, oh no, we've already dug up these spots over here. Oh no. Where's the... Dang it. Oh wow, this just sends you straight down, don't it? Readability, color changes, what you set it as? What? Way on. Where do I... Let's see, there's a slide over there. We've already been down. What is, it's up there somehow? Maybe we can get a fire suit. Maybe we can get a suit that defends us against fire. This is a dead end. There's nothing over here. Huh. Maybe we need a suit so that we can go through the flames. Yeah, so in stream, Rosera and Jedi are teal, but to you they appear as navy. Yeah, her Rosera always looks navy to me. It's kind of an ugly color, but apparently it's not even Rosera's fault. What's with the vines over here? Vines. Maybe you empty like a lot of lava and then eventually... Well, no, that doesn't even go very low. Yeah, it looks like it's at the top, isn't it? Well, at least we can ride the we can ride this up. That's nice. To the top. To the top. It's actually pretty hot in here. It's actually pretty hot in here. How'd you get with Valve for that stream? It definitely worked. Oh, real-time Bread. I'm sorry if I was confusing. That was a complete lie. That was straight up lie. That's what I was saying. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was an absolute lie. That was totally untrue in all ways, shapes, and forms. I apologize. I thought it was. I tried to immediately say that it was a lie, but I'd already confused. I'm sorry. That's horrible. I didn't mean to. I wasn't really trying to string you out there. I tried to say immediately, just kidding. I tried to say it immediately, but I didn't say it fast enough. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know where it is. I know where it is. It's on these. Gosh, I'm trying to turn. Yes. Yes, it's up here. No, it's a fairy. Dang it. I've been manipulated, bamboozled, and I don't even know what that one is. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. It was an accident. It was an accident. It's not my fault that you're gullible. I'm just kidding. No, Valve wouldn't give a crap about these streams. Get it! Get it! How do I catch? Ah! I got it. I'm wounded now. Brett, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It had to be done. It had to be done. What? Where is it? It's down here. It's down there. Divey, the only reason that you stayed on the stream is because of the sass. Oh, it's up there. It's up there. How do you get up there? Did you see that? I saw it up on the thing. saw it up on the thing. What a charmer. Oh my gosh, you've got more SpongeBob. More SpongeBob. I love it. Look at that boy. Look at that happy sponge lad. How do you have so many emotes? So many of them. I love it. And it's so clean. So clean. Look at that line art. My goodness. My goodness. Looking fresh. Looking fresh. I'm going to be playing this with the new PS5 and lurking. You're going to be playing with the new PS5. All right, have fun, Rosera. I'm surprised that you got one of those. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Warlock Foxfire, you're still doing great on the emotes. You're doing great. You're doing great, sweetie. I love those emotes. You need to make more? Did you make those? Oh, I didn't make any of my emotes. You can compliment all the artists for my emotes. I didn't make any of them. I'm not an artiste. I'm just a local dum-dum. I'm a local dum-dum. I don't think you turned it on. No, I turned on the bot. Yep, I turned on the bot right at the beginning. It must have died. Yeah, it died. It says that it was models counter string index. It says something about counter.js 312 string index of exclamation point function timeout internal pub sub .js dot shut up, dude. Pub sub dot biga baga booga. I don't even know what that means. You can shut your mouth, bot boy. Okay. I'm not an artist. I'm just a local dum-dum. It's true. It's true. It's not a bad thing. Oh, see, it was a backward. It was a backwards way. Nice. So now we can move our way up easily. Okay, so maybe it's over to the right side. But I think we're gonna die in the fire area because we can't take one hit. But if we die and go to heaven, then we get all of our hearts back, right? Maybe I should just eat a fairy. The fairy will bring me back. I don't think that the fairies can revive you in this one, but let's try. Let's try, because that's a good experiment. Yeah, let's watch if it revives us. It does. It does. Thank goodness. In the last Zelda game that we played, it didn't. It didn't work. The fairy didn't bring you back, and it didn't even heal you entirely. I guess this one didn't either. But yeah, in the last Link game, it didn't even revive you. Yikes. Yikes. Oh, I see. You just slide right onto it. You just slide onto the platform. We've even slid onto that one, but I guess I didn't see the hole, hey? I guess I didn't. Oh, look, there's... Oh, my. Oh, dear. Oh, that's no good. What was it? What? What is this? What is this? Oh, it looks like they activate at sometimes they're both on at the same time. Okay. Ingest the fairy. That sounds like a metal band.
And now our main attraction, ingest the fairy. No. Fairies for launch.
Oh my God, the Mrs. Puff. I know, she's sweat, and it's animated too. It works. Are the long shades just Mario shades, but with no mustache? No. I actually have real Link shades. Yata, how dare. What kind of recycling job do you think I'm working on here, huh? What kind of recycling do you think this is? I don't recycle sunglasses. Heck no, I've got Link shades that I bought. I bought Link shades, dude. Boyan. Boyan. The fish emotes are godlike. Almost jumped off the edge. The fish emotes are absolutely godlike. Shoopity boop boppity bo skibbity bop.
Skibbity bop bop baba.
To the top. We're gonna crack open this place, you guys. We got them all. Ashley Rose, thank you for the one doggo. For one beautiful doggo. Thank you so much. Ashley Rose, how are you doing?
How are you doing? I hope you are doing very well.
I see the breezy emotes. Sneaky breezy being evil. What is breezy planning? I don't know. I'm nervous. Ah, now we may open it up. Oh, thank you, Di, for the Lutka. Thanks for the Lutka. I appreciate it. Listen, Lutkas are how whenever the stream grows, it is almost entirely on the backs of all the Lutkas. Thank you so much for everybody that's Lutkaing in the chat right now. You're the reason why we'll be a partner in 5 days. In 5 days, I'm gonna resubmit my application. And if there's enough Lutkas, we'll totally be accepted. Oh, doesn't look safe down here. Good, I gave one gave you 11 corgis, our gateway, whatever is down. Ashley, what? What? You're more than welcome, lad. Oh, thank you. More than welcome. I want some hearts. You forgot to ask how everybody's doing today, Clay. I'm doing fantastic. Thank you for asking. When you worked at Royalty Soaps, were there any smells that you didn't like? Oh, pineapple was torture. Pineapple, that scent was way too strong. But basically, all the scents are stinky. If you're using, what's it called, fragrance? If you're using a fragrance, it has to be so potent whenever you use it so that it actually appears in the finished product because it burns out a lot of it. So all of them are awful. And the pineapple that we had was so bad that we had to open up the windows and everybody's eyes were watering and we all got sick. And I'm pretty sure at least one of us threw up because of it. And we all had to take a little bit of a break. We all had to take a break after doing that for a few days. So we actually took a few days off as a company because it was so bad in there. Slimy Salamander, what's up? How are you doing? Hello. Well, what do we got here?
My partner's gone missing and those red guys are everywhere. I should have never come here. Oh, it's you again. Come all this way in search of a friend, eh? That reminds me, before I came in here, I saw a weird-looking blonde girl that got dragged away.
Did you just call her weird-looking? Don't you dare.
But don't even dream about going to the rescue. Those baddies are everywhere. If you want to live another day, you should head for home, pal.
Never, you cowardly thing. I don't even know what they are. Nom Nom, leaving a lurk in the background. Much love. Oh, thanks for the lurk. Nom Fluff. Nom Fluff. We love you. Thank you. Our internet is down. I actually gave you 11 corgis. Oh, you did? 4 minutes ago. I see it. Thank you for the 11 corgis. I was not giving you the credit that you deserve. Ashley Rose, I wasn't giving you proper credit. I'm sorry. That was 11 corgis. That's a 10% increase. That's a 10% increase in the standard. Oh, geez. Oh, no. Oh, no. Bayano. You sound like a good Rocket Raccoon. I haven't seen Guardians of the Galaxy. I haven't watched Guardians of the Galaxy. I should. So I don't really know what he sounds like. I don't really know what Rocket Raccoon sounds like. I did watch, I watched one of those big Avenger movies, but I don't think that he was prominently featured in it. I watched Infinity War. He was in there. Just not. Oh, I bet we can shoot that with our pea shooter. We'll blast it with our pea shooter slingshot. Our little swing. My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day's ruined. I'm so sad. I'm so unnecessarily sad about that. That's just a real disappointment. Oh, I bet it's the bug. Ooh, thanks for the follow, GG Gold. I hope you're having a wonderful day. What's up? We're playing some Legend of Zelda, the Skyward Sword. Bug. I want to eat that bug. Because I think I found out why there's so many bugs in this house. Because Garrett left food out. Sorry, sucker. I didn't even notice it at first. Until I smelled it. That dodo. What do you do for work? Real-time bread. This may shock you, but I'm homeless. I actually am. I'm a full-time streamer. Actually, I'm making it work over here. I actually do look a little bit homeless, but maybe a homeless person that was given some free Link merch, possibly. You target an enemy. What? But yes, I'm actually a full-time streamer. I don't have a real job, but I live on my own. I'm supporting myself. I've got no backup from parents or anything. I'm making it work somehow. I'm wasting my. What did she say to do? I wasn't paying attention. No. Wait, I thought that you said workout break. No, I never said workout break. I never said that. Hey, what's up? Hey, Floggy's here. Okay, now I'm trying to do the thing. Oh yeah, my shield's gone. My shield went bye-bye. Full-time streaming, it's super cool though. Ooh, thank you. Yeah, it's been since April last year. So it's been an entire year that I've been streaming full-time. It's been working. Oh, I see. Like, oh, I get it. I'm sorry. I was struggling there for a second. He was always giving me an opportunity to schmack him. He was always giving me an opportunity to beat him up. But yeah, ever since last April, whenever the pandemic started, basically what I did was that at a normal job, or not so normal, I guess, I worked for my sister and I saved up a whole bunch of money. And I know that whole bunch is not very specific, but I'm not going to be specific. I saved up enough money for me to have like basically like a safety net so that I could just start streaming full time, which I wanted to do. So I saved up some money so that I'd be safe if things didn't work out. I'm just going to take a little look around. Yeah, I saved up the money to see if I could make it work out. And you know what? Things were going great. I live a very low-cost lifestyle. My lifestyle is pretty boring, but I love it. I love it. I wouldn't change it. I wouldn't change it for the world. But yeah, point being, it's not too hard for me to survive. It's not too hard for me to survive with maybe a smaller amount of funds than other people. But I still have a lot of that money that I saved up. So I haven't been so things have been great. Things have been pretty dang great. I still have a lot of that capital that I saved up so long ago. Almost a little more than a year, so maybe like a year and a few months. We're surviving out here. You hate this part? Yeah, I'm guessing that we're about to do the rolly bits. I'm just gonna go to the center first. But yeah, it's been going real-time, Brett. It's fun. It's very fun. I've been super I don't hasten to say the word blessed. Blessed almost sounds like somebody gave it to you. I've just been super duper fortunate to have this. It's been tons of fun. And I know that it might not last forever, but boy oh boy, I'm gonna enjoy every minute of it. I'm gonna enjoy every freaking second of it. And I enjoy streaming so much that I know that I'm gonna keep doing it no matter what. No matter what situation comes up, I'm not gonna stop streaming. It doesn't matter if I have to change anything, it doesn't matter. I enjoy this part too much. I think my roommate might be home, I can't tell. I can't tell, he's being so sneaky. He's being so sneaky. Okay, I'm guessing I gotta roll that ball somewhere. I'm sure that it's, oh look, there's a chest over there. I'm glad to hear it. It's nice when you're happy and passionate about what you do for work. I know, I'm very lucky. I'm very lucky to get to be passionate about what I'm doing. Go, 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 go. Roll him over. Crush him. Crush him. It works. You can kill him. It's horrible. What's up? I had to close my door. Had to close my door. Sorry about that. Link died. Link died. Do you remember whenever Link was alive? Doodly 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 doo. Wait. Okay, so there is like an amount that's too far to walk? I'm confused why Link fell off, but that's all right. We're just gonna hop off. Boyong.
Aha! My treasure. My treasure.
A feather. A feather. It's a bluebird feather. Very few small birds possess this sky blue plumage, making this feather extremely rare. So what? Oh, he starts to lose balance when you go too fast. I see. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Boyon. Oh, I see the thing looks kind of like a plunger. I'm guessing that you can you still, yeah, you can still attack while you're on the rolly. All right, I'm gonna give it a push, but for real, lurk. All right, thanks for the lurk, Lens. Thanks for lurking. Get out of here, you stinking bat. Okay, so we got to push both sides. Nice. And there's something to do over there anyway. There's a little chest of goodies. A little chest of goodies. I can't, it looks like I gotta go all the way back around. Nice. All right, you gotta be careful. It's when people call up commands that don't exist. Oh, does that kill the bot? Is that true? So dangerous. Yes, very dangerous. You got lucky, to never have to work as an adult. I wish I worked sometimes, but since that really wasn't an option, let me see, hang on. It wasn't an option, I'm glad that I have Josh. That's awesome, Marissa. I'm so glad that it worked out well for you. I am, by the way, hi, and I have worked. I have worked at a few different places. I worked in construction cleanup. I worked at horse barns for 3 years. I worked for my sister for about 2 years doing editing and videos. And I did, let me see, I thought I did one more thing. I can't remember, but I've done different jobs, which I'm kind of thankful for. I'm glad that I got to experience that. So how do we let him go over there? Oh boy. No. Do I see a, okay, I see a explosive thing over there. Let's go over there. Oh, that's so cool. What were those experiences like? Oh, I kind of talk about them at random times that I remember. Whenever I randomly remember what a job was like, I normally, I'll mention it.
Blast, I must have dropped it earlier.
Oh, wait. Oh, all of these guys are New Yorkers.
Okay, this is the little guy, Blast. I must have dropped it earlier. Hey, nice timing, pal. It's me, Led. You showing up here must mean that we're connected somehow, you know? Like fate or something. Anyway, could you do me a favor and get my bomb bag? I was behind that rock looking for treasure when creeps showed up. I panicked and hit the road, but it looks like I dropped it. It's a bag for carrying around bomb flowers. I can't imagine not having one. Oh, hey, I guess I don't have to imagine it because I lost mine. I'm gonna steal this guy's bomb bag. Your bomb bag is my bomb bag. Our bomb bag. Your bomb bag has become our bomb bag, comrade. Oh, I stabbed him. Oh, my. How violent. Link! How violent you are, you nasty little boy. How dare you. You killed him. Kaboom. Nice, fatal kill. You feel like this game is just collecting trinkets in ever more complicated ways? That's all the Link games. That's a lot of normal games, too. It's under the thing, next to the thing, you have to go past the other thing first. So you go past the thing after you acquire the thing, and then you do the thing with it. Yeah, it's true. It's true. I worked as a teen, just not really after I turned 18. Hello, right back at you. Oh, yeah. What's this? Thank you, delicious. You do not like the design for the Bokoblins? For the Bokoblins, I think is how you say it. I liked it better in Breath of the Wild. I like it better in Breath of the Oscar Wilde. Oh look, lizard lads. They've both got their big old iron fists. Do I have to fight them at the same time? It's really difficult. Why do they stick out their tongue so much? Put that tongue away.
Put all that tongue away, boy. Get out of here. Get out of here with all that tongue. Oh. All right, now we can focus on you, Buster. Oh, wait. Let me hop away. I forget what the hop. Okay, this is the hop button. Nope. Back off, Buster. Yeah, going from Breath of the Wild to this, man, this is a mess. I like the button mapping in Breath of the Wild is so much better. Have you ever done voice acting? Also, what do you like being called? Yes, I like being called Your Majesty. No, I'm just kidding. You can call me Suds. You can call me Earl. You can call me Kenny. You can call me Streamer. You can call me, wait, you're not a mod. You can't call me Boss Man. Yeah, pretty much anything. I don't really care. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Yeah, Kenny's my real name. Earl is my title, and Streamer is my job description. Okay, so we got the bomb bag, but yeah, you can call me whatever. I don't care. People that I raid will sometimes be like, "Oh wow, we getting raided by the Earl." Excuse me, Kenny. I mean, I don't care if you call me Earl. It does not bother me at all. Hey, you found my bomb bag! You found my bomb bag! But no, I've never done any voice acting. I was going to. How is my pal? No idea. That's so. I hope that he's okay. You don't seem like the. Hey, you don't seem like those monsters have. You don't see. Blah, blah, blah. Thanks for the bomb bag, Kenny, the burner of waffles. Not anymore. I gave up that title long ago. I no longer burn the waffles. Hold up, I forgot to tell you something. Knowing me, that bag's probably empty, so let me give you a little something to get you started. Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait. What? How is he holding bombs if he doesn't have a bomb bag? He literally was just talking about how he didn't have a bomb bag to hold his bombs. So we had to go get his bomb bag. And it was empty. And then he handed us bombs. What is this? What? What? Oh, you gotta put them in the bag. Oh, he just can't transport him. He's just got all the bombs with him. He's just holding all the bombs to his body. Hopefully no fire gets shot at him or anything, since he's just holding all these bombs. Get off of me. Perish. You used to have a friend in elementary school named Kenny. He was your best friend back then? Oh my gosh. Real-time Bread, where'd you go to school? Where did you go to school? Oh my gosh. Wait a second. Is your real name Bread? Because I used to have a friend that was named Bread. And maybe we finally found each other after all this time. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Wait, is your name actually Bread? We need to blow up something. I don't know what it is, though. Surely it can't be serious. No, not serious. How do we get this thing started? Oh, that doesn't work. Is this another Valve moment? Yes, I am lying. I am lying, and I am also sorry. I am sorry. I tease. You went to school in Miami, Florida. That is cool beans. Florida's pretty rad. I got to visit Florida pretty recently. For the very first time, we got to go to we went to Universal, we went to Disney. It was fun. Game over. First time I got in one. Nice. Okay, great. Yeah, continue. Great. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, game. Appreciate it. This is my favorite part of the game so far. Stupid thing. Kenny and Bread, best buds. Tale as old as time. All right, we're just gonna schmoove, you guys. We're schmooving. We already opened up that box. We're going as fast as possible. This better be the right way. Am I actually walking out? Uh-oh. No, this has got to be right? Uh-oh. Wait, where am I? Oh no! No, I went back to the entrance. Oh dear. Oh no. Dum-dum. Help! There's a local dum-dum on the loose. He's on the loose. Yes, it's the other way. Why did they have me pointing towards the exit? No. Okay, it was over here. Darn it. Darn it. You don't live there anymore? You're in LA now. Ooh, awesome sauce. I've got a few friends in LA. I'm going to be visiting in November. I'm going to be visiting LA in November because that's also where my tattoo artist is.
In the beautiful, beautiful area, man. Some of the finest tattoos you've ever seen.
Getting dead. Yum, 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 yum. You're leaving the temple? Are you giving up? Link, no, don't do that. And I will now and forever accept that you're calling me a Best Bud Bread. Best Bud Bread for Bradley? I didn't know that your name was Bradley. That's so very close to bread. Bradley.
You know, I call you Bridley?
That seems like, is Bradley pronounced Bradley in New Zealand? It almost seems like it would be, hey? You forgot your Chinese restaurant is closed on Mondays? Oh no. Closed on Mondays? Why? That's the best day for Chinese food.
Kill him. Kill them all.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm vibing with this area right now. Not loving it. Not loving it. The lava is infuriating. Gotta eat. Is that a Yamper emote? Yes, Yamper's so cute. Yamper is a big-time cutie. He's the best corgi boy. We don't even have a shield. We can't defend ourselves. Had a friend accidentally call me Bredley and it stuck. Oh, it was. It was. It was a true Bredley moment. I can Bredley believe it. There, I broke everything. I broke it all. And then I stole the loot. I got the dungeon map. Oh, I was about to say, that looks exactly the same. Wait, Zelda's up at the top? Do y'all really think that Zelda's over there? What do you think, you guys? Is Zelda really gonna be in that chamber, or are they just gonna give me the princess is in another castle treatment? Tough call. I don't know, is the game over yet? Ooh, okay, I'm getting better. I'm getting better at that. That's nice. Bombs? Do we need to explode something? We just got the map. Oh, we're at a dead end. We gotta go back out here. But what changed in here? All we got was a map. Nothing fundamentally shifted. So I guess we go back and maybe something's changed. We'll see. Maybe I just didn't see the solution earlier. We gotta hop our little pretty buns out of here. If this is the lava area, and we've already been to the forest area, then there should still be a desert area and a water one. But I wonder where those are on like the on the big map. Maybe that's the desert? Maybe the desert's next to the volcano, and maybe the water area is to the left? I can't tell. I can't tell, but I betcha there's a water area. Okay, let's zoom back in. So I've pointed at, there's a couple different ways in there. You're supposed to go that way. Maybe I need the bomb bag. That was all that we needed all along. Yeah, it's over there. Is there another entrance? Rosie, thanks for the follow. How are you doing? I hope that you are well on this fine Monday. Though I suppose it's starting to be not Monday in other places, right? Is it hot in here? Is it just me? Oh, you're still here. It's actually 83 degrees outside, but I am wearing a hoodie. I'm wearing a hoodie. So I'm sorry if I'm stinking it up, everybody. I apologize. I'm doing my best out here. Fifi Abby, what's up? How are you doing? It's nice to see you.
Hello. Hello. I hope you're well.
Oi, oi, oi. Fifi. Fifi. Oh, is the pillar? No, the pillar's still there. Huh. I wonder what you do. Because it looks like you got to stick. Oh, the plunger, it looks like it might be the final thing to get to the boss door. You see that? Because that's, this chamber leads to the end, So, I guess hitting that plunger is a later kind of thing. So, we've already gotten, oh, there's a chest in here. Okay, there's a chest in the corner. But we already got that. It's already opened, right? Yeah. Oh, wait, no, that's the other one. Ah, over here. We haven't been over here. There's more treasure. Wow, don't jump off the edge. Don't do it, Lonk. That's not a jump that you'll survive, my friend. Chonk, you must live. You must live. Way on. Is it super spicy where you are, Oopsty? Or are you talking about the game? Whew. A bonfire is about to begin, so I'll see you soon. All right, enjoy the marshmallows. Enjoy the marshy mellows. Lonk, what's that spicy spaghetti sauce? Mmm. We need to put some Creole seasoning in my pasta. Creole seasoning in the pasta. Wait, we gotta store it. Nothing like putting a lit bomb in your pants. Nice. Yeah. You light the bomb, then you stick it in your trousers. This is actually how Link survived the calamity. Link, get rid of that bomb. Oh no! I put that back in your pocket. Whoa! Whoa! Goodness.
That's how Link survived the calamity 1,000 years back. He put a bomb in his pants.
That's a long cooked bomb. That's a delicious. Bye-bye, Bomba. Bye-bye, Bomba. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna lighten it up. Uh-oh. Put that back in my pants. Hang on. Oh, look, you can just hold it over your head. You like the music in this game? It's really good. This game's got great music. It's got a great track.
Yeah, that's right. Nice.
Am I the only one that wants to touch the lava? Oh, you are not the only one that wants to touch the lava. I have an unusual attraction to lava because it looks like a big old comfy swimming pool. Collectibles. Collectibles. Really? I don't need collectibles. I don't need this stupid. That doesn't help me at all. It looks like there's a way through here, maybe? Oh, what's that X? Is that where I died? Is that where I've died previously? But they're shiny. It's true. They are shiny. And I love shiny things. I am a bit of a raccoon whenever it comes to the collectibles.
Shiny.
Is this why Josh won't take me to the volcano park anymore? Do not get too close to lava. The lava of it will put you in danger. Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay, we got to figure out what this X marks the spot is. What's over here? Nothing? Nothing. Where do...
What's happening?
I love you guys.
Oops! Oops, thank you for the sweet messages. Thank you so much for your sweet messages. Oh my goodness. Everybody, ladies and gentlemen, Oops, #1 sweetie pie. #1 sweetie pie, Oops. You silly Billy. You silly Billy. Put this right there. That right there. All right, we got a full pants of bombs. Full pants of bombs. Who needs all 10 toes anyway? Toes don't seem nearly as important as fingers, right? Yeah, I don't think that toes are as important as fingers. I'd give up 2 toes versus 1 finger, that's for sure. Which toes should I get rid of though? What do y'all think? Which ones are y'all which of my toes are y'all's favorites? Which one should I keep? I'm not sure. Treasure. Delicious. Ooh. Oh, wait, we can catch this with a net because it's just an insect to us. No! Tinkerbell, how dare you? Aw, Tinkerbell. She wasted our opportunity. Okay, there's got to be something else. Let's see. So, It might have something to do with that plunger side or something. Let's see. Let's see. We've rolled just about everywhere else. And I'm pretty sure that they didn't exploit the stupid rolling thing enough. Calico Doodle, what's up? Thank you for the wait. That good borb. The good borb. I think that the red bird really likes this lava area. Okay, got anything? Look, there's two different ways to go. Does that have anything to do with it? Why there are two different ways? Two different ways. I remember this suspicious looking little spot. Look at this suspicious little pathway. Can I just break it? Can I just smash it? Hit the nitrous. Wham! No. Can I roll over this part? I don't think you can roll over anything. Look at that. It looks like there's a... Wait a second. But the plunger looks like there's a way through here. Can I hit this with a bomb? What the heck? You can't make it over there, that's for sure. But we need to roll the boulder. We need to roll the boulder. It doesn't look like... Maybe that unlocks somehow? Maybe can we bomb this? Doesn't look like it, because we already pushed one side of this stopper. One side of the stopper works one way. I don't anticipate them changing it all of a sudden. But I mean, it's worth a try. It's worth a toss. Nope. Nope. Nothing. Nothing in my noggin. Anything that you can break. Well, we can definitely loot some of this area with our Beetle von Zoom Zoom. Ooh, health and wealth. It almost like he's given the he's given the sign of peace. I want to hit this. No, it didn't do anything. It didn't do anything. Ow! You said, what kind of games are your favorite to play? Best Bud, Kitty? Best Bud. Oh, things are going so fast. I don't know what my favorite games to play are. I play just about anything. Anything that entertains me. I kind of constantly have to shift things around. I get bored really easily, but I do like, maybe one of the more unusual things that I like is, like, extremely difficult roguelike or platforming games. I do like games that really make you suffer. Really sadness-inducing games that you have to like throw yourself at a wall of sadness over and over. Those games really do activate my noggin. I love games that have collections in them, loading bars and all. I mean, there's just so many good games out there. One of my favorite games is Arkham City, especially because I love Batman. And then, yeah, there's just so many good games out there. I love lots of Nintendo games, so, you know, Mario Odyssey is fantastic. All the Mario games. Sunshine's one of my favorite games ever. Super Mario Sunshine might be my favorite game. One of them, certainly. Have you ever played the Sly Cooper games? I missed out on all PlayStation games, so... All stuff like Sly Cooper, I never got to try it. My mom didn't like video games, and my friends only had Nintendo consoles, so I didn't ever get to try those. Look at this suspicious wall. Gotta probably blow this up, right? Yeah, look, there's like it's like a passageway or something. Yeah, I haven't tried Crash Bandicoot, Sly Cooper, or Banjo-Kazooie. Whoops! No! Dang it. There's lots of 3D platforms that I haven't tried. I should sample them. We could do like a mega 3D platform-a-thon. Crash Bandicoot, Sly Cooper. There's another one. I did get to play Spyro whenever they re-released it, thankfully. Did you hear that Pokemon Unite is coming out for the Switch in 2 days? What the heck is Unite? Is that the MMO or is that the Oh yeah, that's just this X. Why didn't I go over here before? What a silly Billy. What a silly dum-dum. All right, sweet. Jack and Daxter. Oh yeah, that. Also Gex, of course. Gex. You can't forget Gex. He's the best one. You fight in 5-on-5 battles. Ooh, Pokemon battling. My least favorite part of the entire franchise. I do. Well, that's another game that I like. I do like Pokemon, but I only like training and catching. Battling Pokemon is my least favorite part of any of the games. Don't care for it personally. Wait a minute. Are you saying that Nintendo synthesized my least favorite portion of the game? But that is exciting. I'm always happy to hear that there's more Pokemon things coming out. That franchise is always keeping it fresh. Keeping it fresh and spicy. I did like Pokemon Go for a little while whenever I used to go. But now I need a new game. Pokemon Stay. Can we please get a Pokemon Stay? Also, Escape Poem. Thanks for the raid. What's up? Hello. How was the stream? I hope that it was great. Boy, get away from me. Don't touch me. Bye-bye. See you later. See you later, you chump. SK Poem. How was the stream? What were you playing? Oi, 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 oi. Let's see if it works. No, it doesn't. I need to start it up again. Sorry. Okay, here's the bot so that we can get a shout out for our friendo. Thank you very much for the raid. Oh, you were playing Wizards Unite? Is that like Wizard 101? Wizard Unite. Boulder. Boulder City, Colorado. Oh, I bet that we need more lava in here, don't we? Do we have to like plug up something? Yeah, it looks like if the lava went higher. Okay, let's go take a little look. Oh, it's Pokemon Go, but Harry Potter. Oh, wow! You're playing the Pokemon Go clone during Pokemon Community. I like that. I like that. You go. Isn't there a special Pokemon Go thing going on right now? I saw that Ray was playing it, right? Yeah, I bet that we need to activate that thing somehow. The Go Fest. Festival. The festival of go 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 go. Looking around, very suspicious. Yeah, we need to fill this. We need to fill this up with lava. Oh, it's the past weekend. I see. It ended today. Okay. It ended today, streamer. You silly. Okay, this thing's gonna die before we can activate anything. But I'm thinking that might be the way. This might be correct. I can't boost with this little thing. Pokemon Go is not pandemic friendly. I mean, it could probably be kind of pandemic friendly. I mean, I never even encountered a single person while playing Pokemon Go. But it's more like I don't want to go anywhere. My will to travel has all but disappeared. What do you use for your captions? I like the layout. I just use the Stream Elements, I think. I'm not sure who does my captions. It's just automated. It's automated and it's just. So we need more lava for the lava peak. How do we activate more? Yeah, that's why the captions are so weird. They're probably quite inaccurate. I also speak very strangely, so I don't blame them. Honestly, they're doing their best. Okay, so I'm over here. Oh. What? I just need to check the map over and over. What the heck? That's such a subtle little crack in the wall. Gee whiz. God, okay, Nintendo, I get it. Nintendo's like, check your map. No, I mean like, always check your map. Look, now you can actually see it. Stupid dum-dums. The heck? It's just an entrance. It's just, whoops! It's just Link jumping into the lava accidentally. It's just Link taking a little dip. Whenever they said hot springs, Link said yes, please. Yes, please. I will take 2 tickets to the hot spring. All right, come on down here, baddies. Also, Marissa, I saw you saying nice words about me. You're so very sweet. I'm glad that you enjoyed around here. Beep, beep. Beep, beep. Look out. Look out. Oh, no. Pedestrians. Pedestrians. Oh, he's all right. You live for today, pedestrian. You live for today. But your day's outnumbered. Oh, yikes. Yikes. Bonk. Oh, look at that. Hang on. But wait a second. This reminds me a lot of Batman Arkham City. There's a remote control Batarang that you use in Batman, and there's an area that is filled with water underneath the Acme, or it's near Joker's base. Joker's base has a water area, and you have to throw the Batarang, go through a thing just like this, and then hit a switch on the other side. Sometimes you had to electrify the Batarang so that it could like destroy panels and stuff. Yeah, you remember it? For real. For real. I don't know which one came first. But they're very similar mechanics. Now I actually like this bug more now that I've realized the connection, because I love that game. It's definitely one of my favorite games. It was like the first real game that I had on my PC. Again, my mom didn't really love video games, so I didn't have a lot of access to them. But I kind of tricked her into letting me buy that one for my PC. And then I told my family that I really needed a more powerful PC so that I could do my 3D work that I was working on, which was somewhat true. It did make my renders much faster, but I really wanted it to play Batman. And I was like, their outfits aren't that suggestive. Oh, I see. This thing has timing. It's timing going on here. Crush, crush, crush. Are you also a 3D artist? I've done a little bit. I would not call myself an artist. I would not call myself an artist. I did some in high school. I did some art in high school. I took some courses. I learned Blender. I was thinking about doing a 3D art stream sometime soon, where I'll make maybe some low poly isometric rooms for fun. Like just make, you know, a little square room and do some interior design. That's the struggle with me thinking about playing Sims, is that every time that I think about it, I just end up wanting to do 3D modeling, just because it's a little bit freer. But I definitely see the appeal. I feel like if I played more Sims, then I would be better at making 3D. I feel like I should maybe do both to give me ideas or something. Oh yeah, just jump right in. Just jump right in, my boy. My boy. Their outfits are not that suggestive. Poison Ivy doesn't even wear clothes, if that makes you feel better. Yeah, Poison Ivy doesn't have suggestive clothing. She's almost entirely naked. No problem. Let's go. Okay, Link said, my work here is done. Take me to the Shadow Realm. Here we go. I'm done. Take me to Ganon's realm. Whee! Have you played the Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity? I have not. I'm not a crazy fan of Dynasty Warriors, but which to me, it just is a reskinned Dynasty Warriors. But it looks like if I was gonna play one of the Warriors games, it would be that one for sure, since it has the Zelda skin of it. Don't you dare burn me. I need these lives. Maybe if I find it on sale or something, then I'll snag it. I just didn't get it while it was whenever it was released. Thankfully, the Zelda drought has not been too bad. I mean, look, they gave us a re-release, so we don't even feel too bad about how long that Breath of the Wild 2 is taking. Nice. It was like $5 at GameStop the other day. Nice. See, that's what I'm waiting on. That's what I'm waiting on. There's so many Dynasty Warrior games. You know that they're going to be affordable eventually. We're actually getting through this. Unless there's some serious puzzles later, go pretty good. You should go get it. So should I. If it's only $5. If it's $5, I'll take it. What the heck? You can't go wrong with a $5 game. I mean, certainly there's some games that are $5 MSRP that aren't worth it. But if you get a full-priced game that used to be $60 for $5, I mean, come on, man. There's no failing there. There's no way to lose. Okay. We're gonna go save Zelda. She's just up here. She's actually just up here. I can hear her calling for me. Ooh. Oh, look, challenge mode. Oh. What? No, unfair challenge mode. Unfair. No. Krusty Krab is unfair. Mr. Krabs is in there. No. A fun fair? I could go for some fun. Krusty Krab is a fun fair. Dang it. Are they going to pull that same... Oh. Go, Lonk. You've got it, my boy. I love this part. Oh, look, a boulder. A boulder moment. Boulder moment. Go to the left. Bomb moment. Hop. Go, Lenny, run! Don't you dare call me Lenny. I am not in Lenny mode right now. I've been a good boy this entire stream. Except for the lying. Except for the lying. Can I roll this up here? No. I can't roll this. Crap. But my Link is named Lenny. That's true. That's true, he is Lenny. Link, you suck at bowling, dude. Dude, you actually are very stinky at bowling. Are long shades just the Mario shades? You are not the first person to ask that. No, they're not just Mario shades. What do you think I am? Some kind of cheap streamer? What do you think? I am some sort of a cheapo? Do you have any idea how expensive that roller coaster was? You think that I'm just gonna recycle my Mario shades? No. I've got specifically manufactured long shades. Ah, I see. So now we roll the bomba. So we roll the bomba, and then we can run up the thing. How tiresome. I think it'll roll like this, right? Might need to throw it a little bit higher. Yeah. There it goes. Whee! There it goes. Whee! Like that. Maybe. Good slowdown. Good slowdown. I like this. Oh, exquisite timing, my lord. Oh, maybe that. So is that not for a boulder? Maybe that's for just for catching the lava balls. Yeah, that's not for rolling a boulder. It just looked like the right size. It is indeed not. Okay, easy. I know, easy peasy. Oh yeah, prove it. You prove it. You prove it. That's for me to know and for y'all to find out. I'm not gonna show you off the glasses before the sub goal isn't reached. What the heck? What kind of cheap move do you think that is, huh? You're gonna make me take away the satisfaction? Man. All right, we're saving Lenny. Lenny will be saved. Bless. Okay, so where do we go now? Up the stairs. Up the stairs we go, and then the tunnel. Oh wait, is the bot broken again? I think that the bot broke again. It did. It did. Okay, I'm going to... I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I've already got an idea. I'm gonna set up some of these stuff just to be safe. Hey Ado, let's keep the chat clean, my friend. Keep the chat nice and family friendly. If I can keep my speech family friendly, then you can keep your chat family friendly. You have so much time while you're typing to think about what you're saying. Me, I have to do it real time. I have to be like, oh, fiddlesticks. Fiddlesticks indeed. Yeah. He has a crappy design, Ganon does? Ganon has a crappy design. Is that true? I can't wait to see it. Is that Ganon up there? Oh, Felix, what? You are awake? What? Felix, what? How are you awake right now? It is way too late. Thank you for the raid. What? Felix. What? Hey, thank you so much for the raid. Holy moly, you're up early. Yesterday doesn't count because you weren't streaming. Felix, thank you for the raid, you sweet bean. All these poor Felix beans are probably like, the Earligan, 4th raid streak, 4th day raid streak. Oh my gosh, thank you for the raid, Felix. You don't have to keep. I appreciate it. Hey, everybody that came over from Felix, I hope that y'all had a great time. You were playing Genshin Impact, shaking my head. You were playing Gacha Anime Edition. Ay, ay, ay. It's even more anime than Final Fantasy. Even more anime. How was it, Felix? I hope you enjoyed. But yes, you need to go to bed. You need to go to bed. You're a bad boy. You're a bad boy. I'm only rating you because you're the only person I trust my viewers. Oh, what? Oh, come on now. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious, Felix. You're so sweet. Thank you for the raid. I hope that y'all had a great time with my friend. And we're playing Legend of Zelda. You're totally welcome if you want to vibe with us. Yeah. Oh, no, the camera. That's not fair. I can't see where I'm going. No, 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 no. Oh, there we go. Off to the side. Whoop. Into the other one's mouth. How can this be planned? Who planned this mechanism? It only works one time. It only works one time. How did they test if this would work? Did they? The dragon wasn't there? The what? Oh, he became square? What? I'm confused. Alchemic is always hidden. He knows everything that I'm doing. It's true. Alchemic's always watching. Oh, he ate it. He swallowed. I can't believe it. Technology. I know, right? I mean, it's just good planning. Oh, and bread. No worries. I knew that you'd be a little bit spicy. It's all right. We raid spicy streamers. That's okay. It's okay. I said that you probably had a filthy mouth and a bad attitude, and everybody was like, "That's okay. That's okay. We still love him." And I was like, "All right, all right, all right. We'll still raid this bean over here. We'll still raid this bean." They mean be. What? Is that another raid? What? Oh my gosh! The stream can't even keep up with it. What? I don't even see it. Oh, there it is. And I didn't know that you were streaming. And oh my gosh, how was it? You were streaming art. What were you drawing? What were you drawing? Hi there, everybody from the Ann raid. I hope that y'all had a great time over there with my friendo Ann. Oh yeah, nice. You drew Human 1, so sweet. I hope that y'all all enjoyed Ann's arts. I love Ann's arts. In fact, let me prove. I've got, look, Ann's art is on my main thing right here. There it is. It's peeking out here. There's some art that Ann did of my character right here. Oh, wow. I still haven't included it in the stream properly, but here it is. The little baby. The little baby. That's by Ann right there. Oi, oi, oi. Thank you so much. And Human 1's here too. Hooray. Human 1. I hope you're doing well. Nice to see ya. Hey, live meringue. Awkward timing, huh? No, you're not. There's no awkward timing. Also, Salty was here. Hey, Salty was with the Ann raid. Oh, yeah. Salty with the Ann raid. Ann with the Ann raid. You guys, thanks for jumping in here. I hope y'all had a fantastic time over there. Ann is a big time sweetie. You should definitely check her out. If you didn't see the alert, you should check her out. She makes adorable art. Adorable cutesy art. And she deserves even more attention than she has right now. Even more! You were there with the Ann raid too? Kim, you were kind of already here. You were lurking. You were lurking over here in the shadows, watching Ann. I didn't know where you're. I didn't know that you were watching Ann stream. I didn't even know it existed. Master, I detect Zelda's aura in the surrounding area. I detect especially strong reaction from that chain. She was bound by that chain? Oh dear. Oh dear. But yes, I hope that y'all had a great time. We're vibing on a Monday playing this new release of the Zelda game. This is on the Nintendo Switch. This is on the Switch. It was originally released for the Wii to questionable reviews, and it's all right. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Lemons, huh? Lime meringue is upset. How dare you? That is sacrilegion. You cannot put. You can't be putting those lemon things in the chat when lime meringue is here. Boulder Run. Ooh, fancy boy. Oh, it's you. Let me see. No, that's not it. This is so very embarrassing, but I seem to be at a loss for your name. Not that it matters, really. To tell you the truth, I'm feeling a bit frustrated, and right now I need somebody to vent on. I heard my underlings had finally captured the Spirit Maiden, so of course I rushed over here. What can I say? I was excited, flustered even. But what did I find when I arrived? That agent of the goddess. She had once again. You see what I'm trying to say is... that goddess-serving dog escaped with the girl! I must have the Spirit Maiden in order to resurrect my master. I must have her! I got a little carried away there, didn't I? I don't deal well with complications to plans that I've laid out so carefully. It's a character flaw of mine. But something good can still come of this day. I have all this bottled up anger smoldering inside of me, and now I can release it. There's someone special I'd like you to meet. Oh, don't be shy. I need to vent all this unhealthy anger, and your agony is a great stress reliever. I won't take more than a few moments with my friend. It won't take more than a few moments with my friend before you're charred to a satisfying crisp. And let me tell you, that will put a spring in my step. Oof, yikes, dude. Yikes, dude. What an absolute stinker. Wait. Oh no, wait. I'm trying to read. I'm trying to read over here. The reviews are still questionable even for the Switch version. Yeah, it's true. It's true. It's the worst Zelda game. Is that okay? Is that okay to say? Is it okay to say that this is the worst one? It's alright. It's still pretty good. It's just not very good. I'm sorry. Oh dear. Lava legs. No. Oh wait, look. Now he's weak. Oh, I think. Oh, you gotta throw a bomb at it. That's what it is. It's the Wave Buster. Whenever I say Wave Buster, I mean that Nintendo always makes it so that the element that you just unlocked is the element that you've got to use. So during this, oh, geez. Oh, that didn't look good. So they gave me a bomb bag now. Since they gave me the bomb bag, that means that the bombs are going to be the solution to all problems. That's just how it works. Smack his buns, Lenny. I'm doing my best. He's a spicy meatball. He's a spicy meatball with the legs. This meatball's on the run. You better look out. This meatball's on the way. Problem? Toss explosives at it. Do you have some sort of an enemy that's bothering you? Toss a bomb at it. Also, Salty, you're so sweet. You know what? Speaking of voices, speaking of lost content, yike. Arisa reminded me of the I Love You, Colonel Sanders playthrough that we used to do. That we did, not used to do, but we did. We played the KFC dating simulator, and that's lost content. I voiced the whole thing. I did all of the voices, and it's been lost. Yeah, almost everybody that's here missed it. It's a shame, man. Maybe we gotta play it again. You tried, but you couldn't play it? I played the whole thing and voiced it. I think I got the good ending. I married Colonel Sanders, I think. Oh! Best waifu, for sure. Kenny Beowulf. Yeah, I think that we might have another step in here. I think that we gotta hit him while he's at the bottom. Take two. Might have to do it again, but we could never. Oh my gosh. Dell, thank you for 5 gifted subs. Aw, snap, Dell. Thank you so much. Oh, crap. Oh, he automatically hits the bombs. Okay, I'm gonna roll one. We're rolling one out. See, look, he looks kind of weak there. Oh, there you go. You gotta feed it to him. I see. And look, he's got an exposed eyeball. He's got that ball of eye. Stop it. Shut his eyes. Ooh. No, it looks unsafe. Run, Link, run. Oh, jeez. Oh, crap. There we go. We're on the move. Thank you so much, Del, for the... Okay, whoa. With the 5 gifted subs, Del. Thank you very much for the subs for VTuber Ara the Fox. Ara. Fox. Foxy. For Sarky? Ner? I don't know how to say that. The Ego Check, what? Reach, Pat, and Stephanie? Oh, snap. Thanks for those gifted subs. I appreciate it. So sweet. It's so very sweet. I appreciate it, Del. Oh, look at that free Babamba. It's actually a free Babamba moment. I didn't realize. And then he gets big nom. I should have noticed whenever he sucks in, he's like, he's asking for a bomb. Run. I actually have to pick a ball. I have to pick up a bomb at the top. He's gonna hit a bomb, and I got also one in my pocket. Oh, he's what? It's up here. No. That is too bad. Do you want to? Oh, I put a bomb over my head. Oh my gosh. Okay, he's rolling down again. I don't think that this bomb's gonna make it in time. Oh, it's close. Oh, he ate it. He ate it. That's so dumb. Your eyeball's mine. Oh, he's moving it around. He's being cheeky. All right, get out of here. Run. Oh, he's going high. He's moving. Oh, and he's rolling. All right, I'm gonna pick up some bombs and some hearts. I didn't realize that there were so many hearts up here. Wow, it's like a whole forest of them. I mean, I'm gonna need these bombs later anyway. Might as well just pick them up. Thanks for the bombs, man. You're giving me plenty of... Look at his tall legs. His tall legs. He's a big boy. All right, now we should be able to give him that last hit. Deadlock, what's up? It's our friendo Kevlar. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. All's good. I stayed up way too late last night. So I'm just a tiny bit loopy. Just a tiny bit loopy, you guys, because I may have stayed up till 7 or 6 in the morning or something like that. But you know what? I'm still I'm still in a good mood. I'm in a real good mood. Just a little bit loopy. Oh, yo. Now you perish. Actually, looks like he's still got some more junk on his side. He looks like some kind of Ghibli character with those legs. He does. He looks like he does look kind of like No Face whenever he's on the schmoo, for sure. There we go. Okay, eat bomb. Yum. All right, Kenneth, my bed is prepped. My floors are fresh. My marshal is tucked away. So cute. Felix, we'll see you later. Thank you for the raid, you silly. I can't believe you're trying to go for like a combo ring. Thank you, Felix. We all love you and wish you the very best as you go off to schlep. Get yourself some schlep, you good bean. You good bean. A good bean, but a spicy bean. Our sweet Felix. You're gonna go eat, go get some dinner? All right, Lupus, go get some noms. I didn't send any pictures to the chat. I should, but Lupus's plant that she sent me is very healthy. It's a very healthy BB. It's doing very well. It's the avocado plant. Avocado plant is looking healthy. I think I'm taking good care of it. I was scared for its life. It was looking a little bit, one of its leaves wilted and died, and I was like, I killed the plant! The plant's dead! But it's looking healthy. I should send y'all a picture. It's a cutie. You can see its big Avodago seed is sticking out of the dirt. A healthy little plant. Oh yeah, we also killed the boss. Ooh, big hearts. Big hearts. Easy peasy, I know. Just a little bit repetitive. He looks kind of like from Mike. He looks like Mike Wazowski. Yeah, whatever, kid. Yeah. Now put that thing back where it came from. Also help me. It's a musical. Put that thing back where it came from. Also help me. So help me. Hey, cat. Oh, right. I should mention before I leave, sometimes your voice is drowned out by the in-game audio. Oh, right now? Yeah, it is. I think that it's a little bit high right now. That's true. Thank you. Yeah, thanks for the alert. I saw that the levels were a little high. It was a little high. I wonder if I turned down my my mic accidentally. Because I was using I've been practicing my singing with this mic, and this mic is too intense. It's too intense. I have to turn down the levels for that mic, because the Shure SM7B is such a quiet mic. It requires a lot of juice, so I have to de-juice the mixer whenever I use that other mic. Okay, there we go. That mic yell, yeah, it goes like that. That's how the mic yell works. That's that's how he hits it. Oh my gosh, I love Mike Wazowski. He's the best bouncy ball ever. Of course, I was the ball. Yeah, I was the fastest kid on the court. Of course, I was the ball. Let's wait. Pause for applause. Excuse me. They are so skinny. I'm sorry, that's so distracting. They are on death's door. They do not look well. I hope that that's their like their race or something, like their species. I hope that that's healthy for that species, because they look like they are a skeleton already. They're pre-skeletoned. Lenny. Uh-oh. Nope. Skeleton says no. You cannot go to him, Your Grace. Remember what we discussed. Restrain yourself. Focus on the task at hand. But... But Lenny! I have to go. I'm sorry, Lenny. You can't just say sorry to Lenny and leave him behind. Shaking my head. They're tearing this relationship apart. That skeleton ruined my relationship with my girlfriend. Pre-skeletoned. There's a big difference between skeletoned and skeletoned. Toned like a skeleton is okay. It took you far too long to get here. Looking at you, I fear that the goddess is mistaken in her choice of agents. What? If this failure is any indication, you have no hope of defending her grace from those who seek to assail her. Do my words anger you, boy? Do my words sting? Let them. If I had not come when I did, your Zelda would have already fallen into the hands of the enemy. The truth is that you were late. You were late and you failed to protect her. I sent Zelda ahead to learn more of the fate that she's destined to play a part. The fate in which she is. Listen well, Chosen One. If you choose to be of help to her grace, you must summon a shred of courage and face the trials laid before you. Only when you've conquered the trials will you be of use to Zelda. No sooner. Am I understood? Sure. Yes. Always the Sheikah that are saving the buns of the princess. It's always the Sheikah. I mean, at least Link helps, right? He's the guy that comes in at the end and fixes everything eventually. I mean, he just needs to do better. Yeah, he basically said, "I'm sorry that I didn't help Zelda," and then the Gerudo was like, "Do better," or whatever she is. Is she a Gerudo? I think that she's a Boyong. Okay, we gotta do a Skyward Strike. Yeah, she's a Sheikah. She's a Sheikah. Get good. That's exactly what she said. She just told me to get good. Shaking my head. They're the guardians of the royal family. Yes, the Sheikah. Link has a fire eyeliner, by the way. He really do. My robot. My Alexa. Master, I have a message written by Jeff Bezos to you. Allow me to translate it. From the edge of time, I guide you, the one destined to carry out the goddess's mission. The spirit maiden who descended from the clouds has passed through the earth spring and makes her way to a fated place. A fated place to throw pie in your face. A parched desert of Lanaryu, where the chosen will pass through the gate of time into a distant world. I'm still so upset that this doesn't rhyme. It's the horrible list of poetry that doesn't rhyme every stanza upsets me so much. I'm sorry. I don't understand the flow, man. Is this spoken poetry? Is this spoken word? Is this a diss track? I don't know how to do the cadence. I don't understand the cadence, man. It's a message, not a poem. Why is she dancing during it? You don't dance while you send basic messages. She could have scrawled it out on this tablet. She could have scrawled it on the back of it and made it accessible only by lemon juice. Like in the popular movie National Treasure, starring that crazy guy that I can't remember. It's interpretive dance. Yeah, she's not actually saying the words. She's speaking the words in the only way that she knows. Dance. Dance. I become a conduit. Nicolas Cage, what a legend. Nicolas Cage. I want to watch Vampire's Kiss. It's too bad that it's rated R. You can't watch that on stream. Dang. I still need to watch it anyway. That's the only movie besides The Room that I want to watch that I know is bad. I want to watch The Room and Vampire's Kiss. Those are my two bad movie collection. Okay, so we should be able to just teleport out of here, right? Yeah, I think that we can just TP. Wait 1 moment. Wait 1 moment. What the heck did we Oh, we unlocked the bomba. Yeah, we unlocked the bomba. So if we unlock the bomba, then we need to leave this area because I think that the I'm thinking that the desert must be up to the north. Must be on the north. Yeah, look at that. A little question mark over here. Very questionable. What is the movie on Sunday? Unfortunately, we're going to be watching How to Train Your Dragon. We're going to be watching How to Train Your Dragon 3, unfortunately. It's unfortunate because we tried to watch it this week, yesterday, but I couldn't do it because my internet died. It died. It perished. So we missed it. Toilet paper out of here. Baguette out of here. We got it. No puns. Bad bread, bad. No puns. We got a baguette out of here. And then it was the son of Isaac, baguette. The son of Ishmael, baguette. The son of Abraham, baguette. Baguette. Oh, wait, what is this? Oh, a treasure. Treasure. That's what I'm being... Oi!
An ominous voice tipped $1.
Ominous
5
voice?
days remain till the big reveal. Hope
It's
you're
A-Star.
prepared, sub boy.
It's- A-Star, I truly do not have any idea what you're doing. I literally don't get it. I saw you showed off a shoe and you showed off a hand and you keep saying that you're doing the... I literally don't know what it is. I feel like you've dropped far than enough. I think that you've dropped way more than the required amount of hints for me to understand what you're doing, but I actually don't know. I actually don't know. Also, A-Star, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Also, that net movement, I'm just saying, yeah. I mean, that's how you catch bugs. That's how you catch bugs out of here. Have you never gone bug catching? Whenever I was in Boy Scouts, this is how we used bug nets in Boy Scouts. This is just this is the way that you catch bugs. And yeah, my bug collection, this is how I caught every one of them. Like this. just beat them. Just beat the bugs. Beat the bugs to death. The less you know about it, the more exciting it will be. A-Star loves drama. A-Star loves excitement. A-Star, how dare you? Yes, of course, that is how you catch bugs. Of course, Kim. Whenever we go on our bug catching excursions that we do almost every single week, that's how we do it, don't we? That's exactly how we do it. All right, I'm going to go to this side just for kicks, dude. Just for kicks. Because I think that this might be the way. Oh, you're just dropping in to say hi before you go to sleep? All right, we'll see you later. We'll see you later. A-Star, get some schlep. Get some schlep, you silly Brit. You silly Brit, you. You gotta get some sleep. You better take care of yourself, otherwise I'm gonna be upsetty spaghetti. Boyan. Wait a second, but we need to look for suspicious wall tiles from now on. Because there's gonna be things that we can babamba with our baboomba. Or, come on, Link. You can't swim in lava? Give me a break. I actually thought we could maybe make that jump. But it appears that we cannot. So... That's not the noise that I would make if I land the lava. I mean, it's very reserved. Link is from that generation that didn't want to show their emotions because they thought that they thought that it showed weakness. Link was raised up in that period of time, so he was always taught to hold his emotions back. So whenever he gets burnt with lava, he goes instead of screaming like a normal human being. No, he was told that a true hero of time doesn't show emotion, and that's why he doesn't. He barely makes any facial expressions as well. I know that there's something to do with the bombs, but I don't know what it is yet. What are emotions? See, that's the question that we've asked ourselves for generations. Generations of Links have asked the exact same questions. Also, we are not supposed to bomb the bugs. No bug bombs here, you guys. This isn't a residence. This isn't a residence. This is outdoors. This is where the bugs belong. Come back here. You can't escape me. You can't escape me. And my bug netly ways. Bug netly is that's a hard word to say. Bug netly. Monsa, how you doing? What's up? Have fun, Sir Earl. Maybe I'll sleep early at 3 a.m. Oh, you know, just an early bedtime. 3 a.m. I'm proud of you for taking care of yourself. We'll see you later. Rodringu. Enjoy your sleep. Thanks for being a part of the raid. Hope you enjoyed your time over at Felix's. And you even got to vibe with us a little bit. That's his bonus vibes. I hope you enjoyed. That should be the normal sound effect up. Look at that little baby.
Look at that little baby.
Where should we go? Where should we go? There's got to be some wall that you bomb, right? I just don't remember. I don't remember being stuck with a bombable area. I know. So there's the really hot. There's a really hot area that we're not allowed in. Yeah, they just straight up said, you can't come in here, you'll die. Maybe we can acquire a heat outfit now. Maybe we can survive the heat death of the universe with a convenient outfit. Because, let's see. So this is the slide area. So this is the area that it's too hotsy-totsy. It's too hotsy for ourselves. We can't go over here. It's too spicy. Too spicy to live. So we need to find the desert, right? Oh, we got the tablet. We need to go home. We got the tablet. What am I thinking? Nothing. That's what. That's what. We have to go home. We have to put that tablet away and then open up the sky so that we can go to the desert. Yeah, it'll be a whole like teleportation straight to the desert. We'll be able to flap in on our wings of steel. Fly on the wings of love. Yeah, we can go to the sky. Take to the skies with your red burb. It's another red burb moment. Here we go. Let's go. Oh, Floggy, thanks for the lurk. I appreciate it. Arisa, I didn't know you were still here. Arisa, we have to fly on the wings of love. I was waiting to see if you found something. Yeah, I mean, we almost found something. Oh, actually, we did. We did find something, didn't we? We got one of these little babies. One of these little tasties. The amber relic. We got one of those. You know, it's not too bad. You've been listening the whole time? Well, I didn't. At least if you gone and got a snack or something. All right, Long. You can do it. You can do it, my boy. They don't let me fly close to the ground. It makes me so upset. I wanna take my chances and only release the sailcloth at the last moment, but they automatically pull it. It's not even fun. Come on, Nintendo. If I'm not risking my life out here, no danger, no pleasure. Break my heart, Nintendo, for the last time. Yeah, they don't let you faceplant. I wish that they did. I like that danger. I need danger in my life to be happy. Sometimes I'll make artificial danger on purpose. Like, sometimes I'll stream games that I know that everybody's gonna hate because I want to create some danger, you know? Some challenge. I've tried to push myself, you know? I've confirmed the location of the third opening in the cloud barrier in the sky to the southwest. It will allow you to reach a new area on the surface. Yes. I'm already suitably prepared. What are you saying? What are you saying about my kit? I've got a full kit. I'm ready to rock. Actually, we might as well go to the store. Maybe we can buy some sick new duds, possibly. This area is where you gave up, Alchemic. We're gonna flip and do it. I can't play Ocarina if I don't beat this game, so we have to beat this game because I really want to play Ocarina. I really, really want to. Actually, we're gonna go to Beetle's shop first. We're gonna go to Beetle Town. Oh, Beetlejuice. Who's texting me during my stream? Shaking my head. Okay, I'm gonna knock this guy out of the sky real quick. Actually, we just ring the bell and then he lets us in. Ding, ding, ding. I love the design of this so much. This has got to be the most fun shop in any game ever. I know that that's big talk, but I can't think of a better one. This is the coolest shop ever. I love it. It's flying. You got to ring a bell, and then he cranks you up. It's awesome. It's awesome. My boy Beetle really outdid himself with his house. Oh! That's a life medal. It bestows a bunch of mysterious and mystical effects on whoever carries it. What kind of effects? Don't ask me. I don't actually know. You should find out for yourself. I'm guessing this gives you some hearts. It's a real bargain at 800 rupees. Oh yeah, what a deal. Just all of the money that I have. It's just every single penny that I own. Is there a stamina upgrade? Is this a stamina upgrade? That looks like a beetle. Oh, that right there is a bug medal. As long as you're carrying that, you'll be able to see on the map where bugs can be found. It's 1,000? I can't even buy that. Oh! He sounds so in pain whenever I say no. Oh! He's like, oh, you want it? Oh, you don't want it. You suck. Leave without buying anything? Troll him. No, I actually want this. I actually want this. Oh! Also, did I just see a nipple? Tay! Oi! Thanks for the 6 months! That's half a year! Ow! That's whenever Tay comes into the chat, I say, ow! It's Tay! How are you doing? Tay, it's nice to see you. Oi, 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 oi! We're playing Legend of Zelda. How are you doing? A whole legion of Zeldas. You guys, please, could you put some hype in the chat for sweet 6 months? Ow!
Thank you!
Thank you! He sounds a little bit like that character in Star Wars that everybody hates. Thank you! Oh! Ow! Thank you! What did you say? You sound like Meowth from the original Pokemon. Ooh! That's a good character. I like that. Oh, a wise guy. Jesse James. Meowth. Why do I want to see him cosplay at most at all conventions? I cosplay as Beetle. He's pretty awesome. He's pretty awesome. So I don't think we can buy anything. We're poor. We're cash poor, you guys. Jar Jar Binks, that's his name. Yow! Oh, I've got no shield though. I'll be shieldless and then unless I can purchase one from this suspicious gentleman. This very suspicious lad.
Oh yes, my friend, I've got something new to show you. Today I was able to procure a fine small bomb bag. I do hope that it delights you. Yes, give me some money.
Sorry, lad. Sorry, lad, I don't have any money. I've got nothing. I'm so poor. I'm cash poor. We might not be able to get any money out here. I don't think that there's many, if any, rupins. I don't think that there's many rupins on the loose out and about. Maybe we could roll into some trees. we can have a bit of a cash fall. But maybe we'll just go to the desert, you know, get some moosh that way. Get some moosh the old-fashioned way.
The old-fashioned way. The oil industry.
Liberation Day is tomorrow? They're doing a drone show? What? Instead of airplanes, they're flying drones around? Oh my. Oh. Did you swipe any goddess cubes while in the volcano area? I think I did. I think I may have, but it's not letting me look around. Yeah, let's get on our bird and let's see if we can find any of those platforms that are unlocked. Boyan. Do. Alright. Yep. Grab that and let's jump off the edge.
Oh, I wonder where she's gone.
He looks like he's a big lad.
Big, strong lad. Oh, I'm so worried.
Calm down.
Calm? How can I be calm at a time like this? I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't be yelling at you. That won't help. So you see, a short while ago, my little sister went out for a quick flight, but she hasn't come home yet. It's getting late for her to still be out. I was looking everywhere, but I can't find her. I just hope that nothing happened to her. I'm worried sick about it. Hey, Lenny, would you mind helping me look for her?
Look at his, I like his little eyes.
She said that she was curious about a colorful island that appeared recently, so I suspect that she's somewhere in the southwestern sky. I'm counting on you, Lenny.
All right. Lenny will help. And that's in the sky. So there is a new island that showed up. We just need our bird and we can take a look around. Now we can take a look around. Where's the Rainbow Island? Aha. There's the compact disc island. Is that where it is? Is that the island of which we see? Man, whenever you get up in the sky, the chromatic aberration is really extreme. I'm guessing that's on purpose, but you see like on the edges of these islands is like green. Whenever you move, it's like green. It looks like the chromatic aberration that you see in a camera. It's weird. I don't know why they would do that. I don't get it. Why, Nintendo? Why? Oh, look. A bird on the loose. I'm a bird. Ah! Come back here. You dummy. What? That's where Ope's twin lives? What? On the compact disc island? Oh, look, a dead person. Oh no, a dead bird. Oh crap. Oh no, we gotta slow down and jump off. Hang on. Here she is. Oh, nice timing. Nice timing. My bird's dead. Well, if it isn't Lenny, I'm so glad that you're here. My bird got injured when I was out for a quick flight, and now he can't fly. I somehow managed to get a crash landing here, but now we can't get home. Oh dear. This bird's not looking so good. He's wheezing. All these birds have asthma. I can't go home until my bird's better. I need medicine to get him healthy. Of course, it can't be human medicine. It has to be bird medicine. Hey, Lenny, I really need your help. Will you get some bird medicine for me? Of course. You can just say sorry. Sorry that your bird's not doing well. Of course I will. Thank you. You're a real lifesaver. My older brother has some bird medicine. Bird medicine. Just go find him and he'll give you what you need. I bet he's probably pacing around. Yeah. That's right. That's how I knew you were out here. I'll be waiting for you with my bird. Okay, we'll see you later. You keep your bird to yourself, young lady. I'm going to be heading to Disc Island. To the Discord. Oh, it looks like gambling. Gambling. Yes, it looks like a big spinner. All right, Ope's twin is over here, apparently. What do I see? What do my eyes see? What do I perceive right here? Oh my God. It's Oh no, it's a... I don't know what I was expecting. I don't know what I was expecting. It's a clown man. Gas my pants, do my dance, spin around. Yahoo! Step right up, boy. Oh, I bet you're wondering what I'm doing here. A little. Yahoo! Just the answer I was looking for. What a smart little guy you are. I'm hoping to make this island a fun place where everybody can come and be happy. What's it called, you ask? Or even how did you... Or even if you did ask, I call it Fun Island. I'm still getting the place set up, so hopefully you'll visit again. You might like what you find, especially if you like fun and colors. Yahoo! Where's his dance? Is that his little dance? Does that count as a dance? It's a sky clown. Well, I see that. Thank you for the gifts of, hey, Kurosawa. Welcome back to the chat, Kurosawa. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Hello. That's the Opes dance. Dun 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 dun. I didn't know that was the Opes dance. I've kind of noticed him doing it. I never likened it unto Clown Boy over here. This is Pietro part 3. Yikes. Pietro stands. I'm sure that you're pleased.
Oh, wait.
Looniet, how are you doing?
Wait.
You're on Discord now? Oh, sweet. Yeah, if you're a sub and you go over to Discord, you get to unlock a feedback channel and also a movie night. We do movie nights for subs only over on the Discord. Almost every single Sunday. This Sunday we tried to, but my internet died. Spectrum did maintenance, shaking my head. It's the first time that maintenance has gotten in the way of my my schedule. Oh yeah, we could have gotten some money, but you know what? I want to see what's so frustrating about this desert. See, they auto pulled the sailcloth. I wanted to wait till the very last second. A report, Master Lenny. We have arrived at Lanayru Mine. Lanayru is in Breath of the Wild, right? Lanayru. Lanayru, excuse me. Lanayru, I bet is how you say it. Lanayru. I know that that's mentioned in the game, I'm pretty sure. The arid region was transformed by some reason or another. Oh, it's over here, look at that. All of these areas are in, oh yeah, the Faron Woods, Skyloft, Eldin. That's right, you're totally right. I'm the big dummy. I'm actually the silly Billy. You've been trying for 7 months to install Discord. Is it that hard, Kevlar? Holy crap. I'm glad that you finally got it done then. I'm glad that it worked this time, for heaven's sake. Goodness. Oh, look at that. It's a cube. It's a cube. We have to free the cube from its mortal coil. Away. Hey, Gay and Broadway, how you doing? What's up? It's nice to see you. Oh yeah. It's a rare why? It's a rare honor. A rare honor to have you in the chat. How are you doing? I hope that all is well. We're playing some Skyward Sword or some Squidward Sword, depending on how you wanna say it. But big fun. It's true. I've never played this game before. I had played up to like a certain point, but we are way past that point. We are way past it. I hope you're doing well today. It's nice to see you. Did Poppy Palma stream today? And Scott B is here. Hey, Scott. What's up?
What's up, Scott? It's good to see you. Hello. Welcome, Scott.
Ooh. You know what? This weekend we were building, on Saturday we were building, oh my god. Curry, what? So many raids! Curry! Thank you for the raid! What were you doing? Oh my gosh, you were streaming art? Hey! Curry, thank you so much for the raid! Oh my gosh, there's so many raids today. Y'all are gonna turn me into an absolute mush. Y'all are gonna turn me into a mush streamer. Y'all are so sweet. Thank you so much, Kuri, for the raid. Ah, no. Too many friends. It's not healthy. It's not healthy. We got too many friends. Is that Obi Midnight? Obi, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Kuri, for jumping in here. Ah, it's good to see you. I hope your stream was great. I hope your stream was fantastic. But was fantastic. You guys, if you haven't checked out Kuri's like a super sweet bean. A super sweet bean. Totally funny vibes over there. She's wholesome but sassy, just like me. We're wholesome, sassy beans. They're good beans over there. I like Kuri's vibe. Have y'all checked out Kuri's vibe recently? Kuri's vibe has actually been it's actually pretty great. I don't know if y'all have checked it out, but it's pretty great. It's true. Vibe check. Vibe check. Excuse me. I'm gonna need to take a look at this vibes, ma'am. Ma'am, excuse me. Could you show me your vibes? We're gonna need to check these vibes out. Scoot. You realize that everyone can see your art now? It's true. It's true. You could totally put art inside of the Discord. Obviously, you won't want to like spam it, but I bet that you already know that. I bet you already know that. You're like, you've never had Discord in your entire life, but you've already figured it out. All right, I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm just gonna keep pushing it. There's a golden slime. These guys are filled with treasure. Never mind. They got nothing inside of them. How's your day been, Kenny? Pretty good. I woke up at 2 p.m. So, I woke up at 2 p.m. I got out of bed at 3. So, you know, I've just been quite the member of society today. I've been doing quite a job. I kind of stayed up late. Final Fantasy kind of got me good. They hit me with the 1-2 boom. I was doing just some grindy content in the game, and then they hit me with some new hunting achievements to do, and then they hit me with like a new golden saucer thing to do. It was a 1-2 punch, and I stayed up way too late. I stayed up till like 7 a.m. It wasn't good. It was a bad choice. But you know what? In the end, I'm feeling pretty fantabulous. In the end, I'm feeling loopy, goofy, having a great time. Boom. Sleep deprived Kenny sometimes is best Kenny. It's true. So I'm doing fantastic, actually. Actually, I'm super enjoying myself. Playing some Legend of Zelda with my friends. I mean, what the heck? Could you choose a better thing to do with your time? I don't think so, actually. Actually, I've been considering all the options, and this is the best one that I came up with. Myth, are you headed out? You're gonna go to bed the intended way now? Everything hurts. Oh no, I hope that you feel better. Get some rest. Get some rest.
La 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 la. La 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 la.
Oh, that glow. But oh, did I even introduce myself? Kuri is such a regular here, and I hang out in Kuri's streams so much, and Kuri just fits right in with all of the stream entirely, that I don't even feel the necessity to do like a raid introduction whenever she arrives. It's just like, oh, there's a friend in the chat. Nice. A friend and all the other friends that we already know. But hi there. My name's Zelda Suds. I play games every day. I'm just, just trying to have a good time out here. Trying to just, suck any enjoyment out of any game that we can get. Just try to synthesize some enjoyment. Listen, even if we play Getting Over It, it's gonna be it'll be surprisingly wholesome and enjoyable. In fact, we might try to. It's been a while since we played Getting Over It, TBH. So maybe we'll do a little bit this evening. I do want to get over it again. I don't feel like I don't feel like we should stay away from it for too long. Otherwise, I might get stinky at it. Stinky. Hey, Tin, what's up? How you doing? Tin. Good morning. Good morning. I hope you are well. Hello. Hey, what's this? Mystic Silver Moon with the 9 months. Hey, thanks so much. Silver Moon. That's a Twitch baby right there. Oh my gosh. I can't believe that I have so many children. I have too many children. Put that thing back where it came from. Also, help me. Thank you so much for the 9 months. You guys, could you please celebrate my baby's birth? Birthdays today. You guys, could you please put some hype in the chat for the Twitch baby that was just born? It's true. Huh? Are you looking for work? Come back with a helmet. Okay, so we need a hat. We need a hat. There's a pastime state. I'm just gonna keep playing this and we're gonna figure out what happens. Look at all those, look at all those babies. That's cute. Look at all of those Patar babies. Patar Fui Fui, Spungar Fui Fui, Squawk Fui Fui. Oh, we need to go in past time period. I'm gonna hop in this wagon. We're gonna go for a ride here. Whee! Where are we going? But how are you doing, Mystic? Hope you're doing good today. What's all this? Ooh. I don't know what's happening. But it looks like you could pull this maybe? It looks like you can light it on fire. It's got a pot full of treasure. Maybe you toss a babamba in there. A babamba. What's nice is that while you hold the bomb, it doesn't explodorate. Yeah, I'm gonna toss a babamba in the pot. You're back! Welcome back. You've returned. Thank goodness there was a severe lack of bread. There's a severe lack of bread. How am I gonna get fat without bread? Bread makes you fat? Is that true? If I could, I'd eat bread all day. Kato Pokenerd, how are you doing? Oi, 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 oi! Kato! How are you doing? Your hair looks fantastic. Your hair looks amazing. I saw it. You went and got it did, and it's looking good. Bread makes you fat? Yeah. Bread makes you fat? Oh no. The lack of carbs was devastating. I know. I was starting to go into a non-carb coma. A carbma, if you will. You haven't watched my stream in so long. Where you been? Where have you been, B6? It's nice to see you again. I remember your name, Easy Peasy. I remember your name, Easy Peasy. I hope that you've been enjoying whatever you've been doing. Whatever you've been doing, I hope that it was just like the best version of that thing that you were doing. But yeah, it's good to see you. We've been playing all sorts of games. All sorts of games. I just haven't stopped. He won't actually, the streamer won't stop streaming. It's frustrating because I try to catch every stream, but he streams too often, and I can't watch them all. So sometimes I have to go to the VOD channel on YouTube just to be able to catch up on the games that he's played. He plays too much. It's too many streams. Too many streams. He normally takes only one day off a week, so I can't watch all of them myself. Get out of here. Oh, ants! Ants. That's a new one. You caught one you caught an ant. These ants store water deep in their nests. Ew. A nest full of water. Gross. You keep your nest water away from me. You keep your Nestle water away from me. I don't trust it. Lanayru. Thank you, Kato. Thank you, Kato. Do you speak English? That's actually really nice. Thank you. I can't. Wait, what is the name of this VOD channel on YouTube? I don't know. You could probably find it by the Earl of VODs. I think that's its name. I'm not sure. I think I just crushed that. Poor bug. Blessed bug perished. I killed it, actually. I apologize. Lanayru. Kenny, I have a gift for you. It's almost done. Is it art? What is this? What is this gift? You said it's almost done. That means that, like, you're making it? Handmade gift? Death to bugs. Did you mean Link? Did you mean death to Link? Because that's what I thought I heard. Yeah, death to Link? Question mark? Go. Lonk, no! Lonk, you dummy. You silly dum-dum. You ran out of stamina. You're lacking the stamina. While you're in a Porsche divorcing Harrison Ford. Lacking the stamina. Okay, Lonk, you can do this time. I believe in you. Dash, boy, dash. Run, boy, run. Link's so smart. Look at him. Look at him. All you got to do is just run through the sand. Just like they say, whenever you encounter sinking sand, you just have to move more. The more you move, the slower you sink. Just like the classic film trope. Do. Ow. That's a shame. Your biggest fear as a kid was quicksand. It sure is a good thing that it doesn't exist, but I sure thought it did whenever I was a kid. I was like, sinking sand? What if I get caught? What if I get caught and I get dead? What if I die? Alright, there we go. Ow! Okay, this is the way. Go, 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 go. You had to backstroke out of it? Yeah, you just gotta lean back and just enjoy your time. Just enjoy your time. I watched the Mythbusters episode. It essentially doesn't exist. There's some weird mud situations that are kind of similar, but as it's portrayed in movies, it doesn't exist. I'm schmooving this just a little bit. I'm just kind of schmooving this a little bit, just to find out. Yeah, it's essentially just doesn't exist as it exists in movies. There are unusual sand situations. Unusual sand-related situations that you may be, that you may slip into accidentally. Look at all these babambas. There's literally no limit to the amount of babambas that we have. Oh, that worked. I didn't expect for it to actually make it over that lip. It's a lip, it's a lip, it's a lip, lip, lip. I kind of want to hit that thing, though, just to find out, you know? Just to find out what the, oh, I hit it. Okay, good. Nice, nice, nice. And now I'm going to schmoove that. Nice. I will admit it, I don't think that my art is the best, but I tried. Hopefully you like it. I bet I will. I bet there's not a chance that I won't love it. Did you say that it's pixel art? That's like one of my favorite styles. That's one of my favorite Harry styles. Stop. Die. Die, actually. Actually, if you die, yeah, that'd be, ooh, yeah, death. Perfect, perfect, actually. Okay, so we're like unlocking little new zones. So we gotta buy something from these lads. Ooh, new bug, shoot it down. Now stop shooting, Link. Link, put down the gun for 2 seconds and catch this bug. A Gerudo dragonfly. These stunning insects have compound eyes more beautiful than rupees and wings as transparent as glass. The transparency I'm not seeing. They say that the wings are as transparent as glass, but they look fully opaque to me. But the eyes do be bulging. It's true. True, it's bulging eyeballs. I mean, I guess they're as beautiful as rupees, I suppose. All right, if you say so, game. All right, let's bomb this and find out what kind of treasures lie beneath these little chunks of rock. Oh, it's $5. $5. I'm calling it. $1. Even worse. A horrible investment. I told you Dogecoin was a bad idea. Ow! Ooh. Stop. Die. No, I just did a swipe. I did a swipe. It didn't work. It didn't work. Listen, you guys, the game's not working. Die. He ate the bomb. That was the last sandwich you'll ever have, buddy. That's the last bite of bomb you're gonna enjoy, bud. You got a goddess plume. Rumors say that it was dropped by the goddess in a long-forsaken era. It's a legendary treasure few will ever behold. So is the goddess a bird? Because it says plume. So the goddess is a bird. Confirmed. Okay. All right, that's fine with me. That's okay with me. She's absolutely a bird. The blood, the purple jelly. The jelly was flying at me, and I must be allergic to, most people are allergic to peanut butter rather than jelly, but oh. Oh. Okay, so I think that they didn't actually... Okay. I think that everything that we did is kept. I think that everything that we've done is kept, but we have to walk all the way from the checkpoint. Yeah, okay, thank goodness. Thank goodness, and it's actually not a long walk. All right. Everything that we did was saved. It's just that we have to walk back. Okay. And the walk back should be slightly easier because there's some ground where there used to be sand. Okay. Oh, looks like we have to reactivate this thing though. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. How much do I have to do again? Oh no. No. Oh, we have to ride them again. Nintendo. You need a beverage, you shall return. I think we all need a beverage now that this game has taken this turn. I see why people gave up here. Yep. I'm seeing. I see what you mean, Pink Moxa. I see what you mean. There's something going on here. You accidentally closed the stream for 2 seconds and suddenly you're not in the cave anymore. It was an accident. It was a small accident. It was a minor error on my part. I apologize. Okay, what are we doing here? That is, in fact, the only bird in the area unless they changed it. Wow, Nintendo, wow. That's hateful. That's surprisingly hateful for being a family company. I expected better. I'll admit it. I could have just pulled this, couldn't I? Can he ignore hearts? Can he ignore hearts? What? I didn't ignore those hearts that I just removed from my body. What about that? I just lost hearts. That's not me fully ignoring them, right? I at least lose them. Put it in your pocket, my boy. My boy. Stick all of these lit bombs in your pockets. There we go. Speaking of lit, let's make this thing fully colored. Okay, I'm gonna try to collect some hearts, all right? The combat in this game is so much more difficult than other Zelda games. It's complicated in Breath of the Wild, but it's really, really high quality. It's really good combat. Like, I understand it. I get it. In this game, it's difficult, but it's like... I know that y'all can't quite tell what's going on, but I'm using my thumbstick to swing the sword. This is my thumbstick. Okay? That's why you can't move the camera, because this is the sword button. It's the thumbstick so that you can slash in any direction. So you have to cut things in specific directions. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's bad combat, but also difficult combat. It's a challenge. It's a challenge. You're terrible at puzzle games? Yeah, I could see that. It's not the easiest. It's not the easiest games to understand. Broadway, if you ever want to try it and really play it, I'd say that there's no shame in looking up some solutions. That's just from me to you. I don't think that there's a lot of shame in looking up some of the solutions of these games if you get stuck. You know, like, some puzzles will just not be apparent to you, and sometimes there's like mechanics that you forgot were introduced, or they didn't properly introduce a mechanic to you. So if you're ever wanting to play one, I'd say go ahead and look up stuff if you really get stumped. And after you look up some stuff, you'll start to understand what you might be missing. So you might start to understand the puzzles better just by looking up stuff. You'll become a better puzzle solver. It's also enjoyable to actually be able to progress in a game and actually be able to beat it. So there's no shame in looking up stuff. I think I've definitely asked people for tips while playing this game. There's no shame in that for sure. Yeah, there's no reason to make yourself suffer on a puzzle forever and just not complete the game because you're so frustrated. Better to actually get to enjoy the game, in my opinion. Sure, it's most satisfying to solve the puzzles by yourself, but I mean, there's no shame in looking stuff up. There's no shame in exploding yourself, you know, just big old babamba. Blowing yourself up, no shame at all. Okay. Next. I think I just accidentally turned that off. I'm gonna have to hit it again. Oh, we almost died. I almost perished. Okay, there we go. Great. Now, maybe in this pot, we got some... Nope, no hearts. No hearts there. I could use some health. Thank you. Okay, so we're back to this zone with this thing unlocked and this plant that killed us last time. Let's ignore that. All right, big snail has appeared. We're going through the door. Ooh, I see hearts. I'll be taking... Oh, what? I wanted to get out of the cart. I wanted those hearts. Oh, Nintendo, why have you treated me this way? There's another bird right there. There's a bird. Ah! Link, why are you walking like that? We have arrived at Lanayru Desert. The terrain in this area has changed dramatically as the climate forces... Oh, wait. You're talking too quickly. Oh, my gosh. There's the crab lads. I love them. They look like that shrimp from Shark Tale. I have confirmed numerous areas of sink sand. Should you step in sink sand, you will be swallowed by the desert. As safety measure, I recommend that you check the terrain. Check the terrain? All right. You gotta head out. When your teen asks you for a hangout day, you do it. Awesome sauce. Have a good time hanging out with the team. Yo, have a good time, Marissa. We'll see you later. I hope you enjoy the hanging out and all of that. You're a good parent. You're a good parent. We'll see you later. As the climate forces rapidly turn it into a desert. Yeah, so is this new alchemic? Is this a new bird? New bird. We're saving. Lenny's back for more. Okay, so we could bomb these or we can ignore them. Let's ignore them. Yeah, look at these crabby boys. Okay, this doesn't look like sink sand to me. There's a tumbleweed. Chop the cacti. Ooh, cactar. Kill cactar. I wonder if there's something to this. It's fun to chop it to bits, but I don't think it's anything. Look at these boys. Whoa! Whoa! Take it easy there, chump. Now you die. You die for your insolence. And your big old tire wheel has... Oh, can you jump on top? Nice. I wonder if there's a strategy to... Oh, I think you can just climb this. Yeah, never mind. You can just climb this. So I'm thinking that we're about to unlock our... Oh, I see. The sink sand's in all of this area. I think we're gonna unlock the hook shot soon, because that... Since you can't shoot this, I'm guessing that you can grapple to it. The grapple hook, the hook shot. What microphone do I use? It's the Shure SM7B. Just your typical overused microphone. He's fully original. Ooh, there's a little bomb slot on top of there. I wonder if we can toss that in here. Nope. We gotta get up there to do that. You gonna head to bed? All right. We'll see you later, Broadway. Thanks for hanging out with us. I hope you enjoyed your stay. Now get some rest. Get some rest. Proud of you taking care of yourself. You got a you got a tumbleweed. You got a tumbleweed. Nice. Oh boy. Oh boy. Last time we were getting lizard tails. Now we're getting tumbleweeds. Tumbleweeds are used as materials to upgrade a variety of items. Okay, like the bug net. All right. All right. I see. It's valuable crafting components. Tumbleweed, of course. This all makes sense. This all makes sense so far. All right, I think. Oh no! Lonk, you silly dum-dum. You silly dum-dum. That's not what I meant to do. I'm going to bed at 2:30, so I think taking care of myself went out the window a while ago. Oh, what? 2:30 is not too bad. That's not too bad. You're doing pretty good. Going to bed at all is a good idea. We'll see you later. Broadway, you're doing great. You're doing great. Ooh, activation. Oh, do not fall. Long, do not fall. We need another stop doing that. You gotta stop. I keep forgetting which buttons are which. There we go. Okay. All right. Yesterday was 4 a.m., so it could definitely be worse. You're getting better. You're getting better. I can tell. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. Now go get some sleep. It was fun to hang out with you. Want some advice or no? No, absolutely not. I haven't asked for any of it. Oh, he zapped me. Okay, so it looks like finishing moves are probably a good idea because if they defend themselves, then it hurts me. Yeah, because he's got a, yeah, he can electrocute you now. Dang it. Stop. Die dead. Ooh, I was ready to stab him. You should go get ready for sleep. You have to wake up a decent time tomorrow for the vaccine appointment. We'll see you later, Anne. Thank you so much for the raid. I look forward to seeing what art you made. We'll see you later, Anne. Get some rest. Good luck with the appointment tomorrow.
Thank you, Zert.
You're welcome. But Anne, get some sleep. Hope that it all goes well.
If you hadn't come along, they would have sucked all the electricity out of me. But look at that, Zerp. You have a beetle. It appears to be an older model of a Lanayru fabrication. As a thanks for saving me, I'll upgrade that for you, Zoop. Give it to me for a second.
What are you upgrading here, laddie? What are you giving me? Oh, the hook beetle. The big pinchers allow you to pick up and carry things with it. Wow.
I've added a pincer modification so that you can grab things.
Oh, geez. Things just got way more complicated. Now you can grab stuff? Maybe you can grab bombs with it. Oh, we can be hooping over here. I see that there's some... Is that for the beetle then? Is that not for a hook shot? All this time, I thought it was for the hook shot, but maybe... Maybe you bring things to these locations? Yeah, maybe you pick up that bomb. Let's see if it automatically picks it up. Yep. Nope, that's not it. But you could hoop with this, I guess. You can kind of slam dunk it. You just slam dunk it in there. You don't even have to toss it. Oh, did it automatically drop it? I didn't get how that worked. We'll grab the bomb. Ah, the sun. It's in my eyes. There we go. Beetle bomber. Beetle bomber. All right, we unlocked a couple of coins. That's it. I guess that's just the training zone. Now it's time to get serious. Oh yeah, this is the serious zone. Man, this kind of takes a little while, doesn't it? It's a slow little beetle. Ew. Oh, does he automatically drop it? I can't quite tell. Let's go past one of these hoops and see if it drops it. Let's try to let the beetle bomber survive. He does. He automatically drops it in. I wonder if you can do twice. He is a smart bug. I didn't press any buttons. It automatically dropped it. Oop, he's gonna die. He can't make it. Oh, I see a goddess cube over there. Goddess cube up top. We'll have to smack that. Give me some more. There we go. Hooping. This bug do be hooping. What a lad. All right, let's look around. See if there's anything else to do. I want to kill this crawdad. This big old shrimp. Yeah. Hit this wall over here. Yeah. Hit this wall. Oh! Get wrecked. Get wrecked, big guy. Give me that money. Give me all your money. Yeah, now that we have the claw beetle, anything's possible. Demolished. Absolutely destroyed. Ooh, bug. That looks like a cicada. A special cicada. My cicada. My special. Shh. Everybody be quiet. They're very shy creatures.
Ay, 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 ay.
We got it. You got a sand cicada, it is. The larvae of these bugs stay underground for 10 years. Did it just say no bug is harder to catch? Deemed the most difficult insect to catch. Wow. Yeah, very, very shy as it just screams infinitely. It's so shy, Uwu. It doesn't want to say a word. It doesn't want to say anything. As it screams for all eternity. We're not allowed through the gate. It's closed off. Looks like we might be getting up on the walls at some point. Because I mean, I see the goddess cube up there, so I almost feel as though we're gonna be getting up top soon enough. I don't know how long we can run through this goop though. I guess we can go as far as our stamina allows. Which maybe we can make it to the next area. Let's try it. I just want to scream forever. Leave me alone. I just want to scream until the end of time. Fun fact, I mentored middle schoolers in college. One of the activities was to bring in something meaningful. One brought in a dead cicada. I mean, bugs are important, I guess. Bugs mean different things to different people. I wouldn't knock it. The cicadas they're good bugs. They're good bugs. It was a dead cicada, or was it not the shell? It was actually the cicada. That's impressive. Hey, what the heck? It's Landfork. How are you doing?
What? To what do I own this pleasure?
Why, it is Landfork. What's up? I hope you're well, my friend. Hope you're well. It's the fanciest penguin in the entire land. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. We're playing the fresh, delicious release of the Zelda game. We're playing the new Zelda game. In fact, I'm gonna catch this bug right here. This is high intensity. High intensity.
Ay, 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 ay.
No, I missed it. Dang it. Landfork, how are you doing today? Hope you're vibing, my friend. Doing pretty good? Nice. Can't complain. I see your streams all the time, my friend. I see you vibing over there. I'm seeing cool things going on over there. Seeing cool stuff going on. No. We'll have none of that. We'll have... you don't think I can get anywhere in here. But yeah, it's nice. It's nice to see you. Nice to see you. I always see Landfork's emotes are constantly in the chat. They're unavoidable. I cannot escape the penguin. Not that I ever would want to. I'm just saying. There's no escape. I need to go up on this edge. I need a skyward strike that block, but I don't know how. I can hoop with my bug, but I don't know what we're hooping yet. I don't know what we're hooping. No. Ooh. Look at that suspicious looking flower up top. Maybe we gotta grab it with our buggo. Maybe we gotta grab it with the bug. But this bird's freaking me out with his rock, trying to drop his rock on our head. So rude. Okay, let's try to grab it. This is our most. Oh my god! It's Landfork with the raid, yo! Oh my gosh! I can't see it. Chicken nugget raid! Chicken nuggets! Oh snap! Oh snap! Yo! Thanks so much for the raid, Landfork. You're too cool, my friend. You're too cool with the raid. Thanks so much. Look at all of this. The spam. The spam is amazing. Thank you so much. Delicious spam. I appreciate it. Got him. I did not expect that. You're normally streaming whenever I'm done. What the heck? Landfork, thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. Boom. Hi there, Landfork friendos. It's me, the Earl of Suds. I play games every single day, just goofing off. Full-time streamer over here. Just try to have some fun. I hope that y'all had a wonderful time at Landfork stream. I love Landfork streams. He's honestly, Landfork is pretty dang. What's the word that I'm looking for? Definitely very, what's the word? Inspirational. Definitely inspirational. I find a lot of inspiration. Goals? I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say goals because I would never want to, I couldn't ever be Landfork, you know. I could never be Landfork. But I can look at Landfork and be like, dang, I'm liking this attitude. I've been encouraged recently just by seeing how, I mean, this is such a specific thing. I don't want to get That is a lot of chicken nuggets. It's true. I tried to do a 100 chicken nugget challenge. Only made it to 35. 35. Not even close. Not even close. I maybe got to 40. I can't remember. I ate a lot of nuggets, but I don't think that I didn't get close to the 100. I bought all 100 of them, but I didn't eat them. Chaos Unraveled. Thanks for the follow. Kazzy, thanks for the follow. Hope that y'all had a wonderful time over watching some Stardew Valley. We're playing the new release of Legend of Zelda over here. We're playing the Skyward Sword remake, and the other thing that we've been doing recently is building this giant roller coaster Lego set that you can kind of see in the background. But yeah, we've been building some Legos recently. I've spent some money. I've spent some money on some freaking gigantic Lego sets. And this is a working roller coaster that, like, whenever you crank it up to the top and you can motorize it, and the roller coaster works. Like, the cart rolls all the way through and it'll get back into the rotation. We're probably gonna finish building this on like Saturday and Sunday. That's what I'm hoping for. Legos of any kind are always worth it. Just look at this box though. It's ridiculous. It's huge. It's too big. They had to give me like the biggest bag to fit this box in it. There's no Legos in it right now because I removed them, but these boxes are ridiculous. They're absurd. We pretty recently built the 6th largest Lego set at the time of its release. I think that it's actually like it's in the top 10 still, but we built one of the top 10 largest Lego sets ever. Most amount of pieces. That's a big box. Yeah, it's like it's an obscene amount of pieces, but that's just a little extra thing that we've been doing. But mostly we're just vibing, you guys. We're just goofing around. Yeah, Ninjago City. You built the Iron Man helm, the pilot helm recently. Oh, sweet. I do want some more display pieces. Like the things that I've gotten so far are like city stuff. Like I'll show you the other set that I have that we haven't built yet. That I bought just so that I don't lose it. I don't want to lose it. Here's the box of one that we've already made. Boom, the Ninjago City. Now you're starting to get a vibe. It's just city stuff. We keep building like we're eventually gonna have a whole Lego city that's working over here. But I want some display stuff like a helm. I want to get like some of the art. But yeah. This is the one. This is the one that we're gonna build soon. It's like the counterpart to the other Lego, the other Ninjago City. I'm really coming off as a Lego head, even though this is like the only Legos that I've ever built on stream. I built an AT-AT before, but this is what we're working on after we finish the coaster. I want to build a Lego city to the side so that whenever I do like cutaway stuff, that I'll have like a room cam. And maybe the city will have like some automated lights in it and some motors and stuff that'll like that'll run during a hype train or something. I'm excited. I've been but yes. Oh, what was I saying? Oh, the specific thing that I was gonna say about Landfork is I just like Landfork's attitude a lot. Landfork's got that wholesome yet sassy attitude that I really appreciate, and I've been able to deal with some difficult situations using some land. I don't know. Landfork's just has just encouraged me to be a healthier streamer somehow. I've been too nice in the past, just a little bit, and Landfork's got that sass. He's got that healthy attitude that's really helped me. That's really helped me deal with some situations recently. So I'm like looking at Landfork like, please teach me how to be a sassy boy. Sassy's a decent way to put it. I mean, it's good. It's good. You're healthy. You're a healthy being. Yeah. It's positive sassiness. Exactly. Sassy yet positive. I never catch a bad vibe off of Landfork, but knows how to deal with sorry suckers, as I would call them. Sorry suckers, yeah. AT-AT's on your bucket list? Oh, let me hurt your soul. Let me hurt your soul with my AT-AT. Hang on. I know that I'm showing off a bunch of stuff, but it's just for fun, okay? It's for fun. I've got my friends in the chat. Also, hi, Breezy. What's up? I hope you're doing well. I'm sorry, my friends are here. I want to show this off. Hang on. It's the AT-AT in complete, just the absolute hatred towards the AT-AT is immeasurable. Just full disrespect. I'm sorry. I've been so disrespectful. It's in 2 bags in pieces. Shaking my head. He didn't even put it out of its misery. I didn't even put it out of its misery by completely disassembling it. It's in parts. Yikes. Complete disrespect. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, AT-AT. The shame. Poor Pat. Yeah, it's Pat the AT-AT. But it's a cool Lego set. It's very cool. I'd totally be down to get some more Star Wars stuff. The Star Wars Legos are some of the coolest, like, licensed sets. It's what, Star Wars and Harry Potter. Those are the bangers. So what am I supposed to do? He like drops the, oh, you gotta lurk. I totally understand. I know. You gotta, I'm surprised that you stayed so long. Landfork, it was fun hanging out with you for a bit. Thank you so much for the raid. You're a good bean. You're a good bean. Absolutely blessed. If anybody's not checked out Landfork, please check them out. They're so hype. They're so hype. Every stream is a party. Every stream is a party over there. Almost every moment's a party. If you just go in there, it's gonna feel like the energy. It's just gonna be boom, 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 boom. But yeah, Landfork, enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy the rest of your day. I hope you have a good one. Oi, oi, oi. And anybody hanging out with us? I'm struggling. I'm suffering. I'm supposed to pick up these bombs and, oh, look at this. Wait a second. I see a bomb up on this tree. The sub notification on his stream is a riot. It is. It's wild. It's wild. It's a party every time. Every sub is a small dance party. I'm getting wrapped by these birds. So it's like, do I need to get rid of these birds, or do I need to do something with the bombs? There's a lot of options. I'm not sure. This is an area that I've heard people quit the game on. Like, I know that Alchemic did, but I could have swore that I read this somewhere else too. Is that this is a part of the game that makes you give up. This is the part that sucks your soul out. It's the part that kills the man. This was it. I think I'm seeing it. I think I'm seeing it. You got a bird that's flying overhead. You gotta pick up these bombs with this bug. What am I doing? What are we supposed to? Can I dash? Okay, let's try dashing across here. Zoom. Come on, Lonk. Oh, jeez. There's enemies? No, dude. No. There'll be none of that. There will be none of that. That's not happening. That's not happening. This is an unlocked area. We gotta. Oh, I see. There's a card up there. There's a card. There's a card. Okay, so maybe it really is this sign. Maybe I gotta learn. This is such a suspicious sign. Look at it. Looks like you shoot it, grab it. I don't know. So suspicious. I've run into these, but. This is my newest item, is this little, like, claw guy. It's gotta be this, right? You gotta just, like, pick up a bomb. I don't know what to do here. Maybe I can hit these birds with this robot. Just smack them. No. Dang it, he almost crushed me. He almost smacked me. I see a goddess cube over there. I see cart over there. Maybe there's a jump that I can make? Don't see a, let's see. I can't escape nugget talk. Listen, chicken nuggets are good for you. They're good for you, all right? And if you go to Chick-fil-A, you can get a Christian nugget. Get Christian nuggets and a Christian sandwich. Or you can just get standard chicken nuggets, you know? You get some nuggies. Get some tasty nuggets. Chicken nuggets are a blessing. It's true. I ate chicken nuggets last night. It's one of the easiest things to air fry. You just like chuck it into the air fryer. Boom. Just crank up a little bit at time. You got yourself and you can turn it into a chicken sandwich. Just put chicken nuggets on bread. Boom. Sandwich. Sandwich meal sorted. What's the, okay, let's try blowing up this thing. This is an untested moment. We're hitting you with the untested theories. Untested YouTube theories. What if we blew up this rock? Get some nuggets that support LGBTQ. Yeah, I mean, oh, what? The Christian nuggets, I'm pretty sure that from what I've read, they've calmed down and quit being stinkers about that. I'm pretty sure. I should probably dig into it a little bit more. But last that I've heard, they've shut their mouths, probably because they know that they're gonna get freaking wrecked in this society nowadays. You can't be acting like that no more. So they started zipping their lips and stopped giving to those organizations. I could investigate a little bit more though. Let's see. We got these plants. No, they don't donate Nardavel. I'm pretty sure that it's been confirmed that they don't. But again, I should probably dig into it a little bit more. But that would be, of course. That, of course, is my personal responsibility to do, so. Let's smack this. I didn't see what happened last time. It just knocked something out? Yeah, let's grab this. Yeah, maybe there's something early that we were supposed to do with this hook bug. Oh, did we come from up here? Looks like there's some new stuff up here. Let's go up here. I saw something on a ledge. Ooh, that requires a big jump. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna go up here. Let's okay.
Kaboom! Kaboomba!
What? Are you kidding me? There was another thing to hit right here? All right. No, we're not allowed to talk politics. Everybody, could y'all zip it? Could y'all zip it? Sorry for bringing it up. My bad. My bad. Sorry. I should have known that y'all were gonna start leaning into it. Listen, I don't use Twitch as a research method. So if y'all tell me something, I'm not gonna just believe it. I'm sorry. I don't do research by word of mouth. That's not a legit way to live your life. So I don't really need y'all to tell me that. I'm sorry. I will have to find that as well. Kenny, how dare you use your brain? You're supposed to just accept what people say. Nah. Yeah. Corey, tell me something to believe. Corey, give me something to believe, please. Corey, I'll accept anything, all right? No filter. For 10 seconds, I'm gonna remove the filter on my brain, and I'll let you import any information that you want directly without any thought whatsoever. I'll just believe it, okay? This is your moment to force belief upon me. Brain filter deactivated. Indeed, I'm ready to go. I understand. Oh, what topic? What? What? What topic? How you doing? What's up? Please, download something into my brain. Come on. I learned that cats can poop on your nose, and it has parasites in them that makes you love them. Corey, I don't care if that's true or false. I hate it. I hate it no matter what. No matter if that's true or false. You shouldn't have said it. Look at this suspicious item right here. This is Clown Town. Welcome to Clown Town, y'all. Welcome to Clown Town. Anyway, let's see. Don't turtles breathe through their butts? What? Is that true? Is that true? So that's what I'm doing wrong. Good morning to the earldom. Hey, Lynn, what's up? What's up? How are you doing? Oi, 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 oi. Yeah, it's morning for you. Good morning. Good morning. Just having a little brekkie. What's for breakfast? What's for breakfast? Also, OTU said, apparently you've been here since the raid. Oh, snap. You were here since the Ann raid. Well, it's nice to see you. It's nice to see you. How are you doing? What topic? Wasn't the art beautiful? I mean, of course, the art is beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, so where do we go? We just got nothing, right? Didn't we get nothing? I think we did. I think we really did. There's a magical spinner over here. This is so suspicious. This looks like what that clown boy had. Are we supposed to grab this? That shadow, I know. It's just a donut shadow. What? It's lit from both sides. This desert is fully lit. 100% lit, you guys. The donut shadow. Dude, this is actual physics. This is real life physics right here. There's gotta be something to do, right? Right? Do we gotta grab it out of the ground with a bug? With a bubble bug? No. This won't work. That doesn't work. I told you that. You love this level? Kuri! It's been confirmed that at least one person has completely quit the game because of how stinky this level is. I'm pretty sure that it's probably frustrated several people. This is the water temple. This is the water temple of Skyward Sword. I didn't get anything over here, dude. I didn't get anything over here. I've unlocked nothing. Okay, we gotta catch it with the bug now. I'm just kidding. Bombs and slingshots, dude. It's like all that we got. But there's no water. It's waterless. It's a waterless desert. Oh, Kevlar. All right, we'll see you whenever you get back. You're no backseater. You're a good bean, Kuri. You're a good bean. Kuri's in the house. Kuri in the house. Yes, catch all the ants. Yum, yum. Yum, yum. Plus, I love watching the struggle. Ah, Kuri, you are a true connoisseur. You are a true connoisseur of streams. Listen, level 1 stream watcher. Oh, I love this game. I want to help the streamer and bother them with all the facts of how to do it. That's the level 1 watcher. Level 100 watcher. Level 100 watcher Twitch Pro. Watch them suffer. Help them not. Stops other people from helping them on purpose to watch the suffering. That's real next level watching right there. That's what we're looking for. We're looking for people that want to see me suffer. It's the best part. It's the only part of the stream that I can assure will be here every time that you tune in. There will always be struggles. That's my promise. But speaking of, what a crunchy crab. Look at that beautiful crab, lad. Hit me. Hit me. Hey, Ojo, what's up? Thanks for the 6 months. Appreciate it. How are you doing? Can't we get some hype in the chat? Ooh, we're 1 sub away from Longshades, you guys. We're 1 sub away. Wow, wow. We're more than halfway there. Wow, wow. Oja, thanks for tuning into the stream. How are you doing? Hello. Ooh, I wonder if we can kill those birds with an air bomb. Maybe we can kill them. Maybe we shall kill those birds. I also see that giant crest of Hylia over there. Hello. Excuse me, Mr. Bird. I have a small delivery. I have a small delivery for you. No, slow down, slow down. No, stop flying away. Come back here. It worked. It worked. Oh, blessed bird bomb. Dude, it worked. Yes, fatality. Finish him. Fatality. Rest in peace. Eve, what's up? How are you doing? Thanks for the hype, the chat. That bird was scorched. There we go. Hey.
You're breaking everything, Link.
Link, stop breaking everything. Hey, what topic? Thank you for the 100 bits. 100 bits of complaints. I appreciate it. Oh, ouch. Stop. Go, Link, go. Link, you're destroying everything. Link, when is the violence going to stop? Link, you must stop. Okay, I'm gonna grab bomb, kill bird. Grab bomb, destroy wildlife. Oh, what if we have to hoop over a cross? Oh, I think we have to do long hoops, you guys. I think that it was long hoops all along. Dang, that's brutal, man. That's not even nice. That's not even a kind thing for Link to do. Dang it. Don't tell me that this is the solution. I don't believe you. I don't believe you, Nintendo. There's no way that this is it. Do we just have to do long hoops? No. Oh, there's nothing on the back side of this wall. Hey, Callie, thanks for that gifted sub. Boom. That's 15 out of 15. That's a sub goal, you guys. That's a sub goal. Can you put some hype in the chat for Calico with the gifted sub? Oh, yeah. Thank you so much for Panic Tomcat. So generous. Thank you so much. Callie. 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 Now it's time to put on some fancy shades. Fancy shade time. I kind of feel like figuring out how to just move. I just want to move. Give us those shades. All right. All right, Link shades it is. There was suggestions that I didn't have any Link shades and that they were just going to be the Mario shades. But I'm here to tell you these are 100% Legend of Zelda approved. 100% real Legend of Zelda glasses right here. Hey, thank you so much for the follow, Morgan and Ross. Ross20. Thanks so much. Appreciate the follow. Also, Morgan. Welcome to the party, my friend. Oh yes, I'm 100%. I've got the blonde hair. He's got the blonde hair and everything. He's a real Link. No links in the chat. I see the carts up here. Still don't get those. Still not understanding the cart situation. I feel like we have to unlock one of those crystals to do that. Oh, look! It looks like you can push these things on the side of his head. So we gotta get up there. We gotta get up somehow. Let's see if we can. You are the Lincoln of Zelda. This is the Legend of Zelda. The legend states that there's a hero of time with some cool sunglasses. Oh my God, Kenny, is that you? You look exactly like Link. You don't even look like yourself anymore. What's up, Von Chick? What's up, Von Chick? Oh, we gotta get up top, you guys. We gotta get up top. Look at the cars. Oh wait, maybe you can push the carts with the little bat. No, because I already tried this, didn't I? I think I already tried to give him a move. We'll try though. No, it blows it up. Blows it up. Okay, that's good. I'm glad. I'm actually glad that didn't work. I feel like we really can't get across here. Link, climb. Link! Oh my gosh. Okay, we got the bird. The birds are dead. The birds are dead. The police are here. Yep, the police are driving by. But what about that? What about that facility over there? Is that the final area? Is that the final facility? Yeah, look at this. It doesn't even have any marks. It's got nothing. It's got nothing on me, babe. Look at that. Look at that. There's two little carts. Two little carts. One there, one there. Let's see. We got some treasure that we already grabbed. We got some junk back here. We got some garbage over there. The sand's fine. Just dive in. The sand's fine. It feels good. Just hop in. How are we gonna... Was that a Bruno Mars reference? Oh, yeah, it was. Ain't got nothing on you, babe. I've been thinking the song that's been stuck in my head for days now is Break Even.
You don't break even, no. When the heart breaks, no, don't break even. What am I supposed to say when I'm all choked up and you're okay? What am I supposed to do when the best part of me was always you? I'm falling apart.
I really am. I'm struggling. I'm crying on here. Can't relate. Excuse me. Yes, it was a tree all along. Perfect singing. Oh, thank you. Yes. I was singing my heart out. I was really trying. What do we... I've changed at 69%. Excellente. Excellente, you guys. Thanks for keeping up the memes. I appreciate it. Oi, what's up? Flawless Noob. How are you doing? Flawless Noob. This noob doesn't make any mistakes. Glad to meet you, friend. Hope you're doing well. Excellent work. Excellent work. Job's done here.
Job's done. We're packing out. Let's go.
Dang, these stupid area. I'm about to give up. I'm about to give up, you guys. Failed hype train. Shaking my head, but at least it was 69%, you guys. It was a good effort. It was a good effort, and I'm proud of y'all for trying, all right? Like a proud parent. Listen, I can't be disappointed in y'all. Do you want a hint? I mean, look at these, dude. Look at them. Why are they here? Why are they here? Why do they exist right now? I don't get it. They've been in other areas too. They really look like they're for grapple. They really look like a grapple point. But seriously, like we haven't unlocked the thing that activates these things, really? Really? So suspicious. So suspicious. Suspicious, even. I've already tried this a million times. Brap. Brap. Okay, maybe we could just make a run for it. No, you can't run that far. That's way too far, dude. Press the power button and never press it again. The way that I figured out how to beat this level is that I ejected my disc and I went like this. And that made me, I won. I won. You know how I won? Because that game disc is dead and I'm still alive. Okay, this is sus, you guys. He gave me the grab, though. He gave me the grabs. He gave me the gribby grabs, but I've never extended this crystal area. Is there a I'll take a look. I'm taking a look inside of these caverns, you guys. I'm looking inside the caverns. I'm getting suspicious. The lad's getting suspicious out here. The cutscenes on YouTube were great. Ooh, I'm glad to know what's coming. Okay, I'm gonna kill this monster. What if it had to do with killing a monster? What would y'all say about that? Would you say that was surprising? Shocking? Disturbing, possibly? I just dropped that bomb? That's... Yeah, what if I told you that it was all about killing this enemy right here? And once you do that, then you unlock the meaning to happiness. What if I told you that I didn't hit him with the bomb? What if I told you? Yeah, see? See? Now he's dead, and now we win. Well, we're gonna win after killing him, so I feel like it might be connected. Link, you have to survive. You can't give up like that. Link, you can't die. It's hardly against the rules. I mean, that's hardly... give me this. Yeah, I killed him. I killed him, it's true. Kuri is suffering. You're suffering now. See, you thought that you liked suffering. He killed him. I can't believe it. I can't believe the murder. Maybe we need to murder these little crab wagons. But seriously, the crab wagons, would that really be any good? Would it be helpful to kill these lads? I don't feel like we can make it across though, right? Yeah, what if we killed them? What if we died in the sand? What if I died out here, Link style? That's so close. That's so close. I think you can do it. I think you can do it, man. Let me kill this crablaster. Crabman, come here. Come here, crab lad. You could do it. I could feel it. I could feel it inside my bones. I think that you can move across here. Watch this. Watch this. This is actually a speedrun method. Come on, dude! It's so close! It's so close! This is a skip. This is a skip. This is what speedrunners use, man. Come on, man. I believe in you, Link. You don't have to give up like that. Link, you can do it. You can do it, lad. Oh, dang. Never mind. You can't do it, Link. Never mind, Link. You're a chump. Yeah, it looks like they made it specifically so that you can't climb this stuff either. It's so close, though. It's torturous. Nintendo, why'd you do this? Look at it. If Link was a real man, he could get up there. Ooh, what if we... But there's a bomb up in this tree. What about that? What do you think about this bomb up here? Did y'all see this bomb? What about that? Huh? What if I told you that the solution was killing your own drone? What if I told you that all you had to do was explode this? Wait, did that move? Did that just... Wait a second. Dude, hang on. Wait, hold the phone. Hold the phone upside down so that you can't hear and you can't speak. What if you had to push it only this way? That was almost a good idea. Okay, what if I told you that you couldn't use a bomb and you had to push it with the bug? What if it was all a bug-related mechanic? Yeah. No, that's not. I don't think that's it. I actually don't think that was it. What's with this cat car though? I don't understand why you can cut all of its clothes off. I don't get it. I don't get it. We already got the gift of the flower. We already got the flower gift. There's bombs on the ground. It's like, man, I think this game might be broken. I may have accidentally glitched. There might have been something that was supposed to unlock, and I think I actually glitched it, unfortunately. The game's unsolvable in its current state, but with a nice hard reset, I bet we'd be able to do it. Yeah, I think that unfortunately we've broken the game. Yep, it's unsolvable. It's a shame, actually. It's just poor game design on their part. It's you know, you run into these things sometimes. Whenever you play so many games like I do, you occasionally run into a situation of bad game design. And this one, I'm afraid it's just busted. I mean, Nintendo of America's got a good name. They had a good thing going, but with this game, they really just they made so many errors. Oi! Jedi! Thank you very much for the 1 month of tier 1. Hey, 16 months, baby. Oh, thank you so much. Bada bing, bada boom. Jedi. Thank you so much for the sub. Can we put some hype in the chat? You're gonna go for today? All right, we'll see you later, Bread. My streams are way too long for you to be able to hang out at the whole thing. Don't worry, it's a proven fact. We'll see you later. Real time, Bread. We'll see you some other time. We'll see you some other time, my friend. It was nice to hang out with you. Bada bing, bada boom. We'll see you sometime soon. All right, let's save Lenny style. That's right. My name's Lenny. Lenny White. You said what? But you said you've already solved it by accident. You've already solved it by accident, just not earlier. And not right, but right, you know? No, I don't. There's something going on. Something suspicious. Notice how he talked over my plea for food? You're what? I didn't hear anything. Jedi, I didn't hear anything. I don't even know what you mean. I didn't, listen, food? Never heard of it. Food? Never met her. It's gotta be over there, right? It's gotta be that magic disc. It's that magic disc, man. It's all about the disc. It's all about the compact discs these days. Kids don't care about vinyls anymore. It's all about the CDs, DVDs, and USB drives. Back in my day, it was either floppy or it was vinyl. It was vinyl or it was floppy. That was just the truth of materials back then. Now these kids, they keep on going after these discs. Discs. Yeah, like right here. Suspicious disc. This is what it was all about in the day. What do we do here, man? Floppy. No. I have no floppy discs. These discs, they were too floppy. You gotta go? Oh, we'll see you later. Kevlar, thanks for vibing, my friend. We shall see you later. Didn't you love floppy disks? How you had like 17,000 of them? You had to use 10,000 floppy disks for just Windows. To install Windows XP or NT, you had to have 10,000 floppy disks. Ooh. Yada. You know, the more that y'all want to give me a hint, the more I don't want the hint. Just it's true. It's true. I mean, I thought you liked suffering. I thought you liked suffering. Let's take a look and see if there's a like busted looking wall. So there's so these things don't move. It's true. So there's a move. There's a cage over there. There's a crystal inside it. There's walls over there. There's a piece right there. There's no way to jump over that wall right there. Okay, I'm just doing a little bit of math in my head. Yep, there's no wall right there. So a piece right there. Slides along. It's a jump right there. Yeah, I think I figured it out. Yeah, I think I got it now. It's these bushes. It was the bushes. They hide the money. Oh, yeah. Okay, this is a little bit of... Oh, the mathematics. Oh, I see the bombs. The bombs! Okay, it's raining men. Hallelujah. The grapple point... Wait a second. What if we just looked for Zelda? She's over here. That's where we're supposed to go. I get it now. Maybe we need to do more bug surveillance. Surveillance state, anyone? I can't even control the camera. You just have to... Just gotta zoom. I mean, I see that there's hoops to do over there, but that's for later. That's not for right now. You can't be hooping on this game right now. Why would there be a grapple hook there? Yeah, so you have to... So we're gonna have to activate things that make it so that the sand is deactivated, essentially. We have to turn the sand to something else, but where? Look at this lad. This lad over here. We've already talked to him. He already upgraded. Maybe he'll give us a hint. Maybe he'll give us a hint. An in-game hint. The only non-forbidden hint. Excuse me, lad? I've added a pincer modification so that you can grab things. That was highlighted. Grabbing must be important. Must be important in this game. Turn the sand into sugar. Yum, yum. Yum, yum. I wouldn't mind drowning in sugar.
Sugar.
I feel like there's a solution. I feel like there's a solution somewhere nearby. I can smell it. I can smell it. It's a bomb. It's a bomb. Link gets diabetes, but the quicksand problem is solved. Yeah, he just ate all of the sand. Look at that though. Look at that diggy spot. Diggy spot. So the question is, how do we get up there? Let's look along the side. Now, if you take if you just take a gander. Oh! Advice. Yes, master. What information do you seek? A hint. This is in the game. This is not cheating. This is Lanayru Desert. Over many centuries, the sand has covered all remnants of the past. Some of the monsters produce an electrical field that can paralyze anything that touches them. As a protective measure, I recommend using a wooden shield. You should keep a revitalization potion and a spare shield in your... What? A spare shield? Listen, lady, I'm not dying by enemies. What are you talking about? Bruh, that is not even close to helpful, you dum-dum. You big dum-dum. This is why I don't trust Alexa. That wasn't helpful at all. She didn't give me any... That's not a hint. That's just that's advice. Look, she has multiple options. She says, oh wait, that was advice. Analysis? Objective. Objection. I'm looking for rumors, man. Tell me some rumors. Give me a little bit of that sweet. Deku hornets would not hesitate to attack if you venture near their hive. They are small and... I don't care about no hornets. There's no hornets out here. Lady. Oh my gosh. This is why you don't trust robots. Okay, I'm gonna kill this. Yeah, it's bees. She's talking about the bees now. It's all about killing these monsters. Oh my god. That's funny. Funny game. Oh, Zelda, you're so funny.
Zelda, I hate you. I hope you die.
I hope Ganondorf wins now. Because these puzzles aren't fair. I hope Ganondorf wins. He deserves it. He deserves it. And then he died. Oh, well, at least I'm still right here. Great. Props to my boy Ganondorf. Can you make this? This looks suspicious. I don't know about this. Good job, Lonk. Good job, Lonk. Arisa, did you? I'm guessing. I mean, Arisa's an actual gamer. She probably figured this out on her own. She probably figured this out way faster than me. It's just, let's just be honest. Let's be honest. Oh crap! Oh no! I wanted to get the sword. Ah, man. Dang it! Is Zelda worth all this trouble? That's a question that's plagued historians. Historians have asked these questions. Was Zelda really worth it? Was Zelda really worth it? Oh, you looked up stuff? Ah, that's no shame. I almost looked up something. I almost looked it up. It's frustrating. It's frustrating. Arisa, people be giving up in this area. I wouldn't feel too bad about looking it up. La da 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 da. Bugsy, Bugsy, Buggy, Buduggy, Bugga Bug. Budug, Budug, Budug. Ah, these will just be shortcuts. Yeah, this is just a shortcut so that I don't have to walk through there anymore. Nice. Nice. We solved it. We solved it. We big brained it. We used our gigantic brain. We used our gigantic Link brain. And I did it while my chat was distracting me. Y'all distracted me. I could have figured this out much quicker without y'all getting in my way. The goddess! The goddess is here. Is this money? Give me my money.
I said give me my money.
What have you got there?
A knife.
How dare you? How dare you, chat? Look, speaking and all of that, you have to stop speaking.
You speak when spoken to.
Okay. Now we gotta not do that. Stop. Stop it. I don't want to douse. Dousing is for chumps. Ooh. He's smooth. Look, we're gonna kill him this way. Ooh, that didn't kill him. That woke him back up. Wake me up inside.
Save me.
Can you just make it across here? Nope, nope, no, nope, you can't. No, you actually, nope, that's not a, no. This has got to be the most inconvenient, it's an inconvenient moment in Link history. Huh. I read the Hyrule Historian. They actually talked about this as one of Link's greatest challenges. That's what it was described as. Link's greatest challenge. They were talking about how nothing else in the entire Legend of Zelda series came even close to the difficulty in killing this guy. It's basically Ganondorf as a shrimp. This is not really working, is it? I kind of want to fly the bomb. Oh, that's too bad. Okay. I hate this so much. I'm starting to get angry, you guys. I'm sorry. I'm starting to get angry. This mechanic is stupid. This is a stupid mechanic. You guys, we might be taking up. We might be. What time is it? Okay, we're done. We're freaking done with this game. I am so finished with this. I'm so finished with this. Look at this. Look at this. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Zelda. Zelda. Seriously. Okay. I think we're gonna have to take a little break. I think that we might have to before I get too frustrated with this. Okay. At least we're through here. If I had another brick wall with my big forehead, then we might, this is just so frustrating. At least you can save. That's nice. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. You're actually very sweet to me, Nintendo. Pat pat. I would like to figure out what those things do, though. I really feel like that's an opportunity to use a hook shot. It's got real hook shot energy. This guy looks kind of like Frankenstein with his with the bolts on the side of his neck. Don't know if it's an electrify sort of situation. It looks like you gotta kill these boys again. What an inconvenient way to build platforms. I mean, I've encountered games that make you kill an enemy in a spot, but I don't think I've ever played a game where they made you shoot a drone that you have to slowly pilot into a bomb, and then you blow up an enemy whenever it's in the right spot so that you can run over its corpse. I mean, I hate to complain, but also I want to complain. Just a little bit. I mean, it's kind of an exercise in torture. It's an exercise in insanity. Oh no, this was my complaint too. It's just not, to me, it's not a good mechanic. It's just, I mean, as soon as they introduced that drone, I was like, what a snooze, dude. What a snooze. Talk about like a, I guess it's because it's fun to pilot this with motion. Is that it? Is that them pushing motion again? Because it really is, I can't think of the word, but it's torturous for one, but it's, yeah, it just really kills the flow. It just takes you right out of like the swordplay platforming. Okay, here we go. We made it. But we might be done. We might be done with this pretty soon. I'm not sure. It's just a bad mechanic, but you know, it looks like we're loose. Looks like they loosed us. They loosed us onto the world. We're on the I love how today we've gotten like raids from really cool beans, and we're just in like the worst area of the worst Zelda game. I hope that the pain is totally worth it. I hope that the pain is tantalizing and a delicious treat for you. The best area of a kind of cool Zelda game. I would say the worst area in the worst Zelda game. The worst area in the worst game of a good franchise. I mean, please, give me that water temple, you guys. Give me that water temple. Twilight Princess is the worst. Ooh, that's a hot take. That's a hot take. Though, to be fair, I did quit Zelda Twilight Princess, and I didn't quit this one yet. If I'm being fair, I haven't quit this one yet. Ooh, floating platform, yes sir. Yes sir, I'll take your ride. Get in. See ya later. Okay, let's see. Different state of mind. I let you suffer for too long in Twilight Princess. Oh, I suffered for too long. I take it upon myself, streamer. It was my fault that the game sucked. I'm sorry. I should have done more. I should have protected you from the game. I could have fixed the game for you. You can't take the blame for annoying game design. That's on them. I could never blame you for that. I could have fixed it. What? Is there something up here? So many people in Opes the other night were going on and on about how Twilight Princess is #1. Lots of people think that, Jedi. I haven't played them all, so I don't really have that much of an opinion. I don't really know. But the consensus is that it is the best. That, from what I understand, I think it's mostly because, yeah, the edgy teen phase. Yeah, they're like, I want to know, woo. Yeah, it's the edgy game. It's the game where they're like, ooh, finally a cool Zelda game with a bad woo boy. How do you hit the? Oh, maybe you can go up. Ooh, look at this. Well. Number 1 is A Link to the Past. Link to the Past, eh? Interesting. I want to be a wolf, Okami, Otaku, Uwu. Okami's that drawing game, right? Doesn't it have the drawing, the doodle? Isn't that the Doodle Master game? A Woo Doodle Master? Oh, maybe you can shoot this with the pea shooter. Ooh, pea shooter moment. Dude, pea shooter moment? Oh. No, come on. Okami means like great God, great Scott. Oh yeah, like the great God. Could you say like Okami-sama? Okami-sama. Okami-sama. Hey, you just Googled it? All right, let's get in here. Let's get in the trunk. Get in the trunk, yo. Here we go, trunk. Ah, come on. What's with the trunk, dude? Do we gotta go? No, we can't go over there. That's illegal. Yeah, that's actually an illegal zone. We can't go over there. That's illegal zoning. Well, maybe we gotta drop a bomb. Or maybe I just gotta pilot this better. Oh, I think that you can you dive straight down with this thing? Or is always a modifier to mean great? Oh. Ah. Huh. You can't throw a bomb up there. That's too far. Huh. Yeah, you can't throw Babamba up there. There's no Babamba opportunity. This is a Babambless opportunity. That's whenever you see the need for an application. Then you build it. That's an opportunity. Well. Yeah, I really can't smack that. Oh, what about this? Oh, that's a bomb, dude. I thought that was a blue flower. This whole time. I was thinking, I don't need a blue flower. Dang it. You're supposed to bomb it the whole time, dude. It's a bomb moment. It was a bomb moment. A moment with bombing. Whoa, okay, bloom. Pardon this tree absolutely glowing up. Pardon the glow up, friends. That was the bomb. Yeah, it's true. It's true. You've never played this Zelda? Well, I tell you what, Ego. I would suggest playing all of the other ones first. But it's not too bad. Yeah, I would definitely, I definitely suggest all of the other ones that I've ever played before you play this one. If you're interested in a Legend of Zelda game, I'd suggest Ocarina of Time maybe, or what we were playing. Oh, you played most of them. Oh, it's just this one. Oh, then you know what the heck is up. I'm sorry. Me assume too much. Which one's your favorite one? Ocarina of Time. Oh wait, OOC. That would be OOC. I wonder what that is. Ocarina of Crackers. Oh, okay. Is this misspelling? My bad. You're just groggy? No worries. We're all grog masters today, actually. The master of the grog. You had a nap today. That do be how it is. Oh, this guy's in the way, dude. He's dead. He's gone. Okay, so we have to awaken him. Awaken my master. My master. I think that we have to do some bombing. Here we go. Where's my, there's my bombing mechanic. This is kind of cool. This is actually a little bit pog. This is a little bit pog, Nintendo. I kind of like that. I kind of like the bombing mechanics, you know? I'm proud of you. You can Nintendo it. Nintendo dog. Okay, I've got it. There's got to be like something to activate around here, right? Oh, there it is. We got to activate it. We got to talk to the lad, and then we're ready to rock. Then we're ready to freaking rock. Whammo! Awaken, little bean. I need you to move out of the way, you dum-dum. You little dum-dum. Why you guys stand in my way like that? I'm gonna look out! Oh, run away! You can't escape! I scared him out of the zone. I scared him out of the zone and he turned to bone. Ooh, that's zone defense, man. That's defense. Oh, that's a great one. That's a good one. Oh, man. It worked twice. That was scary. Thanks for helping me, Berserk. This is the Temple of Time. Yeah. Stop talking. Yeah. Whatever. Stop telling me what to do. This map, it looks inaccurate. I'm gonna fix it. Oh, no. Oh, it's slightly different. It's slightly different. Thank you, lad. You had to shower?
From shower, you return.
Welcome back, I must. A report, Master Lenny. The map you possess corresponds to the actual terrain of this area with only... What? That is very low accuracy. Only 35% accuracy. The robot you met earlier fixed the past terrains of some... What? Okay, whatever. That's good news. Thank you. You've been thrown out of Final Fantasy XIV. Oh, snap. May the great maintenance begin. They finally found me. The maintenance is, after the maintenance, it'll be the big... Wouldn't it be like, there'll be bonus coins at the, at El Gambolino? At El Gambletown? Ooh, boy. I'm gonna do some serious gambling during this event, you guys. Can I get out? Can Link, can you hop out of this wagon? 1.5 times the gambling? Ooh. Yes, please. Yes, please. I enjoyed gambling already, but now you're making it even more tantalizing. Tantalizing. Oh, let's go into the cave. An old lady lives in this cave, and she'll give you potions. Oh wait, never mind. I confused it for another cave. I confused it. My bad. We're going back. Let's get out of here. More Air Force One, please. Oh man, dude, the Air Force One. I'm trying my best to get 5,000 points on that sucker. Whereas I keep accidentally just hitting one thing. I keep getting every shot and then just missing and accidentally hitting one of the baddies and losing my 20 points from a perfect score. I forget, Kuri, do you play Final Fantasy? I don't think you do. You got 4,800 last night? Yeah, that's what I got. It's, or close to it. I don't know, I was short the one. You did for a little while, and then you were free. You're free! Kuri's free! Well done. Bless. You're on the loose. I'm so proud of you. You got away. I'm glad to hear a success story like that, Kuri. Ooh. Rest in peace. So, oh, I think we got to bring the wagon all the way over. Great. This is a monotony, baby. Oh, I'd rather spend my money on a Kenny sub. Oh, $10? $10 sub? I think the Twitch might be ripping you off. Twitch might be ripping you off just a little bit. You might want to check that pricing. Kuri. But I guess I'm big ballin' because I can pay for my Kuri sub and for my Final Fantasy. I guess I made it, as they would say. He's dodging. He's bobbing and weaving. Stop! No. Oh, Link dies? Oh. Man, The monotony. The monotony. Oh my gosh. This is like Monopoly monotony. Ay, 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 ay. And he made it. He made it. He succeeded as a human being. All right, I'm getting in. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. How many deaths so far? Probably a good handful, you know? Like 5. I think 5. It actually hasn't been a lot of deaths. There's been a lot of falls, but I don't think there's been a lot of deaths. I think we're at like 5 or 6 right now. 5 or 6 game over screens. Okay, let's hop in.
Let's hop in.
So, if we're talking game overs, you count 2 tonight? Yeah, something like that. I thought that we had a couple more, but you might be right. There's not actually that many game overs. Thankfully, a lot of things in this game, they allow you to just kind of continue where you left off. If you like fall, if you fall, the game doesn't really punish you. Stop, my boy. So the cart's back here, and the cart's back there, but I don't see what the use of that is. I don't understand why we did this. Is it just to get back over here? Is this just a way to return? It looks like there's 2 different entrances. Yeah, there's 2 different ways in here. And I'm supposing I don't have whatever I need there. So I'm guessing I gotta go back and then use the newly accurated map. Is that what's going on? Is that what's going on? Deku babies are strong in this game? I'm telling you, Dizzy, this is a surprisingly tricky game. I was likening it to, so like in Breath of the Wild, there's challenging combat, but it feels like it's learnable and it's well done. But this one has really kind of janky challenging combat, so it's like, I don't know, it's really punishing. It's really punishing, and it's a tough time. It's a tough time, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie, I've cried many tears. My tear ducts are empty. I actually probably need to rehydrate just based on my tear production. But yeah, the jank, the absolute jank. Okay, maybe this is the sauce. Yeah, I've got no tears left to cry. Yeah, my eyes, they're empty. I've got no more tears. I'd love to cry more, but I've got all my ducts in a row. That is to say, I can't cry anymore. So it doesn't look like we can get up on that wall, which is what I want to do. I want to get up on that. That's what I want to get. I want to get up there. That's my goal. That's my goal in life. So I believe that whenever we drop that cart down there, that doesn't move, right? I don't think that one moves. So, Kuri, when are you gonna visit Dallas, huh? Kuri, when are you gonna visit Dallas? When are you gonna hang out with the Earl, huh? When am I gonna get to see Tin and Kuri? Is that ever gonna happen? When are we gonna do some? When are we gonna go to round 1? Do I gotta come down there? Do I have to come down there? Let's see. We were supposed to, but our friends never got back to us about staying there the weekend. I wish that I could host y'all, but I really cannot currently at my my current setup. I can't host anybody here. It's a shame. It's a shame. I wish I could. That's a cool goal in life. That's got to be like one neat goal that you could make for your adult life, is that you're in a situation where you can host your friends anytime that they come into the area. That's kind of a cool thing to aim for, I'd say. That's something that I can try to do. Let's see. So we can't get up on that wall, so we can't knock down it. So I'm guessing somehow you're supposed to go over here, I guess. Do something or other. Oh, we'll see you later, Beowulf. Thanks for vibing with us. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you enjoyed the delicious bunch. The delicious, spicy, tasty bunch. Available right now. So, did I just waste my time going back? Maybe I'm gonna have to do the same monotonous trudge once again. Boy, Like that Link really books it when you use stamina. Oh yeah, he really does schmoove. He really schmooves with that stamina. And look at that, the card has returned, blast it all. Oh my god.
Oh my god!
As my friend Waluigi, as Wario would say,
Oh my god!
you have to do this every time just to pass? This is just the method of transportation, dude.
Oh my god!
This is just how you get across. Oh my gosh, you have to do the bomb again. Nintendo. I'm glad the Wii U failed. You needed a punishment after this game. I'm glad that the Wii U failed. Nintendo they needed some punishment after this game. Dude, I'm so glad. They needed a good slap on the wrist so that they shaped up, dude. This was on the Wii, I know. That they were punished whenever the Wii U failed. Good. They needed a good slap. Oh, there was some good games on the Wii U. Oh, I wasn't insulting the console. I was just saying that it didn't do well, and they deserved some punishment for being bad boys and girls. They were bad beans, and they had fiscal failure. Fiscal failure for the stinkers. It's all too fitting. It's all too fair. Hey, what's up, Mushroom Gal? How are you doing? Hello.
I wish I could see what's happening on the other side. Maybe there's another way into the temple.
That's big talk. It's big talk. It's possible. Did you get a Wii? We didn't get a Wii whenever I was a kid. No. I was Wii-less. Yeah, I was all Wii's off. Wheels off. The my parents didn't really like video games at the time that the Wii was released. Even my grandma got a Wii. My grandma got a Wii before we did. My grandma was freaking hip to the groove. She was like, I'm all about this baseball, baby. She was all about the baseball. But we had to wait. Thankfully, my uncle gave us a GameCube, like, really late into the Wii cycle, so eventually they stopped not letting us have a fantastic game console. The Wii was incredible, and I got to play it at my friend's house, and I got to play it at, ooh, I wonder if you can Skyward Strike on the roll, dude. Ooh, maybe I can Skyward Strike while rolling. That's something I hadn't thought of. No, that's so close. Your grandma? I wish I had a grandma like that. I mean, I think that my grandma didn't buy it. I think that she got given it by the uncle that gave me a, oh, it's the flower? Oh, yeah. I thought that those flowers, at first, I thought that they were blooming into the big boys, but yeah, I don't think they are. I'd kill them to re-release Nintendo Land for the Switch. It was so good. Yeah, the Wii U games, there was some really cool ideas that they did on there. Like the, I don't know, I'd like to play the version of the Wii U's version of Deus Ex Human Revolution looks like fun. I'd love to play the version of the Batman game. It just had some really cool, unique ideas. I want the, also, what about the Lego City Police game? The Lego City Undercover, was that ever released for anything else? I want to play that. That looks like fun. Dude, we're about to get chomped. Master Lenny, I have information to report. This is hardly the time for a discussion, madam. I can confirm that you will not be consumed by the sinking sand in your current position. Oh my gosh, there's invisible walls. Oh, I see. Oh, look at that. No sink, dude. Sinkless. Sinkless in Seattle. Yeah, we just gotta walk across here. Big brain moments. Big brain moments with Lonk. Oh, nice. I'm glad that they released the Wonderful 100 on Switch. Ah, see, I didn't even know about that game. I didn't even know about that. I'm going to drop a bomba right here. Oh wait, no, that's dang dousing. Do you like Fee or not? She's all right, Disney Morning. I don't find it that frustrating. She was frustrating at the beginning of the game whenever she wouldn't leave you alone. But honestly, Navi is already more consistently annoying than Fee. She stopped bugging me. I think that that's a remaster thing. I think that they adjusted it so that Fee's less annoying. At the beginning, it was equal, but now that we've gotten deeper into the game, she hasn't bothered me much at all. And I like her skating. Her skating's very cool. And I like that she's a robot. It gives me kind of Breath of the Wild vibes. I like it. Powerful generator. Insert 3 dials. Okay. Readings indicate materials used to construct the generator. Dousing ability. Okay, we got it. We got a douse. We dousing. Yeah, I think we're just about. We'll complete a little bit more of this. And then we'll probably call it a night. We'll see. We'll continue this tomorrow. I'm gonna sit down. My legs are really tired. Thankfully, there's a moment to rest. A moment to rest. My poor buns. My poor sweet buns. My sweet Zelda buns. Yeah, just a little sit down. We can all have a sit down together. They can't escape. I'm just gonna save. I'm totally safe. I'm guessing we're gonna have to do a lot more walking inside of the suspicious sand area. So let's take a look at the map, cause all right. Maybe we should douse. We can walk down here. Get an idea. Over there. Whoa, this one's close. Oh, I think that this is the one that's right there. I didn't actually figure out how to do this. Let's figure out what this is. You hit it with a sword. You grab it. Oh, I think you poke it. I think it's poke. Yeah, man. Oh, this is cool. I bet that this was even cooler with motion controls. Okay, so am I trying to, I wonder if this is... Huh. I wonder if we have to, like, align stuff to do this. Yeah, the rumble's still here. It's just very subtle. It looks like it's a lock, I guess, but I don't think that I'm ready to go. I think that we might have to do more things for this. No, I'm suspicious, man. Because this is doused. This is dousable. If this is dousable, then this is what we're going to run into later. Right? That this should be doable. Wonder if this is going to be a case of it being more difficult without the motion plus. Without using motion. Okay, it's what? Push in. It's like this. Okay. Huh. Maybe there's a puzzle that's in here that I haven't figured out yet. It clicks every time that you go past these in a weird way. But it's not giving me an indication that any of these are like a good position for it. I see that there's multiple layers. So I'm guessing that you like lock in the outer layer and then you move to the inner and then to the inner. But we might not be able to do that yet. Might not be able to do that. Let's keep investigating. I don't wanna fool with that for too long. Is a treasure chest up there? Interesting. But this is all hard sand. You don't need to worry about the shifting sands over here. Yeah, there's like there's old remnants of the wall underneath us, but that's not important information right now. All right, Lonk, blow up this wall. That's a good boy. Nice. It's the treasure cavern. You know, we haven't seen a fairy fountain in this entire game. Not a single fairy fountain. They might not be in this game, which is a real shame. They often had the best music. Where's my beautiful fairy fountain music? Barrels. The heck? Barrels. Give us the bombas, Nintendo! Okay, so you can throw this. Does that break it or... Yeah, I thought it would roll. That just sinks down, don't it? Bye-bye. Little weird goops on the ground here. Yeah, you were wondering about that too? I guess there are none, Arisa. I don't know. We need more Bomba. There's no fairy fountains in Skyward. That's a bummer. Why not? Fairy fountains are great. Looks like we need bombs. Looks like I shouldn't have come here.
It looks like I made a mistake.
Yeah, I think we got to come back here with more Babamba. Why are there barrels? Are these barrels supposed to replace bombs? I wonder if they, let's see if they break anything. Hey, Blue Chaos Burb, how are you doing? What's up, Blue? No fountain! When there's no fountain drinks. But I'm so thirsty. But Nintendo, I need my Coca-Cola. Yeah, these barrels suck. Avoid workplace accidents. Safety first. Safety first. Yeah, you know, there's nothing safer than a live crab. Kill it.
There's bombs in the barrels. Oh, that's what it was.
You were supposed to just break the barrels. I did. Why did they let you pick them up? I thought that you were supposed to pick them up. There's just bombs inside. Ah, it's treasure. It's treasure. Okay, I didn't know that they were loot. Didn't know that there was loot involved. Okay, now I'll blow up some stuff. Vroom vroom. Got a little bit of backspin. He's a bowling maniac. Is your Link glasses a filter? Oh no, it's real life. It's real life, my friend. They were earned by the sub goal. The spicy sub goal? No, it's physical property. It's real Link right before you. Before your very eyes, real Link live. Link on ice. Kinda just wanna chuck it and see where it goes. Ooh. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. This pleases me. This pleases me. Oh. Oh. Ooh. Oh my. Oh. Oh. This is quite the difference. There are now enemies and an electric little bomb guy. What? Stop touching it. Stop touching it. Okay, ignore these lads. Yeah, what do we got here? Electricity. So, oh, I wonder if we got to grab it with our drone. Yeah, maybe we got to drone these lads so that we don't touch them. Looks like these guys are gonna follow me. Maybe I should get up high again. Escape. Escape the villains. The crab has been smote. All right, let's see if we can grab one of those babies. See if we can grab one of them. It might take a minute. Might take a minute. Nintendo likes to watch you suffer. Don't you dare hit my drone. Keep your filthy hands off my drone. Look at this. What is that? Yeah, it's like a cage in it. I think you gotta activate something with those electric boys. We can get closer either way. Oh, can't make that. Whoops. Whoops, hey, watch it. You keep those batons away from me. You keep your filthy stun batons to yourself. I made it across here. No, I didn't make that jump before. I see that there's a, something to blow up over there. Maybe I can toss a bomb up. Let's see if I can kill these guys with any amount of accuracy. Stabby, stabby! Yeah, maybe we'll actually earn hearts. Nice, we stole his skull! Thanks for the bones! We ripped his skull out of his head! Children's game! Thank you. What's in the treasure? $5. $5. They gave me a Lincoln? Does anybody refer to a $5 bill as a Lincoln? Alright, he's dead. He's a goner. So yeah, there's this electricity machine. Oh, oh, interesting. You can't hit him. Huh. Oh, can you just... Is that too close? What is this, dude? How fast can we turn around? Oh, come on. It turns on and off? I don't know. Oh, the little dude? I guess it does, doesn't it? Yeah, you're right. You're right, it does a little bit. Yeah, I wonder if you can hit him to move him. Oh, there we go. All right, that works. Now he will become fuel. He will become fuel for an electric future. The future is electric, and electric is torturous. You're trying to figure out how to configure it? Kind of suspicious. Don't let it stab in. Oh, look at this. This looks like a less complicated device. I think that we might have to adjust all of these. Okay, it goes, what, a maximum of here? Okay, all right. All right, I'm getting that. Oh, it looks like, yep, the first layer is now adjustable. Okay. So we have to find these little electric points. Then we'll make each part of that lock kind of like accessible, I guess. Nice. Okay, so one piece. We need two more. Two more little electric bits. No worries. We'll just find the spots with our dowsing rod. I wonder if you can upgrade your stamina in this game. Haven't seen any outfit changes or stamina regens or anything. Seen nothing but those plants so far. There are heart containers, and in Breath of the Wild there are heart containers and stamina upgrades. So I'm kind of expecting that there is one. There might not be. We can make it across here. I'm guessing. Okay, well, for one, this stinking old bird. Stinking old bird with his big old rocks in his mouth. Why you got rocks in your mouth, bird? Ain't nobody need all those rocks. Looks like you can get over there. Is that a spot? I'm looking directly at the way that I came in, I think. Yeah, the way that I'm looking is, yep, looks like it goes back. So that is probably not the way. There's a way over there, and using the invisible walkway, we should be able to pretty much walk anywhere. I think it's here. Uh-huh. Okay. So there's a connection between here and there. But you can walk along. Mind the bird. Yeah, I'm on the corner, so I guess I can go this way. Yeah. Is this your first playthrough? It is. I played a tiny bit of this game before, but we are well past the part that I've tried before. We are long past that. Which way does it rotate? It rotates to the left like this. Okay, we got the bombs. We got the bombs. But yeah, I'm going into this a blind playthrough. So far, I haven't had to look up barely anything. Kill the bird. Oh no, I'm not gonna be able to make it. Oh, please. Oh, kill it. Just blow it up. No, I just wanted it to die. I just wanted it to die. Is that too much to ask? Ooh. No. I know, 2 birds. It stinks. Maybe I can kill him. Yeah, this time. You're busted, Buster. You're a goner. Rest in peace. Yeah, the extreme inconvenience of these birds. So unnecessary. I mean, there's no bow. I would expect a bow in this game. They make it such a slog just to kill these birds. All right, let's hoop it. Let's. Oh, I see a explosive wall as well. We'll do all the things that we can find. Ah, I see. It might just be extras. Might just be extras, and I'll freaking take it. We can upgrade equipment later and stuff like that, which we might need for some of the last areas. Who knows? Who knows? There seems to be a lot of game left. What the heck? Okay, I'm gonna fuel up on bomba. Gonna fuel up on bombs. This is a nice unique thing. I don't remember this being in any Zelda games, where you can just like pick up the bombs. We got to go a little bit further, and then we just go across. Nice. And it doesn't even look like you have to go in anywhere. This looks like the dial's sitting right here. Oh, we gotta activate it, probably by breaking this wall and clicking a switch. Step away from the big boom. It's interesting. They made it so that you can't cook your bombs, so you can't like start the countdown while you're holding it, which is convenient, but it kind of changes how they work. Look at how beautiful it looks around here. I wish it always looked like this. I hope at the end you get to transform the whole area to be beautiful. Do these all just turn all the way and then you just push it in? That's not like opening a lock at all. I thought that it was going to be like picking a lock. I hope that the last one is we have to like kind of feel where the spot is. Okay, it looks like they're at regular intervals. So the final place is going to be over here. Okay. Looks like it's in that big building. There's probably a walkway close to here. The walkway here. And it goes straight forward. Which is quite straightforward, if I do say so myself. Oops. I made a slight error in judgment. A slight error. My bad. And we spawned on the wall. Excelente. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, Nintendo. Thank you. You're so sweet. You're so sweet to me. Okay, so we do gotta douse that last one though. Huh. Now, there still are invisible walls that we can walk on, but is that going to be enough to get into that chamber? Yeah, the center's got no invisible walls, so you can't use this whole big area, which I wouldn't be surprised if this is where the boss is, like a giant sandworm or something. But yeah, it's not going to be that. Looks like you can walk around to that building. Oops, wrong button. I was trying to douse. Yeah, it's right there. I don't see a problem with walking along this edge. I mean, it's got a walkway all the way there, right? What's the area that I'm looking at? I'm looking at over here. So my plan is what? To jump off over here? Which way am I looking? I'm looking the way that I want to walk. So go back here and then walk along all the way. That's a long walk, but I think it's doable. Okay, I think I just gotta kind of retrace my steps a little bit. You can do it, Link. Let's go.
Come on, Link, you can do it. We're proud of you, Link. You're the best mascot Nintendo's ever had. Except for Mario.
We go in a little bit. Of course, there's stinky enemies. Stinky time. Okay, I'm falling off the edge. Where's the walkway? Okay, I found it. It's a little more to the right. No. Oh, he's just slow. Oh, he just I thought he was sinking. He wasn't. Everybody knows that Yoshi's the best. I mean, Yoshi's a cute dinosaur. You can't take that away from my boy Yoshi. My boy Yoshi will always be way cuter. It's in here. This is the walled off portion. We saw this walled off portion before. It was tantalizing us, torturing us. Dang it. I really do look like I'm trying to shoo away the bugs. It looks like I'm trying to get rid of them. There is one superior Nintendo icon.
Hello! Hello! Wow, wow!
I mean, I do have a Toad hat because he's iconic.
Wow, wow! Hello! Mario!
I mean, there's a reason why he was added to the new Super Mario Bros. Games, because they added 2 Toads. They added 2 Toads because 2 Toads are as good as Mario and Luigi combined.
Wow, wow! Okay. Let's go! Wahoo! Wow, wow!
Oh, a real chamber. Another real chamber. The door locked behind me. They locked the doors. Oh my gosh, it's more. It's more shrimp. We're going shrimp mode, dude. We're looking for fat shrimp. Delicious shrimp scampi. At least there's babamba. At least they give us free babamba. Okay. There's so many wheels in this game. Look, there's the item wheel. There's the crap wheel. And then there's the wheel of sadness. Oh, well, this isn't really a wheel, is it? And then there's also a wheel of douse. Wait, where's the douse? Oh, the douse wheel doesn't work in here? Is this a chamber of secrets? Is Harry Potter in town? Kenny, you'll never guess what song is stuck in my head. Is it That's What Makes You Beautiful by One Direction? That's what makes you beautiful. Uh-oh. You don't know you're beautiful. If only you saw what I could see, you'd understand why. Oh, frick. Dude. You don't know. Uh-oh. You don't know you're beautiful. Mm-hmm. Uh-oh. Oh, no. No. This reminds me of Dylan's Rolling Adventure. I don't know if y'all had 3DSs at the time that it was released, but there's this game where you could be an armadillo, and you could roll, you could zoom. It's so much fun. It's like the Metroid Ball. It's like the Metroid Ball, but it was non-synthetic. It was biological. It was a biological ball. Kenny, oh my God, you'll never guess what song stuck in my head by One Direction. Haha. Penguins? Whoops. What? Oops, sorry. I have weird random. Oh God. Kuri, I thought so highly of you that I didn't even understand the structure of that sentence. I think so highly of Kuri as a human being that can speak English, that I was like looking for meaning in there where meaning was lacking. I was looking for intelligence where she had purposefully removed it, which made me all the more confused, and I didn't get the joke. That's what fans would sound like. I get it. I get it. A small fangirl admiring him from his YouTube. It happens occasionally. It is an occasional. It's an occasional feature of the channel that I can offer to y'all as a quality reason to watch. Excelente. Excelente. Why do you think I'm off of Instagram? It's the Link glasses that make it all. Oh yeah, Link is styling yet again. That's what makes you beautiful. No, but it is a good song. It's a 70s song, but I don't know if you'd know it just because I have interesting music taste. Oh my. Midnight Blonde, you're so quirky. You're so quirky. You play the funky music. You mean that? Play that funky music, white boy. That's my anthem. I'm putting this down. Are you picking up what I'm putting down? Babamba. Ooh. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah, I know that song. By know that song, I mean that's all of the song that I know. I already said the whole thing. He plays it every morning to hype himself up. I need that funky music. Oh, they died. I mean, my last name's White. I mean, I guess it's for me, right? Isn't that for all people with the name White? I've always, because of my family, I've always been considered a white boy. Oh. I'm out. And I'm out. And I'm out. Oh, I'm digging. I'm digging for treasure. I know somebody who requested that to be played at their funeral. I feel like nobody gets what they want whenever they die. I feel like once you die, you don't get anything that you wanted. Like you're like, oh, I want this funny thing to be at my funeral. I don't want to cough and I want to... Oh, no. None of those things happen. Your family just does whatever they want. Funerals are so selfish. They don't care about the person who died. They just want their own ceremony. They want to send off in the way that they want to. They'll disobey their wishes. Because it's not about the person who's dead. They're already gone. It's all about the people that survived. That's what the funeral's for. The person who died doesn't care. They don't care. They're like, I'm free!
Now I don't have to deal with all of you people anymore.
Off we go. Where are we? Electricity, hey? Electrical. Legend of Zelda 2, Electric Boogaloo. I actually never watched that one, so I'm not understanding these references. Let's try exploding this rock. That's perfect. The physics, it just lands in the spot and doesn't roll. Boop. It's sticky. It's a sticky bomb. Ooh, nice jump. Okay, so there's electricity, but what do you use it for? What's the use? What's the use of the electricity? Maybe we gotta grab it and bring it across, you know? I could have swore there's another one over here. We're scooping it. We're scooping and then we're gonna be drooping it. We're scooping and drooping. Yes. Drop it like a song. Boom, we scooped it. We scooped it perfectly. Now we just gotta get over there. But however, would we do such a thing? Semi-pushable boxes, killing enemies. We could look over there for a little while. Well, we could drop a bomb. What's that? What's that? A square? What is that shape? Is that a cube? Is that a cube or a square? Serious talk. Serious talk for 10 minutes, guys. It's pushable. It's pushable, but well, I don't know about this, you guys. I don't know. Maybe we gotta revert it. That would be an original idea. Nintendo, I believe that you're very creative. I think you gotta. Yeah, this didn't help at all. Nope, this didn't work. Oh, you could maybe roll it? Could you roll it? Interesting. Yeah, let's try rolling a bomb. I think that's a little far. It's got kind of a boost because of the sand. Oh, it made it all right. Okay, if that's blown up, maybe that'll do something in the Shadow Realm. Maybe if we re-enter the Shadow Realm, then that will have activated something else. Maybe it'll be another toggle. A toggle! That would boggle my mind. Yeah, so it looks like that box is pushable, but why ever would it be pushable if we can't get... Doesn't make any sense, does it? Yeah, I'm thinking maybe... Can you get up on the tall boys? I'm thinking that the sand is normally at that level. There's like... What about these? Are these pushable? No, they're climbable, but they're not pushable. I almost feel like there's gonna be a, I feel like if we stand here, then maybe nothing good will happen. Yeah, maybe this will not do anything good. Oh, I was right. It didn't do anything good. Yeah, okay. That's what I expected. I expected it. You know, if you expect nothing, it's hard to be disappointed. Well, we did throw the bomba, to be fair. To be fair, we were a successful bombardier. But, is there anything on this side of reality that gives us an advantage? I don't see one. We blew up like one thing that you couldn't blow up, but I don't see any distinctive advantage. Yeah, there's no extra barrels or extra places to climb or anything. Can you use your shell as a step up? I was kind of wondering that, but no, you can't. You cannot, unfortunately. It's not nearly high enough. So there's a platform over there that we have to stand on. There's a box that has to be pushed up here. So maybe there is a way to pass over during that sand zone. Look at that. You can crawl up. Look at that. It's all set up. It's all set up for success. It has to be. It has to be that it's during the sand. But what advantage do we have right now that we can change so that our sand excursion will be successful? Because it is, you have to get over there during the sand boat, I think. Because look, it's all set up to walk backwards. It's all set up to do it successfully if you can just get over there on the sand mode. Yeah, man, I wonder how far these guys roll. I wonder if these guys be roller. Oh, stop it, I'm trying to switch. I'm not trying to relaunch you, you dum-dum. This is like the worst version of a falcon on your arm. Okay. Unfortunately, these bombs don't cook. They're non-cooked bombs. They're totally raw. So, unless the guys are stunned, it doesn't really help. Okay, if he rolls towards us, maybe we can... Oops. Oops. It's so far. How do I kill them? How do I murder them? Look, they're so far away. What am I supposed to do when the best part of me was always you? What am I supposed to say when I'm all choked up and you're okay? I'm falling to pieces. Kill it!
Kill it! No! It's so close!
Kill him! Jump on top! Link, no!
Link! You had it, my boy!
My boy!
My boy, get it! Boy, boy, boy! Boy, 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 boy.
Oh, that's it. That's it, bro. You have to go on the You have to go on the Shelltown ride. You have to go on the Shelltown Express. Dude, these crab lads are so frustrating. That's it, babe. Hey, anti-dark hearts. Oh my gosh, Kelsey. Kelsey, what the heck? Thank you for the raid. How are you doing? What were you doing? Oi, 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 oi. They're my little pog champ. Oh, you were playing Terraria. Sweet. How was the terrarium? It's nice to see you. Anti-Dark Heart. Hello. We're playing a frustrating Zelda game. I hope you are well, the game. What's up, everybody? Hi there. My name's Earl Suds. I'm wearing glasses right now because I have to turn into Zelda to beat Zelda. I hope that y'all having a wonderful time. Hope you enjoyed the Terraria. I need to play Terraria with Anti-Dark Heart again. It's true. I gotta get back to it, you guys. We've been being lazy. We've been being lazy. Where's our Terraria Tuesday? Tomorrow? Is that true? Tomorrow? Oh my. Tsunami Slayer. Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Welcome to the party, my friend. Boom. But yeah, my name's Earl Suds. I don't know what Anti-Dark Hearts told you about me. But yeah, I play games every single day. Full-time streamer over here. We just like goofing off and playing whatever I find interesting. Whatever we can find fun with. That's what we play. We have full variety content. Right now, I'm suffering. Sadness, suffering. These shells are so rough. But yeah, I hope that y'all had a great time over there. Thanks for coming in with the raid. I'm right here with the spicy Zelda vibes. Oh, we made it. Oh, we made it, blessed heavens. A Skyward Sword HD? It is indeed. It is indeed. It's the HD release. It's finally out. They finally gave me a reason to play Skyward Sword. One of the only Zelda games that I haven't ever completed. I tried playing this in the past, but I'm finally back at it again. I'm back at it again. We got some ore. Whenever it's like, no, 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 no. You got a rock. There we go. That's the money. That's what you're looking for. Now we solved the puzzle. I know that y'all might not totally understand the puzzle that we just solved, but we did. I got to use my little drone to activate the Shadow Realm. Now that we've entered the Shadow Realm, I have to take one of these little electric snail lads that used to be big, but in the Shadow Realm, they're little babies. Now I'm going to deliver that laddie over here so that we can power this door and get the heck out of here. We gotta get the heck out of here. So we're just gonna drop that there. Now I can finally walk across because we've crawled up here. Yatta. Now we stand on this, and then we slap that little baby right in there. Boom! Totally legitimate way to power this machinery. Totally legit. Also, Arisa, welcome back. Did you get a snack? Did you get a delicious snack or something? Come to find out, Arisa was the snack all along. What the heck? A monster horn? Is this oh, it's a crafting material. Okay. We will add it to our collection of items. And we've got treasure. Super duper $5. You just earned $5. Yum yum. Now we have to stab the lock. Stab the lock again. Boom! And I believe that we've solved the Great Overworld Challenge. It's like when Pikachu would bring you the gifts in Let's Go Pikachu. It's so cute. Oh, thanks. Another piece of trash. Except for it was cute when Pikachu did it. Master Lenny, all 3 remote power nodes have been activated. Please make your way to the power generator. Yes, we shall. We shall indeed. We shall indeed. Sand zone almost defeated. I think we might fight the boss today. Maybe that would be a good ending. We've had so many raids from so many sweet beans. So many sweet beans showing support on a Monday. On a Monday morning. I feel like y'all deserve a boss fight. I feel like y'all deserve it. Okay. We're gonna head back to the generator. To the degenerator. Excuse me? Shall we head to the degenerator? Yes, we shall save first. Those poor bokoblins, they can't even climb the stairs. Oh, Atulia, take a sip. You know what? Because it's a special day and it's a nice spicy Monday, you guys. I'm gonna celebrate. I'm celebrating. I'm gonna go grab my my Topo Chico. I'm gonna grab a Topo because I finally bought some. So y'all watch Link's Supper here. I'll be right back. Oh my gosh, the lap of luxury. In the lap of luxury, Garrett's watching Mad Max Fury Road in there. Dude, Mad Max Fury Road is the sequel that we all need. Ooh. Ooh, that's got a kick. Got a kick. That's what we need. That's what we need. Thank you very much for the hydration break. Who was that? Atulia? Also, hi Atulia. What's up? Thanks for the hydration break. That was really good. That was really good, and I appreciate it. That's so cool. Wow. I love this. I love this component because Link crawls up walls all the time, and he can just grab onto it. Where were these switches earlier? I love them. Keep doing it, Nintendo. Don't slow down. I want more. When can I do a workout break? What? Anti-Dark Heart, a workout break in this hoodie? Do you know how hot it is in Texas right now? And I'm wearing a hoodie like an absolute mad lad. It's a workout right now. In an overly dramatic British accent. The sequel we all deserved, but didn't know. Wait, the sequel we all need, but didn't know that we did. The sequel that we all needed, but didn't know. I'm so confused, that sentence.
It's a sequel. Listen, Batman. It's a secret. It's the sequel that we need, not the sequel we deserve. My cocaine.
My cocaine. My favorite actor. Not really. So what's happening? What is going on? What is happening? It's perfect for yelling at Kenny. Anti-Dark Heart, you better watch your mouth. I do not want to work out right now. I'm feeling lazy. Lazy moment. Lazy moment with Anti-Dark Heart. Excuse me. I burped slightly. It's Kelsey's bad influence. Okay, we gotta. Why everything's respawned? I know all the enemies are back. I'm guessing that that all of our shortcuts are still here, right? Right. We might do workout breaks eventually. I might bring those back because I've been eating a lot. I've been eating too much. I've been eating too much. This lad's been chomping. This lad has been chomping. So what am I doing here? Why are we here? Just to suffer? Question mark. At least we can climb this. Nice. But yeah, I probably need to set up some sort of a workout. Probably, you know, take care of myself or something. That'd be great. I'm going back to the lock thing. Yeah, I think we have to go all the way back, don't we? I don't think that there's a way to the. Oh, there is a way to the right. Oh, we shouldn't have even opened that. After we opened the door, we should have turned our buns around. This is way slower. This is way slower. We should have turned our sweet Link bunnies right around. I thought that would somehow make it shorter to get back, but it wasn't. Excuse me, you guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I see the error of my ways, and we're saving a bunch of time. We're saving time by backtracking.
All right, Link. It's time to backtrack for your life. Nintendo is making us suffer. This summer, the popular sequel to the Legend of Zelda series. Re-released in stunning HD for the Nintendo Switch, a whole nother generation can enjoy the thrills, the views, and the amazing immersive storytelling of Skyward Sword. Pre-order now at GameStop.com to unlock one slap in the face. Nintendo, the Skyward Sword as you've never seen it before, in full HD. Full HD so that you can see the limitations of the painted textures. This is...
Wait, this is crazy car chases? What? Crazy? All right, we're almost back. We're almost back, thank goodness. I wish you had slightly longer stamina, like just a pinch more. If we just had a pinch more stamina, I'd be okay with a Nintendo. But as it is, this is unacceptable. All right, we have to make it back. Just a wee gram. Just one tiny milligram. Now we activate it. Activate it. Oh! Okay, where do we? Oh, that's one. Do. That's what? No, don't tell me what to do. Don't tell me what to do. Don't tell me what to do. I figured it out already. You don't have to tell. Okay, it looks like. Click. V, don't tell me. I want to figure it out. It's the positions and stuff. It's I don't know what it is. Maybe right there. Oh, is it? Push in. No. Okay, let me look. This oh boy. So we cranked. What's the first one that we crank? We crank it with the blue one. So we crank it with the blue one. The next one's the electric, and then the next one's the fire. So electric is what, right up top? But electric's in the what? Fire's on the edge. It's on the edge of glory, dude. Oh, we'll see you later, Lens. Thanks for vibing. We'll see you later. Bye-bye, Liams. Hope you have a good rest. We'll see you later. Dude, I'm pretty sure it's over there, though. Ooh, there's all these there's a big old Hylian crest over there. Maybe, maybe you can lock this first one wherever you want. Is that the case? No. I was definitely right about the first one. Yeah. So the first one is in the right spot. But what are our other options? I don't see an option to push in anywhere else. I can't do it there, and then I can't do it on the very side. For a second, you saw Lonk. Yeah. We definitely call him Lonk as much as possible. It has to be here. What the heck? Look, it's blue, electric. Oh, maybe we gotta, can the red one go further? I don't know. Yeah, should I push it in again here? No, it doesn't go there. Look, it goes here, click. And then it doesn't give me options for the rest of this. You can either push it at the top, farther than fire, than lightning. Okay, yeah, but I'm trying to do it there. I press the push in button and he just removes it. Why? Okay, how do I'm pushing, whenever I push in, then it releases the sword every time. What if I did it in the wrong spot? Let's see what the animation looks like in the wrong spot. Maybe I'm doing something stupid on this controller. What? He goes like, what? Whenever it's a failure. Whenever it fails, he does that. He didn't get bothered on that one. I know, it seems like fire's next. Yeah, because it goes what? Yeah, I know, well look, there's water, fire, electricity. Yeah. I see, but it goes the other way. What if you hold push while holding turn? I was kind of doing that, yeah. I was kind of doing that. The fire should be further down. Well, that's definitely right. Can you do it at any increments? You can't go further than this. I don't think that you can hold it at any increment. It's only here and here. That's it. What? Oh, what? Really? How did I do? Oh. Nintendo, no. What? This is another issue like the swing mechanic. Okay. In all video games, whenever you have a clockwise or counterclockwise, you push left or right. So I turn right, and that makes it go clockwise, okay? Great, makes sense. Now if I push left, it goes counterclockwise. Okay, this makes sense. What I didn't get is that you have to push down. That's not how you make rotating mechanics in video games. That is the stupid way. That is dumb. Nintendo. Why? There's no reason for me to know that you push down. The swing mechanics in this game, you change, like if you're swinging on a rope, you're supposed to change the direction. So you like swing forward, swing back, swing forward, swing back. You change it in the middle of the swing, at the very bottom, not at the top like every other swinging mechanic in all the games. It's just the most basic controls. Why are they doing it differently? It's so frustrating. It should be easy. It is easy, but it's just, I didn't. Maybe I'm just dumb. Maybe I'm dumb. I just normally don't encounter things like this in Nintendo games. I expect better. I expect for them to feed it to me on a silver platter. Nintendo. Oh crap, dude. Is this an actual full dungeon? Do we want to do a whole dungeon right now? Oh, okay. Big dungeon moment. This is a big dungeon moment, you guys. Oh, there's little lads. These little scorpions. They're cute and they're easy to kill. I love them. I love them. They both are adorable and easy to murder. Therefore, I love them. Nintendo. More like Nintendo. Ooh, Zigzag. Don't be so brutal. Don't be so brutal. Poor Nintendo can't handle that kind of fire. What kind of fire? Okay. Here we go. Now we're ready to toss. We're ready to shoot some hoops. Shooting some hoops. You got a dungeon in you, boss man? I don't know, man. I feel like we have to try. I feel like we gotta do it. We have to do it for the people that can make it. It's not always about the streamers. Sometimes it's about the stream. And this is one of those times. This is one of those moments where you gotta give it up for the homies. You gotta give it up. Do it for the TikTok. That's so much worse than do it for the Vine. Listen, I don't like to compare social medias, but do it for the talk. Do it for the clock. Ooh, another one of those grabby things that I said were really cool. More grab. Let's see. So the sand mechanics in this level are very frustrating. I wonder if you could make it. No, right? No, they purposely made it so that you couldn't. They made it the exact amount that you can't make. So there must be another solution. Another solution. We got a bomb here, so I guess we gotta hoop it. Oops. We gotta hoop it. We gotta use our hook beetle. Grab the bomba. Could shoot some hoops. Hit the wall. Then the bug dies. Okay, now there's a landing spot for you to pull that lever. Maybe you just do this lever first. Huh. These frogs, I don't know if they're viable for walking like on a platform. I don't know if they're a viable platform. Let's kill them. I'm pretty sure that they just disappear. Yeah. I think they just disappear. Yeah, they shoot twice. These guys are the tougher version. Oh, you can make it. Sweet. Grab it. All right, that's one part of the door. Or is that all of it? Will this be posted so that I can watch it later? Yeah, Tsunami, if you want to watch all of the Zelda game that we've played so far, will be available on Twitch for a little while as a VOD. But there's also a YouTube channel for all the VODs. All the VODs to be held in posterity. In case you're interested later, they'll be there for you. But yeah, it'll be a VOD here on Twitch if you want. You're on Twitch? Yeah. It works on Twitch as well. Oh, I'm not saying this isn't being streamed on YouTube. No, I was saying that there's also a YouTube channel that it gets uploaded to. Just because Twitch deletes VODs pretty quickly. Oh, you can make it over here, nice. Boyan. If we were a partner, they'd hold the VODs even longer, I think. Yeah, don't they hold them for like 30 days, I think? And for me, it's 15 or something. Whoops! Yeah, in the event that you don't care for the Twitch VOD system. I've heard some complaints about the player. That's totally up to you. This music is stressful. I don't like it. I don't like it. Maybe I'll make thumbnails for this video too. Maybe I'll make thumbnails for the Zelda playthrough. I feel like eventually I'll make a supercut of some of the bigger games that we play that are Nintendo's. Yeah, like I could make a supercut of this and just cut out some of the slop. For fun. For convenience. Ooh. Three-headed Durgan. I want to ignore the Durgans. As much as we love them, I need to kill these little crawdaddies. They look almost like shrimp. They're little shrimpy scorpions. I like them. They look like they haven't seen much sun recently, poor lads. You don't like me using the zoomed in moments as thumbnails? I'm gonna be honest. I have not looked at the VOD channel in weeks. Sorry. You'll be back in a bit? All right, we'll see you later, friendo. I'll be honest, I haven't looked at the VOD channel for like, ooh. Boxes, that's, why there's so many? Why there's so many boxes? You can't stack them, right? This is not the solution. Why are there 4 boxes? I don't understand. Do you like transform the dungeon after you like flip a switch and then they'll have a reason for 4 of them? This music is so stressful. Why? Slow down. Yeah, let's save. You're good, you can stay? Sweet. Tsunami Slayer, you can vibe with us. Yes. Oh, I was trying to cut it. I want to break free. Kill it! You gotta hit it with the double. There we go. Oh, there's boxes over there. All right, all right. Interesting. We have a bomb. I don't see a reason to use it right now. Ooh, oh, we gotta break those boxes. Okay. I see, I see, I see. We could also kill this electric enemy if we wanted to. We'll let him live for now. Oh, I was scared for a second that it might be a short ladder just to mess with me, but nope, it's long enough. Boyon. Boyong. Oh, Rosaire, I'm sorry that you're feeling crummy. If you need some rest, get yourself some sleep. I hope that you feel better. That sucks. I'm glad you got a little nap. A little nap. Oh, box in the way. All right. Box has to be slid later. I do like that kind of weird flute sounding thing. It's definitely not a flute, but it sounds like a wind instrument. A little horn or something. We got a key. Are these locked doors? They don't look like it. Yeah, no, those are not locked doors. There's a locked door in there though. That's probably what this key is for. Head back. Yeah, in the Zelda dungeons, there's often a little bit of backtracking, like a Metroid game. It's often got layers, and you have to like unpeel the layers slowly. So this is the next layer, and we just chopped his heads off. That's brutal. That was nasty. Like onions. I was gonna say like cakes, but you're right, Rosaire. It is like onions. Legend of Zelda dungeons have layers. Pufferfish. I love him. I love him. Look at those lips. Look at those crusty lips. Get some chapstick, my boy. Yikes. Yikes. Those lips are just about to peel off. Whew. I ain't kissing those fish lips. I ain't kissing those lips until you moisten. Oh, this is very scary. I just don't like this at all. Get down here, laddies. Just a peck. No, there'll be no pecks. He has no fins. What the heck? He's just flying. He's magic. Looking around, we got a bomb. Okay. A bomb. We can't walk across there yet. Let's go this way with the scorpions. Get down here. They're kind of cute. They're cute and nasty. Cute yet nasty. What's a box? Come on, we gotta blow up the box. We have to use Tabomba. Again, what a slow mechanic. Is what's up here? A button? All right. Got a button that's gonna raise the sand. Open a door. Looking around, maybe this will activate the Shadow Realm. Oh, pretty much. It pretty much activates the Shadow Realm. Now I just gotta hit that. And now we'll find out what it looks like on the other side, post-death. Post-death, this is reality. Take a look at the other side. Whoa, technology's so nice on the other side. Wow. Ooh. Oh, you step on it. Okay, okay. So I got to get back up here if I want to change it back. How inconvenient. I do not like it. Turn it back off. Oh, bring me back. Take me back. Technology. Yeah. I see that they're already going for the kind of Sheikah technology stuff in this game. I didn't know that they leaned so far into it on here. So now that we've changed reality, is that dungeon wide? I'm trying to peek, you guys. I'm trying to peek and figure out what you can do now that you've moved. These guys, you're probably good unless they look at you. Maybe a shield would be able to defend you against them. But possibly I can ignore them. I can outrun. Yeah, that's good. I was wondering if I could outrun these, and yeah, you can make it across here. You just gotta be careful. What's a shield? You haven't had a shield for months, gamer. Listen, you don't need a shield in this game. It's an unnecessary element. My shield burnt. My shield fried in the fire area, and I haven't seen one since. And I ain't needed a shield since when. Oh my gosh, that's what the, come on, man. We gotta get back up there, and then inside that tiny chest has gotta be like oh boy. This is a real gamer moment. His shield is the power of friendship. The shield is the friends that you made along the way. Money! Give me that money. Who needs friends when you've got hard capital? All right, we're gonna invest some of this money into the local Hylian bank. I'm going to invest my blood into the blood bank. Is that ironic? All right, we made it across. Just a little bit of dash. A dashing lad. And the door's locked. The door is locked. This is boosting. Doesn't look safe up there. I don't like it. I don't like it. I see that there's rocks, but it's the electricity that's freaking me out. Maybe this is a, oh, well, no, looks like you can pull that lever over there. I hope that we don't face off against these guys yet. Oh, we did. Oh, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. Ow. Oh, you suck, dude. Oh my god. Okay, so you use all of your stamina and then he runs out of stamina? Okay. Oh, all right, the way out. Get down. Get down and boogie. Yeah, we'll just pull this ride. No need to rush. Ooh, I like that. I like this. Makes me feel like I'm going into a casino. Casino. Ooh. Pufferfish. I love them. Got pufferfish. It looks like a lot of this is going to be solved in the other dimension. And this also confirms that the dimensions are room specific. So like the other one is in the more colorful region, but this one is back to the drab atmosphere. So you have to activate each room independently. Big boy. I'm guessing that you have to stay above. Ooh. That just gets in your way. It doesn't even hurt you. Okay, so you gotta pass that. That's like a wall. I gotta find out a way to platform my way over that wall. Dana, what's up? How are you doing? Hello. Bomba. Okay, so we got bombs, but let's see. You can't cook bombs in this game. Maybe if we use our drone, we can find a, Oh, the pufferfish explode. Okay. That's nice. They're good boys. They're good boys. But how quickly do that? Okay, I think I just heard it respawn. Nice. But it seems like this boy is going to be more helpful than that one. Ooh, my bad, buddy. They're puffer bombs. Of course, all pufferfish explode. Didn't you know that? It's a basic knowledge. Poor fish, they did nothing wrong. I mean, they were planning. You could see it in their eyes. Tsunami, they were out for blood. They were out for blood. I don't trust them. Hello? Hello? Pufferfish, I need you, I need you now. I need you here. Things aren't the same without you. Okay, you just gotta walk away a little bit. You gotta walk away from it. Oh, oh, okay, good, great. Works. I'll take it. Looks like this is the way. I mean, it's the longest way. Game design. Whatever's the most inconvenient thing is probably the solution. Whatever's the longest method. The longest walk. Look at these little guys. These little guys, they going. All right. Get these little lads off the wall. Get down. Get down. I'll push this off just in case I make a mistake. Whoops. Like right now. An extra heart, and up we go. What's next? Is it gonna be a key? Is it gonna be a... Oh, it's gonna be a big pile of sand. Of course. I think we gotta activate the next realm to do this. Let's take a peek before we climb down. There's a chest. What's a chest gonna hold? A key? What do we need a key for? We need to go to the Shadow Realm. I think. Huh. We'll see what's in here. Who knows? Could just be some money. There's a blowy uppy area still? Yeah, I bet you that area is hiding it. It's always the last area you look. You got the Gust Bellows. It's an ancient and mystical device capable of blowing an endless gust of wind. It's a magical bag of wind. Oh, this is in Super Smash Brothers. Yeah, this is in I don't remember if it's in Brawl. I'm pretty sure that it's in the most recent one, right? Gust Bellows. Wow. Oh, it cleans it up. It's the Luigi Mansion Super Sucker, dude. It's the Super Sucker. Chirpy Dragon. The Chirpy crew says hello. Oh, wow. Hi there. What's up? Oh, it's a raid. Chirpy crew. What a cute name. Chirpy Dragon. Hi there. Marie Evie. What's up? Hiya. The Chirpy crew. Could we please get a warm welcome to these sweet beans? These sweet beans. What a cute name. I love it. Oi, how was the stream? I hope that it was fantabulous. I hope it was fantastic. We're playing a little bit. Marie says that you're cool, so we came over. That's so sweet. Chirpy Dragon, it's nice to meet you. It's nice to meet you. Hi there. I'm the Earl of Suds, playing games like every single day. Right now, I am very interested in finally defeating this Legend of Zelda game. What were you playing? You were playing Minecraft. Ooh, what kind of Minecraft were you playing? Hardcore, survival, creative? What was going on? What were you building something? Were you trying to survive? I've been known to play some Minecraft, not too much on the channel, but I've been playing Minecraft on my own on a hardcore map, and oof, I lost all my progress. I perished, and I lost everything. I went too far. Hardcore survival. You dug around your house? Oh, nice. Hardcore is so much fun. It's another level. I find normal Minecraft to be a little bit too easy. Too easy. It bores me. But with hardcore, man, you gotta be careful. Everything that you do could be your last. Like I made a map with Arisa, and we died because a creeper, like, basically just jumped onto my head. It just hopped right on my noggin, and that was it. The end. Bye-bye. Do they look like face huggers? They do a little bit, yeah. They do kind of look like a face hugger from the Alien franchise. Oh, by the way, hi there, Twin Mama Gamer. Hope you're doing well. Hello. That's exactly why you try hardcore, playing with friends a few days ago, and a creeper murdered you too? Dude, it's just a one hit. It's like a one hit. I think I even had iron armor on, and I still died. It hurts my soul, but it feels good, man. Feels good in a bad way. Nothing there. Okay, so it really is just the Blowmaster 3000. That's what we need. By the way, your emotes are the cutest thing ever. They're purple squirrels. They're purple squirrels. I love them so much. I waited so long to have those finally made. And then some of those are made by my grill friend. It's true. It's true. The blep and the zoomy eyes. And the rest of them were made by an artist named OK Pie, I believe. Or just Pie for short. But I love them. They're beautiful. Ooh. Hey, you're all just chilling for a bit before I have to do my shot. Ooh, Twin Mama. Is this your second or your first? Oh, I see. So now that we've got the Blowmaster, that we've just unlocked a shortcut, and now we will solve the rest of it with this. This works really well with the motion controls. I like it, actually. Did she ever say how to shout her out? I contacted her about merch, and then I kind of forgot to ask about shout-outs. But yeah, I will, thanks for the shout-out, by the way. Of course, you're taking a chance, raiding me. That's so sweet. That's so very sweet. Yeah, if I'm gonna do merch with those emotes, then I just need to figure out how many of whatever I would make. Complicated. Oh, you actually have to break free. I kind of assumed that it would let you go automatically, but no, you have to shake them off. Shake off. I'm ignoring you. You stink. I don't like you. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Okay, so we have the dust blower, but what does that really unlock? We got bombs, dust blower. Is it in the last chamber? I don't remember seeing dust over here. Oh, migraine meds. You take once a month to get rid of your migraines for a month? Oh, wow. Oh, whoa. I didn't even know that things like that existed. Oh, good luck. Good luck. Oh, I know that. You're boosting. Okay, so it's definitely not, it's not this door. I can't do this right now. Oh, you have to slash in the direction. I see. Interesting. Okay, so there's more things to clean up over here, but what's the benefit? Oh, there's an extra little slot here, so I guess we can push the barrel onto here. Yeah, I gotta get the Hydro Boys in one hit. It's really cool. Again, challenging combat. That's the motion control gimmick. Thankfully, I'm not using motion control, Maria. I'm using, they made it so that you don't have to use the motion. So I'm using a twin stick. So the other stick, I can just, like, slash across with the stick to do a direction. You need to grab some dinner? I totally understand, Chirpy Dragon. I mean, you just finished your stream. Go get yourself some food. Hope you enjoy your dinner. And I hope that we can see you some other time. I play games every day, so if you have a day that you want some good vibes, I got them for you, my friend. We're gonna probably be playing this game a good bit until we beat it. I think we can make it across here. Save up, run away. That guy's gonna get me. I see that there's a like drain over here. This also reminds me of Luigi's Mansion, just because there's actually a sand portion. There's a specific sand portion that I think I forgot about for a second. Okay, so is there a drone thing that we're doing here? That looks too far. It's a road too far, I think. No, oh, you can make it. Okay, never mind. Never mind, I'm being too cautious. Okay, great. Clean up, clean up. Clean up on aisle 4. We've got some scorpions to kill. What about up there, though? Ooh. I see that there's a tall... Ooh, get off me. Get off of me, you dumb. Zoom. Blow the balloon away. Now that's a long way, though. Ooh. Oh, you can make it. That's it. Get out of here. Ooh, it's close. All right. Ooh, you changed zones. All right. To the Shadow Realm. Get out of here. To the Shadow Realm. Ooh. Yeah, they look like they were little, oh, they do not look the way that I thought that they would. I thought that they'd be like, they'd have little carts underneath them. But it looks like they're magnets, and then you blow them around to change. Oh, they're not magnets, okay. That's fun. And that door's closed. Oh, you didn't grab it? What? Come on, Lonk. I gotta crank it over here. Okay, and yeah, it depends on which direction you hit it from. That's cool. I like that. I like that. That gets a yes out of yes for me. Oh. Nice. Stop. Now walk slowly. Link. Link. My boy. My boy, there you go. Oh, it's another collectible. All right. Ooh, how far can this thing shoot? Not that far. That's the answer. Not that far. Yeah, let's rotate these closer. These platforms need gates. It's dangerous as heck. I know. It's not safe. It's not safe. We need some handrails or something. So now we can leave if we want to, but all we found was a collectible thus far. Door's locked. Huh. Let's look around with our drone for just a second. There's a cage with a door that's shut. Big robot behind it. Got some barrels. I'm guessing that's a pufferfish equivalent. What the heck is that? Oh, I bet you spin that. Oh yeah, and that reminds me. That reminds me. This little spinny thing might spin the Oh, stop. This might do the little pinwheels that we've seen around. I think that the pinwheels might be activated by this. So far we've got a diggy thing in an area that I remember. We have a pinwheel in an area that I remember. Yeah, pinwheel. I saw that pinwheel over at the other door and I was like, uh-oh, hang on. It's a Wave Buster moment. The Wave Buster is a specific gun that you get in Metroid Prime. And once you unlock the Wave Buster, every single thing that you gotta unlock has to do with using that newest device. Nintendo gives you a device. All right, now you know how to solve everything. Just pay attention to whatever is the newest gadget. What can I say? They love their gadgets. Hopefully this is fast enough to dodge all of the bombs. Go, 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 go. Get out of here. All right, we make it to the door if I can. Oh no, stupid bombs. Hang on, let's go. You don't know how you feel about the red bird? It's staring right into your soul. Yep, that's what it's for. It's bird from the front. It's cursed. Cursed bird from the front. You don't even have to run. But if you do run, then they lose you. Okay. He's looking. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here before he notices. Ooh, I can't move. Oh, come on. That quarter, we're dead. We're dead. Dang it. I don't know how to kill those guys. Maybe we can use the Wave Buster on them. Okay, so we still got the wave. Oh, man. If we change the zone over here, looks like this is gonna have a pinwheel too. Looks like this is gonna have a pinwheel too. Okay. Oh, geez. I want to break free. Okay, it's 10 p.m. I'm starting to feel sick. We're just gonna save here, you guys. I'm sorry. I'd like to finish this, but I need to get some food. No, I've got a headache. I'm done with this. I'm done with this. We're gonna call this a checkpoint. All right. This is gonna be our checkpoint. It's 10 o'clock. I need to eat. I haven't eaten anything all day. All right. So we're gonna call the night, you guys. Let's search for somebody to raid, because there's a lot of really sweet beans that raided us today. I'm gonna totally list them off before we go. But we got to we'll find somebody to pass all this love upon. We shall pass on the love. I'm actually gonna close this game really quick. Already saved. Or, oh, I can just mute it. We'll just mute the game so that I can have some outro music. And we'll find somebody to hang out with for a little while. It's getting late. It's a sweet, delicious Monday streams. Thank you so much for being here, you guys. I hope that y'all had a wonderful time. I actually found these very fun. There were some frustrating moments, no doubt. There was some frustration. There was some moments of pure sadness. But we made it through, you guys, and that's what matters. That's what separates the gamers from the chumps, is that we didn't give up. Didn't give up till we won. Okay, I see that 8th is getting started. Brad's playing... What's Brad playing? Retro? Retro what? I'm interested in this, Brad. Brad, what are you doing? Just says retro. It says Super Metroid Randomizer. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Let's see. Yeah, so Brad's playing, doesn't look like Metroid. It looks like he's switched to something else. He's playing some cute pixel game. Maybe we should just go say hi to Brad. He's a cool dude. He's got some good vibes. He's playing some retro games. I say that we go say hi. For everybody that came in with the raids, if you're still here, thank you so much for vibing. Hope you had a fantastic time. Hope you got some good vibes, you guys. I've enjoyed myself. If you're interested in staying, I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow, playing this exact same game, and then this week I think that we're gonna be doing a Just Dance stream, which is always hilarious because I can't dance, but it'll be funny. It'll be funny and enjoyable, and y'all can request which songs that I do, which is a way to torture me if you want to. We'll also be doing some more build of our Lego roller coaster this weekend, and boom, there's our plans for now. We're gonna be watching. If you're a sub, then we watch movies on Sunday, so you can go over to Discord and we'll watch a movie. This Sunday, we're gonna be watching How to Train Your Dragon 3. Because it got messed up. My internet died. But I hope that you had a wonderful time. Thanks so much for all the support, you guys. It was big fun. We're going to be back at it again tomorrow with the games, you guys. With the games. Any plans for the Just Dance stream? Costume plans. I'm interested in maybe making a couple costumes available. It's possible. I'll definitely have... The skirt will probably be available. We'll probably have some hats that are available. I might keep the shirt and pants to be the same because of sweat. Because it's so hot in Texas and it's gonna be disgusting, you guys. Fair warning, if you don't like sweat, you best not watch because it's gonna be gross. It's gonna be gross. But yeah, we'll probably add some costumes to the mix. Maybe a hat or two. We'll definitely have some glasses as well. I like to do a little bit of dress up, a little bit of fun like that. A little bit bonus, you know, what the heck. If I'm gonna play games on camera, we might as well make it as fun as possible. But yes, you guys, we're gonna do a raid message. Does anybody have any raid message ideas that we can do for Brad? He's playing retro games. We could say, we don't raid Brad very often. We could say something like, I don't know, something to do with squirrels or something to do with Skyward. Maybe with retro something. Let's see. So One of the many things I like about you. You're so sweet. I like to keep it interesting, Marie. You know what the heck? I'm gonna wear my fancy hoodie. I'm gonna put on my outfits. Take on these dragons, you brave knight. Ooh, I like that. I like that brave knight. N-I-G-H-T. Skyward Squirrel. Oh my. Oh my. I could say we come from the sky to raid a cool guy. That's cringe, and I kind of like it. We came from Skyward. An attack from Skyward. Let's see. Yeah, attack from Skyward. An attack from Skyward. Defend thyself. That's what we're gonna do. All right. I like this. I think. Let's see if I spelled it right. Flying squirrels for the win. They're cute. They're cute and they're flying. They're on the move. An attack from Skyward. Defend thyself. All right, that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do whenever we raid Brad. Thank you so much for the follow, The Purple Fridge. Hope you have a wonderful evening, a wonderful time over at my friendo Brad's channel. Make sure to drop him a follow if you're interested. And thanks so much if you drop me a follow. Hope to catch you tomorrow. Make sure that you got your notifications on if you want to be alerted. I start streams about 4 p.m. CT every single day. And, of course, if you want to, you can jump over to the Discord and there will be alerts there for you. But thanks so much for hanging out, you guys. Much love to my mods that are watching over the chat. Thank you so much, Alchemic, for always being here, making sure that everything's okay. Aris has been lurking in the background and is a good bean, a very good bean, very cute bean. The Jedi Aurora, thank you so much for being here. I'm glad that you got to hang out with us for so long. That's awesome. Di was here, yes indeed. Lynn's had to go to bed, but was here for almost the entire thing. Thanks, mods, for watching over. VIPs, also thank you for being here. Lemonberry, Anti-Dark Calico, Kiwi, Kuri, Lupus, Opes, 10. Thank you so much for sitting in the background and watching a little bit. I also want to shout out really quick all the beans they gave us raids. They were so very sweet, and there were so very many. I mean, gee whiz, just the love. The love is just blasted into the chat this evening, and I really appreciate it, you guys. Chirpy Dragon, Anti-Darkheart, Landfork, Kuri, and Felix. SK Poem, I believe, right at the beginning. Holy crap. You guys are so sweet. Man, I'm feeling the love from this community right now. I hope that y'all have a wonderful evening. I'm going to give y'all these sweet, sweet messages again for us to send to Brad. Hope that y'all have a wonderful time over there. I love all of y'all, and I'll see you tomorrow. All right, let's go. Let's go. See you later. Ahsoka, bye-bye. The King of Squirrels. See you later. Tsunami Slayer. Hope you enjoyed. We'll see you later, you guys. Let's go. Come on. Raid. Let's get the heck out of here. Yeah. Oh. Thanks for watching the VODs. Welcome to the After VOD joke. What dog can jump higher than a telephone pole? Every dog, because telephone poles can't jump. I already told that on stream a million